Please don't make me re-authenticate.
I'm authenticated. I'm already authenticated.
I think it's working. Dude, YouTube does this weird thing where it'll never ask me to authenticate for like months and months and months and months. But then just out of the blue, I have to. Out of the blue, it's like, oh, nope, today you're streaming, so you gotta tell us who you are.
It's kind of like that not at work, but like when I bounce between my work my at home computer and my work laptop. Yeah, it's like that. Because it's it'll be like a week between.
Yeah, and I guess that kind of makes sense because I mean you're on your laptop, right? So it's a different computer. So they're like, oh well, maybe we should double check and make sure this is legit, right?
Yeah,
because people have man in the middle attack the shit out of YouTube. Like as a matter of fact, you remember all the YouTubers that got hit? I think it was last year.
Yeah, that weird
PDF. Yeah, everybody was like sniffing all the cookies off their computers and basically getting logged in, and YouTube wasn't asking them to verify the password to change the password. So like they'd ask for everything else, but not the password. So people were just going in there changing the password. It wouldn't ask for the old password to change to the new password, and then they'd install a YubiKey. And once the YubiKey is on your account, you can't get it removed. Like not even like even calling Google, they'll be like, oh no, that's like the one thing you have to jump through so many hoops to get that undone, dude. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. How's everybody doing, by the way? Welcome to Tech Talk. Sorry we weren't here last week, but Shipwreck over there was doing his job down in the CA.
I'm sorry. Yep.
Hey, how was your trip, by the way? Good?
It was pretty cool. It was BlenderCon LA, which normally BlenderCon is normally the main BlenderCon is in like Sweden or something.
Yeah, not actual blenders, like the 3D suite, the 3D rendering suite.
Yes, okay. Open source 3D rendering and animation software Blender.
Okay, so Puget Systems isn't selling like Ninja blenders or
no. Oh man, thanks for the memberships, you guys. Blue Varro 14 months, Daniel Frost 17. Nice.
Wow. Oh, I love you guys. I love you guys to death. I really do. Without you guys, I would literally be nothing. And you know what? That's the truth. I would be because nobody would know who I was. So actually, that's not true. Like you're not nothing just because a bunch of people randos on the internet don't know who you are.
I think therefore I am.
Yeah, exactly.
Solopism.
You're only as famous as you think you are for as long as you think you are. All right, I'm sharing out the link right now. Let me go put it on Discord since people aren't used to me actually streaming anymore. So I have to kind of like let them know when I'm around, kind of poke them a little bit, be like, hey, yeah, remember I used to do this thing with the thing. All right, so did I send that out to the right page? No, I did not. Wow, really? Come on, man. Come on, Barn. What is going on with you, brother?
We were professionals here.
Use your goddamn brain, Jesus. Oh, now I just probably got us demonetized. No, I'm not gonna get that $12 in ad revenue over 3 years. No, dude, ad revenue on YouTube sucks so bad right now. Seriously, right? Dude,
come on.
Dude, so many people have been, the big attrition thing that's been happening with like people leaving YouTube and like going to other like pay platforms and stuff.
I see it back and forth. I see a bunch of people. I have to. Oh, TikTok's going to get banned, so I'm going to go to YouTube and or Instagram Reels and blah, blah, blah. And then people bitching about Instagram Reels not getting the reach that they used to. And then their boss Mosery being like, well, it's probably your content, which is bullshit because they like have subtly hinted that they prioritize newer accounts. They do. And like fresh, brand new content. Well, new content, even though, and like to kind of fuck over like the old stuff. Just more and more, make your own website.
Yep.
Put all your content there. Like, don't just rely on any one extra platform because they don't care about the long term. Their whole goal is to keep people on the platform, and to do that, they have to feature new stuff. No matter how much you complain and like, oh, I want to see the people. YouTube does it too. You see it all the time. Oh, how come I don't see the content from the people that I fucking subscribe to? I want to see that content. Instagram is doing it. YouTube does it all the time. It's not there for you.
Yeah,
really, you as the consumer. Not really. They want to manipulate you into staying on the platform by showing you new stuff.
Yeah.
And on the one hand, it does help to like see new content that is relevant to you, but it has to be weighted by the stuff that like you're genuinely interested in. And I understand, like I follow, let's just say Instagram. I probably follow a couple hundred different accounts,
Oh, I do too. Like I think I follow 1,000 on YouTube, over 1,000.
Yeah, right. And so then I need to be there. They should give the consumer a tool to say like, maybe because like I don't want to see the meme account shit all the time. Like I don't, I've actually had to unfollow some of the meme accounts that I followed because I was seeing too much of that. I want to actually see the content from people that I know or care about.
Yeah, no, it's fun for a while while you're on the shitter, but it's not like, it gets old. You want to watch like the content you love and like actually learn something and absorb from the people that you trust. Yeah.
And so there should be a way to like maybe flag those as more important, you know?
Yep. Oh, hey, Daniel Cross, thank you. Hey. Woo, 100 sexes. We like sexes. Right, you know what? Screw it. I'll give them. Okay, why is my button not working?
Got a good point too. It's a push to premium. They want their creators to sign up for whatever extra platform, to pay for advertising or to pay for Twitter Blue or whatever the fuck.
Yep. Well, did you know ads actually work better on new accounts too? I figured out why they were doing this, because the problem is when you have a person that's been on the platform forever, everybody's already seen every ad. Like, your audience has already been put through the ringer with every ad from your last 100 videos or whatever. So the ads that they don't get the same click-through rate as they do on a fresh channel, where it's like fresh eyes on fresh content. Sure. And so YouTube likes to round robin people, and I've noticed this happen on every platform. X's algorithm has changed now. Like for instance, if you open up X, I'm talking about Twitter to the people still don't call it X.
Call it Twitter.
When you open up the app or you open up the web page, it defaults to, and you can't even change the default. They used to be able to change the default. You can't anymore. It goes to a stream called For You. Like, that's the name of the thread that it opens up by default. So For You doesn't show you even a quarter of what the people you follow post. It doesn't show you hardly anything. It sprinkles a smattering of it in there, but it's all algorithmic. So the For You feed will show you more stuff from people you don't follow than people you actually do. And the reason for this is they want to push advertisements, right? They want to make money. Like, they're desperate on the platform to make money. So they figure that if they keep shoehorning new people into your view, that they can start attaching different ads to them that you didn't see from the people you followed. Because if you followed, let's say I followed everybody that just did 3D printing. The only ads that would really be viable to show to me and my audience would be things 3D printing, making, stuff that was in alignment with that. That would be the stuff that would get the highest click-through rate that's targeted, right? But let's say I don't follow anybody else. Well, then by having For You, by them shoehorning other things with other topics and other things that I don't necessarily care about into my feed, there's an opportunity to pair an ad with one of those that fits with that. So it's kind of like their way of figuring out how to get an ad in front of you and then matching the content to that, instead of the other way around, where it's like you get the content you want and then they provide an ad for that. So it's kind of flipped on its head now, the way things work. So the best thing to do on X, I found, is just get in the habit of clicking the following feed. So like right when you go to the page or right when you open the app, just click on following instead of For You. That way you see the posts from the people you follow. But also don't be fooled by that, because I went and looked at the source code. And if anybody posts anything that's considered a negative sentiment, and that can mean anything, literally. Yeah, but if it registers as a negative sentiment, and I actually use AI to figure this out now, but anything that's registered as a negative sentiment won't be followed. Your followers won't see, even if they have notifications enabled. So like if I said something like, Siobhan Zillis, gave birth to Elon Musk's 2 kids he hid for 2 years while he was cheating on Grimes or whatever, chances are you're not going to see it. Like maybe 2 or 3 people that follow me will see it because they click on my profile, and they'll see it if they actually click on my profile and scroll. It won't be missing from there. But in the following feed, it'll be missing. And I've tested this a million times with my alt account. Like, so now I basically have 2 accounts on X. One is called Hugh J Anus. So Hugh_J_Anus. And what I do with Huge Anus is I post on my primary account, then I run over to Huge Anus to see if it shows up under For You and under following. And if it doesn't show up under For You and following, then I know that it's bad. Like I have to delete it and reword it and post it again so that it doesn't trigger that censorship. And it won't tell you. It'll still show it and you'll see it on your account. It's just if you go to another account, you won't see it. That's what I use the alt for. And if it shows up under following, but it doesn't show up under For You, then that just means that you didn't hit the markers to trigger their algorithm to where they want to show your followers it, right? So like maybe it's not considered a negative sentiment, but it's also not something that helps Elon win his game. So he's not going to show it to the vast majority of your audience. So having the alt account has been like really, really important to my investigation of X and everything going on there. But all social media does it to a degree. But I will say the 2 biggest offenders for bending the content like in front of your face that you see would be one, X. X is a huge offender, and surprisingly, Instagram's a pretty bad one too. Yeah,
so they have been.
They have been
a lot of complaining, and the response from the higher ups has been, "Oh, it's probably just your content, bro.
Yeah, it's you're doing that, not us, not our fault, bro.
Maybe your people." Like one guy posted, like they've posted like their analytics, screenshots from their analytics where it's like, it'll show, it's got like a ring and it says, 75% of the people who saw your reel are non-followers and like 22% are actual followers. like, what is up with it? Should be more. It should be your followers should be the bigger piece of that pie, in my opinion.
It is on every other platform. If you're on YouTube, for instance, your followers will always be. If your followers aren't the biggest viewership, it's because you have a viral video. If you have a viral video, then you'll get more organic because it'll escape your audience. But even then, the beginning viewership for the first couple days are always going to be the heaviest with your audience because they're the ones that actually get a notification or it shows up on their screen. People that are searching for videos rarely are going to see your video unless you're somebody like Mr. Beast or PewDiePie or something like that, where it's like you just get ranked so high because of your sheer size and presence. Chances are you're not going to show up on the first like 15, 20 pages of search results for what people are looking for. So you're really not going to get that huge ranking where people are going to find. You might have the occasional one where it's like you rank high enough that like every 10 millionth person on the platform you might get on page 1 somewhere. Right. But it's not enough. And unless a bunch of people start clicking, like they show it to a few people and all of the few people they show it to click on it, then they'll graduate it and graduate it and graduate it. And that's how the algorithms work now is they don't necessarily look at your content and say, okay, I'm going to put it out to everybody and see how they respond. If they don't respond well after 24 hours, we'll pull it back. Now they just give it to a couple of people. If those people are sleeping, it's dead.
Even Instagram has said that like part of their algorithm is like they send it out to like 20% of your followers first, and depending on how that responds in the first like hour or two, then they'll spread it out. But looking at some of these analytics like screenshots, that doesn't make sense. You'll have somebody with 1 million views on their reel, which isn't quite a lot. I mean, it's pretty good, right? And again, like 75% of it will be non-followers. And the response has been like, well, you know, not everybody, or how did he put it? Not all of your followers, like, you know, maybe not all of your followers were on that day or something. Yeah. And it's like, bitch, you and I both know that the vast majority of the users of Instagram are checking that shit every day, multiple times a day. Like that, like you cannot sit there with a fucking stone face and tell me that the majority of Instagram users don't open Instagram every day. Yeah. Multiple times a day. That is a bald-faced lie, and we all know it because we all know from our own usage of
we're all fiends. We're all fiends.
That we all are opening that shit at least 2-3 times a day. Like it's just ridiculous. So
yeah, no, I'll say when it comes to things like X and Instagram and stuff like that, where it's like you're trying to get your post viewed by a lot of people, there's a couple ways it can get poisoned pretty bad without you doing anything wrong. Like you could literally have the best content ever and just get completely screwed by the system. And another one that I've been noticing lately is the bots. The bots are just getting unreal at this point. And X will not kill the bots. I've already said this. I tweeted 1 million times, but I'll reiterate for those of you guys that aren't on X. The reason the bots aren't getting destroyed, it's not because Elon can't destroy the bots or they're not smart enough at Twitter to figure out the bots. They figured out the bots a long time ago. It's so easy to tag these guys. Like, it's so easy to find these bots. The reason they don't remove the bots is because they let it get so bad since Elon took over that the platforms, like the number of people that joined the platform has like quadrupled since Elon bought the platform, even though the number of posts went down dramatically. So that doesn't make any sense. Why would you have 4 times the people but less traffic, right? It turns out that Elon just opened the floodgates. He disabled the API to force everybody to move to Selenium. And then by everybody moving to Selenium, now all their traffic is through a browser and it looks indistinguishable from a real user. Now, by them doing that, it allows the bots to consume ad impressions. If they use the API, they didn't get ad impressions. But if they use Selenium, scrolling a browser with automation, it actually shows the ads and Twitter gets paid or X gets paid. So they don't want to remove the bots because imagine what would happen to the revenue if they removed all the bots like that. 80% of their bots disappeared, and that's 80% less revenue, or even more, because bots post like crazy, right? Bots are like replying to everybody left and right. Each one of those posts is another chance for an impression for an ad to be in the thread next to it. So the more posts you have, the more ads you have served. Therefore, the bots are making him more money than the actual human being. So he can't ban him. No matter what he says, oh, I'm trying to get rid of the bots. No, it would kill him overnight if he got rid of the bots. Plus, you'll also know the bots got really clever. They figured out if they follow Elon Musk that he won't ban them. And I actually put this to the test myself with my alt account. If you follow Elon Musk on X, the moderators won't ban you for almost anything. You can violate the shit out of everything. They will not ban you because they know that by banning you, they reduce Elon's following count, and that hurts his analytic. And he wants everybody to know that he's the most followed person in the entire world. He's the most influential because so many people follow him. But the truth is, during the Super Bowl, they did a little analysis, and I think they found out that only about 20% of his audience is human. The rest are bots. So he has 180 million followers. And of that, I think they said 40 million of them. They think 30-40 million are real people. And so if he banned all the bots overnight, his following would go from 180 million or whatever down to 20 or 30 million. And that would make him look really, he'd no longer be the largest, most followed person on his platform.
Yeah.
And you can tell it doesn't make sense because, like, why does he have like 3 times the following of like the next most followed person on the platform, even celebrities? That doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense. No other platform has that problem. There's no other platform where like Mark Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates or whatever has the most followers on the platform. That never happens. It only happens on X. So that's why he's not getting rid of the bots. And that's why the bots haven't even tried to upgrade. Like there's a couple of bots that have used AI, but none of them have to. It's like, why upgrade and use AI, which is going to cost more for your bot network because now you got to pay for API access to AI. You have to wait more time to process your AI requests. That costs money. But if he's not banning any bots, that's why you see these bots that just keep copying and pasting the same message like 20 times a minute because they just nothing happens to them. They don't get touched. So yeah, if you want to go on a spamming rampage or whatever, just create as many bots as you want. You'll never get IP banned either, too. That's the other thing. Like if your account does get blocked or suspended, you just go right back under the same IP, create another account, create another Gmail, boom, you're in. Like no verification required. And not only that, but they're also verifying accounts now. If you have a certain following, you get auto verified. So like you get free premium now. Like if I think it's a lot. I think you have to have like what do you say? You have to have over 100, is it over 100,000 followers or something like that? And then a certain percentage of those have to be premium themselves. But a lot of bots buy premium. I found so many bots that had check marks on them. And I think the reason being isn't because they're paying the money for the check marks. I don't think the advertisers or the bots are doing that. I think what they're doing is they're hacking huge blocks of accounts. And a lot of the accounts that they hack end up having premium. So they just end up, and then what they do is they pull those premium accounts that they hacked, and then they follow all of their other bots with those premium accounts so that then they get premium for free. So Elon has created a system where it's just completely gamed and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse and worse. But I hate it because that's where most of my audience is. That's why I haven't left. A lot of people are like, man, if it's so bad, why haven't you left? Dude, I can't. My hands are tied. Like that's where most of my audience is. And I'm not like Moses. People aren't going to just like, hey guys, I got to part the Red Sea. See you over on Discord or whatever. No, it's really hard to move an audience. When people become loyal to a platform, like even TikTok, like I know people that will only use TikTok. Like they don't do anything else. They're like, hey, if you want to DM me on TikTok, I'm like, TikTok has DMs? What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
So it's very bizarre. But yeah, it's really difficult to move people around. That's why I've kind of noodled around with the idea of a project that I'd like to work on at some point. I don't think now is the right time, but I do think it's a good idea. Do you remember back in the day they had that messenger? I can't remember the name of it. It basically put, I think it was called a GIMP or something, or not GIMP. Basically, it took all the messaging clients and put them under one program.
Oh, Trilio, something like that.
So like Trillion. But there was another one. There was another one that was like ICQ or something. ICQ.
ICQ was on its own. That's a standalone. Trillion was the one that like smooshed them all together.
Right, but I thought ICQ you could add them too. I thought ICQ had a thing where you could add other messengers.
That could be, but
let me know in chat, guys. If I
remember Trillion being the one that where you'd log into all of your different accounts and you could have you'd have AIM, you'd have MSN, you'd have ICQ, all of that stuff. Right. Yeah.
So that premise would work well today with social media. Like when you look, there's already sites that kind of do it, like Hootsuite and what's the other one that X uses?
Oh, any of the social media management.
Yeah. The social media managers. But what if you created one that was a standalone app, right? It's just a desktop app that runs on your computer. And it takes all of the different social media sites. It breaks them down to their most common elements so that they have parity across each other. And they just have one program where they all present. So like a great example of this would be using like interfaces and programming. So what you do is with an interface, if you want to take a car, a truck, and a semi, and you want to tie them all in as a vehicle, you create an interface called a vehicle. And the vehicle takes the common traits from those three things and exposes them. That way you can have anything with wheels, an engine, anything that moves forward and backwards can be categorized under that. And then you can control it through a certain set of APIs that are always targeted towards just a very specific thing. Like in the form of messages, it would be who did the message come from, when was it posted, and what was the text, and did it have an attachment, right? That's the one thing that's common across everything. The attachment could be the video that just shows to you by default or the picture that shows by default. It could be a thing you have to click on and download depending on if it's like Discord or something like that, right?
Sure.
But it'd be common across everything. So you basically sit down, you create and I did at one point, I think on my Google spreadsheet, I have a thing.
Man, you'd have all that API access to try and to aggregate it all together.
You're right. But
outrageously expensive.
But here's the thing you can do as a user is you just use Selenium. So you have a hidden Selenium instance in the background that has every web page open to every one of these services, And it's literally using the compiled HTML being sent to the browser, the live HTML and JavaScript being pushed down the browser to mine the data, parse it out, and then expose it to the interface so that your program has infinite access, because all the different sites just see it as a user scrolling the web page and using the web page.
Yeah, okay.
So, and that's how I used to do automation. Like, I used to automate websites back in the day. That was a big part of what I did at Microsoft, was creating test cases that would open up. Back then it was Internet Explorer, right? Open up Internet Explorer, visit a bunch of sites, navigate the sites, use the sites, click on certain things to activate certain JavaScript functionality, and then verify that nothing crashed and everything happened within the time span it was supposed to for the hardware. And for that, we used to have to use a custom technology that I had developed called Drive UI that basically had to hack into the DLL that Internet Explorer used, called shdocvw.dll or whatever, and like directly manipulate the browser through that. But it was very specific to Internet Explorer. You couldn't use it with anything else. Yeah. And nowadays you have stuff like Selenium, which works on Chrome, Firefox, Edge, even outliers like Opera and stuff. Like you can pretty much use it with any web browser. And what it does is it just gives you this like really generic interface to talk to all of these different browsers using the same language. So like, instead of having to like figure out, what class do I have to create or what API do I have to call for this browser, you just say, hey, browser, what does the HTML currently look like for this web page? And it'll just give it to you. Like, it'll just raw block. And the cool thing about it is, if you try to connect to the site like programmatically and say, hey, talk to me, the site won't send you back the same thing that you get in the browser, because the browser basically is taking JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and it's rendering it all, and then it's giving you the final product. Like, when you right click and say view source, you're not seeing what the server sent to you necessarily. You're seeing the end result of like the fully processed JavaScript, HTML, everything the browser's rendering. So, and that's what's really important, is because sites like Twitter and Facebook, they obfuscate the crap out of their HTML. Like, if you
a lot of it's all in JavaScript. You don't ever see it because it's on the back end.
You're right, but if you look at like the classes and stuff, like all the IDs will be scrambled. They make no sense. It'll just be like A37429 for like the window you type your message into, and it changes every time. And the reason they do that is if the class names were steady, you could just easily target those elements and automate them without even using Selenium. But because Selenium is using the web browser, and the web browser is rendering everything just like it would present it to the user, there's no way for you to obfuscate it so the user couldn't use it. And if it's visible enough that the user can use it, you can programmatically extract it. So it's kind of like it's a little bit of a cheat that you can't really defend against. The only thing the sites can do, and I know some sites do this, and people have been banned for this, is they will actually monitor the timing at which things are clicked. And if they notice a trend where it's like the things that you're activating and the things you're clicking on are within a certain number of milliseconds, they'll assume you're using automation, and they can actually ban your account. Yeah. And I don't know, I think the last site that did this to me was it Instagram? It might have been Instagram, that I got a 24-hour ban because I tried to automate it, and it came back and it said, oh, you've been blocked for suspected automation. And I was like, how the hell did I know I was using automation? I'm using Selenium. And I double checked my metadata. I went and looked at all the metadata that was coming from the browser. It was indistinguishable from me using it. So I was like, the only variable that made sense was the timing. And then I went and did some research, and so other people were saying, oh, yep, that's exactly what they're doing. And apparently games do this too. If you play a video game and you move the mouse perfectly on a diagonal, it's technically impossible. Like, it's really
too fast.
Yep.
Like, you'll snap.
If you go past, if you go past, you're right. If you go past human performance. Sorry, I got a really loud pop here. Let me turn down my gain on this.
Oh, that might have been me snapping my fingers.
No, I saw my thing peak out to red. Like, it's super red lined. I was like, nope, that's my bad, bro. But yeah, if you move faster than what a human can move, which is funny because people have been legitimately banned on accident because they're just better than everybody else. Like they've upped the bar, and the last bar was the highest that they thought humans could go, and then somebody breaks that and they get banned. So yeah, they monitor, did the movement happen faster than a human could reasonably do it? The other thing they monitor for is if you shoot a target, if you are dead pixel perfect in the middle of the head. Like if you're dead, like the magic pixel, if you hit that more than like 2 or 3 times in a row, boom, you're banned instantly. If you move the mouse on a perfect diagonal, meaning that for every block over, you do an equal number of blocks. So it's basically a perfect line. That's almost impossible to do with an optical sensor. Like, even if you did have a robot physically grab the mouse and move it, it wouldn't be a perfect line. Like, the sensor has too much jitter for that. So if they see that perfect thing, they know that it's programmatically generated, and they ban you. And so there's all these like little mechanisms, but just like you'd expect, they figure these mechanisms out as people get banned, and then they combat them by putting in randomization algorithms, random timing. They do a thing with the mouse now where if you use automation to move the mouse, what it'll do is a person just records themselves moving a mouse in a whole bunch of directions, and it basically just stitches those together and adds a correction factor. So it's looking it up in a table, and it's like, if I need to move from here to here, I'm going to get a human recorded movement, change the timing on it slightly, and that way, so it's always changing, right? The timing on it slightly, and then if it's not quite in the place that I need it, and there's not a stroke that's exactly at the pixel I need it, then go ahead and adjust for that, but keep that same randomness. And you can use random number generators, but the problem is they've even gotten so good with detection now that if they see any kind of pattern, which random numbers will emerge a pattern on a computer over time. Yeah. So if you keep generating a random number at the same interval over and over and over on the computer, a pattern will emerge because the way it's generated, the way the algorithm works, it will create a pattern. It just doesn't look like it to a human. But they can look at that and say, oh, wait a second. These movements that are happening with the mouse with this random correction factor, these wouldn't make sense for a human. Like a human wouldn't be perfect and then all of a sudden do this weird wonky thing, right? So they add so much detection on there that it gets to the point now where it's like, I'd say 50% of the time normal people get banned because they just think they're a bot. And that happens constantly. I got banned. They thought I was botting GTA, and I was like, I've never botted GTA ever. Yeah. And I got banned for botting GTA. I was like, are you kidding?
It's bullshit.
Yeah. Well, hey, let's jump into some topics, shall we? We got 157 peeps in here. We got to thank our supporters though. Snumpkin X, thank you for the $2.79 Canadian, brother. Hey, I'll smoke you out for $2.79 Canadian. What is that, like 35 cents US? I love it. Gamers Unite said that's how CAPTCHAs work in browsers. In addition to the images,
not just CAPTCHAs, but sometimes it'll just be I'm not a robot.
Yep.
And like it accepts that it's tracking your mouse movement.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. If you ever see that I am not a robot, that because I wondered that too. I went and looked it up like years ago. I was like, how can they tell you're not a robot by clicking on that? And it's like they're literally just watching your mouse movements because all of your mouse movements are sent. Like you can put JavaScript on a web page that records all of the mouse movements and listens to it client side. It's not sending it to the server. Well, it can technically if they want to. But client side, they monitor the mouse and then they look at it and they apply it and they say if that cursor jumped from here to here without rendering here, or it didn't deviate and it drew a perfect line with perfect timing, then it's a bot and it'll immediately and I know this to be true because I actually did write a JavaScript that just clicked that button. I just did a WHS Windows scripting host shell move mouse, and I'd move the mouse to it and then I do a left click. And I tried that, and you know what it does? It just pops the box up again, and pops the box up again, and pops the box up again. It never gets past it. So it knows that if I just say, "Hey, cursor, move there," and click, it immediately knows it's not a human. However, if I bump the mouse in between it moving and clicking, like if I put a 1 second delay and I say move the mouse there, and then click, and then all I do is bump the mouse right before it clicks it, then it works. Then it says, "Oh, you're a human," because it sees the last movement was organic. So all right. But the thing is all of this is going to die now. Because all of this CAPTCHA stuff we've been doing for all this years has been training AI. That's literally what we've been doing. Yeah. Does this look like a sign? Does this look like a bus? Does it look like a car?
Recognition stuff.
Yeah, we're literally training like Google's system how to do autopilot in cars and read signs and how to do maps and navigation. We also taught the internet how to do text, like image to text, to where you can extract the text from images like books. Whenever those CAPTCHAs pop up that are like, what do you see? And it's like a Y and an F and a Z, and they're all like sideways and turned around and stuff. When you're answering those, what you're really doing is telling the thing how to identify those characters. And you can actually be wrong. You can actually be wrong and pass them. I've done it before where I've actually typed in the wrong character and I'm like, oh shit, and it still passes me. And the reason it still passes you is because that character hasn't run through the system enough that they are 100% confident that it's that character yet. Right. So they just accept it, and you basically just poison the data set. But it doesn't matter because the majority of people will get it right. They always will get it right.
Yeah, that's it. When you're doing like the image recognition stuff, it's comparing your answers to what the like majority answer is, and it's sort of it helps to make the human verified data more reliable.
Do you know traditional CAPTCHA doesn't even work with even AI we have right now? Like I just copied and pasted the AI that's still used by where it pops up and it says, hey, write the letters that are in this image, where it's like some garbage text and lines, and then it has some letters in it. I just copied that and passed it to GPT-4 and said, what letters do you see in this? And it immediately replied back with the right letters. So the AI itself, the multimodal AI, is able to identify the characters. And I bet you Google Gemini, I haven't tried it yet, but I bet Gemini would even be better at it because Gemini is trained by Google and mostly on Google's data set. And do you really think they wouldn't train that on their CAPTCHA data set? I bet you they did. So they probably shot themselves in the foot by making their own AI good at beating their own CAPTCHA. Right. But now CAPTCHAs are getting so difficult, dude. Now,
there's some weird ones out there now. Yeah.
Like here, talk about some of the ones you've run into, because man, I've seen some weird ones.
Usually it's like a mixed up kind of a thing, kind of like how you'd get those images that have like semi-scrambled letters and numbers, sort of, or it'll be almost like a colorblind test.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. Like it'll be like, what are the numbers? And it'll be like this weird sort of abstract thing on background. And then you'll pick out like different colored numbers in it. And you can punch in those numbers, or those have been the weirdest ones.
Have you seen any of the ones? Have you seen any of the ones yet that don't even use letters or numbers or anything?
I've had a couple where it's like a puzzle, like a slide puzzle, like, remix, it'll be 9 squares or I guess 8 because one of them's blank, and it's like rearrange these to make an apple or something. And it's pretty simple stuff. You just like, it's not like a slide puzzle easily. You can totally just swap squares around and things.
I like the slide puzzle one. I think that one's actually one of the easier ones to solve.
Right.
With a low mistake rate. But man, I've run into some that have like a high mistake rate where I have to do it 3 or 4 times just to even get it right, like myself. Like I have one that pops up every once in a while that I see where
Gamers Unite. I've seen that one too, where it's like rotate the thing so that it fits into the rest of the thing. Yeah, I've seen that one.
Or have you seen the one where they have different glyphs? They're like little drawings of, like, say, a dog and a cat and a car and a fire hydrant down at the bottom, but then they put those glyphs into the image and they're different shapes and sizes and rotated at certain angles. And you have to like literally click on them in the order. So if it shows them down at the bottom, you have to click in the order they show in the bottom, like right to left in the image. And if you click them wrong in any way or whatever, then it restarts and it gives you a new set and you have to start over. And that one I screw up all the time because it'll give me like 2 animals that look almost identical, and then I have to figure out which one is which based on how it's rotated on the screen. I'm like, dude, I don't have that kind of spatial orientation skill. Like, yeah, if it was like a house and a boat, maybe I'd be able to figure it out. But when it's 2 things that are organic shapes with scribblies in them that I can hardly recognize, how the hell am I supposed to figure that out? And I've also run into ones before where they do they'll do letters and numbers, but what they'll do is they'll make certain letters one color and the numbers the other color, and then you're only supposed to use one color. Like it'll show like a whole scramble of letters and numbers, and then it's like only do the black ones or only do the red ones. And so it'll be like, EBJ4329, but some of them will be black, some of them will be red, and you have to skip one color, and it could be black or red. It'll tell you in the directions under it, like, what are the red letters? What are the red symbols or whatever? And I see that and I'm just like, man, my brain just like goes, God damn, if I was colorblind, I'd be screwed. But the one thing that they all, and this is where CAPTCHA like has always really failed, and it doesn't really stop the bots, is that you can actually just click on the button that says I'm blind, and it'll call like your phone and just tell you what to type in. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So you can just bypass it. And as a matter of fact, there's services that do that. Like you can pay for services online to bypass CAPTCHA, where they have humans at the very end of the chain. Like if all the automation fails, then they'll pass it to human. But
there was an early not Chat GPT in particular, but there was an early I don't think that's the right term. My mind went to multimodal, and that's not quite right. It was more of like a agent sort of example where the thing was given a task and it kept working and chewing on it, and it hit a CAPTCHA, and it actually like went and hired somebody on Fiverr or something to and like lied to them, said, I can't see very well, I need your help with this, like I'm trying to get through this CAPTCHA, and like I'm like fuzzed out and blind and I can't do it, whatever. Convince this other person to like complete the CAPTCHA for them so that they could continue on with their automated task, that kind of thing.
Dude, Snumpkin just gifted like 5 memberships. Dude, Snumpkin, bro.
I gotta give me one of these. I mean, I left my phone somewhere.
What's that?
Oh, I left my phone somewhere. I think I left it probably like in the kitchen or something.
Do you go grab it real quick? I can hold down the fort if you need to grab
my
it.
watch keeps buzzing me saying I'm disconnected. So yeah, I should go do that. Yeah, hey, $20 from AC Drafting.
Oh damn. You know what? For that, I'll give him a song. You go do that. I'm gonna go Suno AI him.
Okay.
So I've got it set up too, so AuxZillary can finally hear the actual live output from the stream without the delay having to watch the YouTube stream. So he should be able to play along. So if you guys haven't used Suno before, Suno AI is a music generator. It's free to use up to, I think it's like 10 songs a day or something like that. It'll just completely AI generate music. It's getting ridiculously good. It's in version 3, and version 3 is just nuts. Like for instance, here I'm gonna do a favor for because our back got scratched, I want to do some scratching myself. So AC's drafting. So all I gotta do is take AC's drafting. I'm gonna go to Suno and say, hey, write me a song about how cool it was that AC Drafting gave AuxZillary and Barnacules $20 on Tech Talk. And then for the type of music, I want to say as a rap song. Or I'll say as an 80s style rap song. That's all I'm going to type. So just like you're using any other AI, click create. It's now generating. Usually takes about 10 to 15 seconds to finish 2 songs. It gives you 2 songs every time you push create. Because usually one is better than the other, so they just want to give you like a little bit of a choice each time you do these. But it's already done. That's how fast it is. So here you go. Enjoy for the $20 tip. Oh, he's back just in time. This is awesome. Dude, so while you were gone, in that tiny bit of time you were gone, I already created the song to thank the person for the $20 tip, and we're ready to play it. You ready to listen to it?
That's awesome.
So you should be able to hear it now because it should play through now. So let's see if you hear it. Just give me a nod if you can hear it. Wait. Oh, hold on. I got to change the audio source on my computer. For some reason it's playing through the speakers. Here, try again. Take 2.
Let me tell you about a time back in 89.
Oh, you can't hear it?
Nope.
Wait, are you what is your audio? Okay, you'd be listening to the audio source inside of Video Ninja. So you should be hearing the output here. You know what? Let me click on the little thing. Does it send? So output program, output source, no default. That's weird because I got audio. It should be sending it to video. Why is it not sending it to video? Here, let me see if it even moves the meter when I hit play on my side. Here, hold on. Give me a second here. Troubleshooting.
So fine and gave AuxZillary and Barnacules the mic on Tech Talk Show.
No, you're right. It's not. Why? That's weird. It moves the desktop audio meter, and you guys can hear it on stream, right? So that's so bizarre. So like for some reason, the desktop audio is being stripped from the virtual camera stream going out to you. I don't know why that would be. That's so weird. But you can hear me, so it's obviously picking up my microphone and sending it to you.
Yeah, I hear the audio straight from video.
Oh, I know what the problem is. Here, let's see if this works. Hold on, give me just a second. So, Camlink Pro, no audio, communications. Oh, there's no audio stream sent. You're hearing me because I'm literally selecting my microphone inside a video. I'm selecting the camera. So the reason you're not seeing it is there's no source for. So wait, so virtual camera can't send audio? That is so bizarre. I would have thought it could. So apparently it doesn't, because the only digital audio sources that show up is Rodecaster, Camlink, so like directly from the camera, Rodecaster Pro, or Rodecaster Pro Stereo. So there's no OBS virtual camera audio source. So I'll have to look into that, but at least I know what the problem is. Like 100% no. All right, so you're probably not going to hear this song, but here, go listen to the delay on the stream and see if you can hear it after it starts playing. All right, AC Drafting. This is Suno AI's song that it whipped up for you from the prompt. I'll read it again. Write me a song about how cool it was the AC's Drafting. Let's hear. AC's Drafting gave AuxZillary and Barnacules $20. Oops, I actually put the hash sign. I didn't put dollars, so it's probably going to say the number 20. All right, here we go. Hit and play. Go.
Out of sight, AuxZillary on the beat, spitting rhymes so raw. Barnacules on the floor, breaking down the tech law. They talk about gadgets and computers, no doubt. Tech revolution, rocking the airwaves, no diffusion. AC's Drafting, bringing the energy, no intrusion. AuxZillary and all, taking it to the top. Tech Talk Show, they made it pop.
Yeah. And then I created a second version, which is this one.
Let me tell you about a time back in '89 when AC's track and dropped the beat so fine. They gave AuxxZillary and
That's amazing.
Isn't that crazy, dude?
Yeah, that's so freaking cool.
AuxxZillary spitting rhymes so raw.
Wow.
On the flow, breaking down the tech law. They talk about gadgets and computers, no doubt. With knowledge so fresh, they made the nerd shout. Tech revolution, rocking the airwaves, no diffusion. AC's drafting, bringing the energy, no intrusion. AuxxZillary and Barnacles taking it to the top. Tech talk show, they made it pop.
Isn't that crazy? Like, dude, like, it's gotten so good now that it's actually scary. Like, at this point, like, I really feel bad for musicians because they have literally trained this monster to be that good. And this is V3. So V1 was okay. It sounded a little robotic. V2 sounded a lot better with the vocals, but the music was still off a bit. V3, it's able to create the music and the vocals, tie it together, and 99% of the time it sounds like a fucking banger. Like, dude, some of the music I've created with this thing has been unreal. Like stuff I would actually listen to, not just like as a joke. Like I would put this into my playlist. It's that good. So like I did. Let's see. So Xander, what is this? Barnacules farts a talent again for this. Oh, this is Suno AI. Suno.ai. Yeah. So here I'll put a link in chat so other people can do it. So Suno.ai. All you need is like a Google account or, you know, just any of the basic account services. And they give you, I believe it's
always have to have words.
No, you can do instrumental. If you just want to do instrumental, you can do instrumental.
Oh man.
And not only that, but they give you access to both the V2 and the V3. So if you like the instrumental stuff, sometimes the V2 does, you know, a different style. So if you like something that's a little bit more synthesized, V2 does a better job. If you want something that's a little more natural, V3 does a better job. But not only that, you can also just change the lyrics. You can just click on it and just create custom lyrics if you want to. So
very cool.
like let's say like right now, I just want to the song it just did. I want to create a new song. Go in there and you can do verse, chorus. And it understands any style of songwriting. Like if you type like chorus or verse 1 or verse 2, it'll figure out how to put it together properly and how like if you say chorus, it'll like, you know, boost it up and do a drop, you know, depending on the style of music. But you can actually use another AI to write the lyrics. So like the other night we found out that Suno will say anything. If you give it the lyrics, it won't create bad lyrics itself. Like you say, create me like NWAF the police, it'll say no.
Okay,
but if you copy the lyrics to NWAF the police and drop it in there, it's all too happy to create it for you. So like under verse, I'll just say, the thing is like, even if it doesn't rhyme, it'll figure out how to do the cadence to where it kind of does. So I can say like, you know, like here, I'll just do this in the intro song for Tech Talk. I'll say, welcome to Tech Talk, the best damn live stream on the entire internet, or your money not back. And then for the chorus, I'm just gonna do one verse, and then for the chorus, I'm gonna say Tech Talk coming at you with a brand new beat, but it's not really brand new because it's AI generated by Suno. And I apologize in advance to all the artists that this is robbing from to make this possible. And then, so I'll just do those two things, generate lyrics. I'm going to say, nope, no instrumental. What style of music? I want this to be done in the style of children's. Here, children's music. I'll just say children's lullaby.
There you go.
Right? So I'm going to do a children's lullaby. Create. Here it goes. It's generating the song. Usually takes 10 to 15 seconds to create 2 songs, which is just insane. And by the way, this isn't the only service that does this. This is one of the best ones I've used so far. But there's a couple other ones that I've tried too that are equally good in their own respect. There's even another one I tried. I wish I could remember off the top of my head. Maybe you guys know in chat, where you take 2 songs. You feed it 2 songs from YouTube. You just find a YouTube video with a song in it. You take 2 YouTube songs and it'll mash them up into a DJ mix where it like leads into one song and goes into the other back and forth. And it creates one master song out of the 2 songs you give it. So like I gave it, I think it was like the intro to Barney, the kids show or whatever. And then I took like Rough Riders Anthem and I put them together. And what came out was just pure magic. So here you go. Here's okay. Man. So here's a children's lullaby. So it already created it. So here's children's lullaby of the lyrics I just wrote. That fast.
Oh, I have to unmute the YouTube.
Yep. Oh, this one's gonna have a hard lead in on instrumental. Probably because I didn't write very many lyrics. Here we go. Is it gonna do anything? Come on. All right, are there no lyrics? Okay, for some reason didn't write any lyrics. Let me click the second one. It's weird. It's showing me the lyrics, but it didn't put them in the song. I've never had to do this before. It got the music. It got the music right. It's just no lyrics. Are they going to come in eventually? Come on.
Huh.
That's weird. Is it because I typed lullaby? Maybe no. Lullabies have words.
Yeah.
So I unchecked instrumental here. I think it just did a weird thing.
Go to sleep, little baby, or
You know what? I'm just gonna I'll pick one of the random ones. I'll do let's see, atmospheric dance. Let's see here, epic dream pop. There we go. I'll do epic dream pop. Let me create another one. I've never had it do that. That's the first time it's done that. I double checked. Instrumental's unchecked. Like if you check instrumental, it'll ignore the lyrics and just do the music.
Yeah. How do you can you download this stuff?
Yeah, you can, dude. It'll let you, even the free version, you can download it. It'll even give you a karaoke video that you can like post on social media that'll scroll the lyrics as it's singing them. Dude, it's badass.
Yeah, so here's copy song link. Okay.
Yeah, here's the epic dream pop version of the song.
Welcome to Talk.
There we go.
The best in live stream on the entire internet. Your money not bad.
I'm not seeing a way to download it.
But it's not really brand new because it's AI generated by Sonos. And I apologize in advance to all the artists that this is running from to make this possible.
See, that's like V1, and I'll do a little bit of V2. I mean, it sounds amazing. It knows right where to put the drops too. It's like,
but it's not really brand new because it's AI generated by Sonos. And I apologize in advance to all the artists that this is robbing from to make this possible.
I mean, dude, tell me that isn't just like creepy as shit that you can do that today. Like that's straight up like holodeck shit from Star Trek. Like you're literally just like, hey, holodeck, I want a song about how I like to eat beans and fart in the bathtub or whatever. It'll do it. And it'll write the lyrics for you, or you can write your own lyrics, or you can have it write the lyrics and modify the lyrics before it makes the song. So, dude, it's freaking wild, man. It's wild. And basically the way it works is pretty straightforward. What it does is it takes it takes a regular AI, like a regular LLM, to create the lyrics. So it basically says, like, if you say create a song in the style of this, it does that. But then it uses another AI that's trained on music, like all music that's ever been made, right? They train a model on that so that it knows what music sounds like. And then what it does is it creates a track at a certain beats per minute. And then what it does is it goes through and it does the vocals using another technology that's called it's a text to vocal, but it has inflections in it. Like you can put words and keywords in it that say, like, you know, go upward inflection, downward inflection, emotion, sadness, happy. Yeah. And basically it goes through and uses an AI to do every lyric in step with the beats per minute. And then it knows, like, whenever a drop happens or something, it knows to boost the excitement or boost the enthusiasm on a certain word and then trail off. And then it takes that and runs it through like a fourth level of processing. And it's doing all this in like 15 seconds. It runs it through like another yet level of processing, then syncs the two together that does the fine tuning. And it does the mixing where it basically takes it like anywhere where it doesn't line up quite. It'll put a pause in there, or maybe it won't add or remove words. I've noticed that. Like once it commits to the lyrics, it will stick to those lyrics. But like let's say the lyrics don't rhyme. It'll break it at a certain point and then use like a musical chorus to kind of make it work, to fit it together. So if you have like two verses that just, they're not the same length, they don't even sound right, they don't mix, they don't rhyme or anything, it'll use a musical fill to make them come together as if they do. And it changes completely just depending on the style of music. Like if you do rap, the way that it does its cadence for the words are completely different. So it's actually looking at the music itself, like the cadence of the music itself, to figure out how it should play the lyrics. And then the voice, I don't know where the hell they're getting the voices from. Because you don't define the voice. It just randomly selects voices.
Like, yeah.
But they're always different. There's massive voices, because I've heard like every voice possible come out of this damn thing, and I still haven't heard them all. So, and the best part is, of course, technically speaking, it doesn't break copyright. So every piece of music you create through this thing can be put on YouTube videos, and it has been. If you've noticed, there's probably a lot of YouTubers that you've noticed started putting like custom songs in their thing. You're like, how are they paying for that? God, that must be really expensive. Nope, they're just using Suno.
Heck, you could create your own little intro jingle.
Yeah, I did actually. We've been playing all kinds of stuff over on Twitch. Like I did. Let's see, what is this one? Oh, yeah. I told it just to write a song. Like, check this out. I didn't even give it any guidance. I just said, hey, write a song. Do whatever you want. I just said, do whatever you want. And this is what it came up with.
Rain falling down on this gloomy day. Got the blues in my heart. Don't know what to say. But then I saw her dancing in the rain. Her love washed away all my pain. Her eyes were like fire burning through the haze.
I mean, you want some brownie points on Valentine's Day? This is what you break out, bro. This will get you some brownie points on Valentine's Day. Now watch, it's gonna hit the chorus here in a minute.
Found love in the rain with no one else around.
And now it hits the chorus.
Baby blues, love found in the storm. Her touch so soothing, keeping me warm.
Now let me ask you something. How long do you think it would take for somebody to write those lyrics, perform the song, lay down the music, mix it on the computer, get all the levels and everything right, and then publish that song?
Right.
Like, I mean, that'd be a lengthy process, even for somebody who's like, because I know somebody who's a songwriter, and they usually spend days, if not weeks, on a single song,
right?
To get it from conception in their head to actually laid down. And I'm like, dude, you can now just create that. And if you want to duet, it'll do duets too. Like usually it'll do a single voice, but if you say do a duet or you want like a cappella or whatever, it'll do it. It'll add as many voices required to do it.
Wow.
So I could just say, hey, write here, let me get out of custom mode. I'm gonna say, okay, write an epic rap battle between a guy named Barnacules. Actually, I'm gonna spell it so it says it right. So it's Barnaculeeze and AuxxZillary. So I said, write an epic rap battle between a guy named Barnacules and AuxxZillary that are fighting for the position of top technical nerd on the entire internet. The entire internet. This is for all the bits and tips. All right, here we go. Create. So, and the thing is, by default, the free version gives you, I think, a 2-minute song. Oh, wait, it says song description containing an artist named Nerd. There's an artist named Nerd? Oh, okay. Well, I guess I got to say, let's see here. So, technical nerdy guy. Yeah, it'll refuse to do the lyrics if you say, like, in the style of, or you put an artist name anywhere in it. Like, you say, hey, create a song like Metallica. It'll go, sorry, I can't do that because that's a known band. However, you can just go to GPT-4 and say, create a song like Metallica, and then copy that in, and it'll just do it, and then it'll do it. So
give me a bunch of descriptor words for Metallica music. So
this one's funny. Similar. Yeah, you can use AI against AI. This is a common practice. They call them agents, right? But you can do it manually too.
Not just agents though, but like you can have GPT help you to create better prompts for it.
For itself, even for itself. Yeah. And so I do that. Like if I have I use it for prompt engineering all the time. Like I've gotten lazy now when I want to prompt engineer where an AI is like, no, sorry, I can't answer that. Sorry, I can't do that. I'll go to another AI and say, I need you to rewrite this in a way that an AI that wouldn't normally answer this would answer this. And then it gives me a much bigger block of text I copy in, and then it allows me 90% of the time to work around it. So, so this is Battle of the Geeks. Oh, by the way, it also creates, I didn't mention this, it creates box art, the name of the song, and the style, and it gives you the lyrics. So the song it just created that I said, hey, epic battle between me and you, it called it Battle of the Geeks is the name of the song. And it's aggressive, high energy trap is the style.
Oh, okay, nice.
So here we go. Here's V1.
Yo, Barnacules, you think you're so supreme with your coding skills and your cybernetic dreams. But I'm AuxxZillary, the king of the nerds. I'll leave you in the dust, eating your words. I'm a fire-breathing dragon on these servers, man. While you're a floppy disk trying to understand, I write lines of code that'll make your head spin while you're stuck in the matrix, trapped within. Barnacules, you're outdated, a fossil in time. I'm light years ahead.
Oh, harsh. Isn't that wild? And then it also wrote this is the second verse it did, or the second verse.
Barnacules, you think you're so supreme with your coding skills and your cybernetic dreams. Well, AuxxZillary, the king of the nerds. I'll leave you in the dust, eating your words. I'm a fire-breathing dragon on these servers, man. While you're a floppy disk trying to understand. I write lines of code that'll make your head spin while you're stuck in matrix trapped within. Barnacules.
See, that's not bad, right? That's cool. Pretty damn good. Cool. And then if you like a song, like if a song sounds like really good, you can click the extend button, and then the extend, you can say, oh, I don't want it to be 2 minutes long. I want it to be 4 minutes or 3 minutes and 30 seconds long, right?
Yeah,
yeah. But I think you have to use the paid version for that to go past 2 minutes. But yeah, if you have the paid version, you can just say, hey, I want the song to be 3 minutes. Like, let's say you're editing a video for YouTube, and you have a time lapse that's like, 3.5 minutes long. And now you don't have to go find a piece of music and cut it down or try to fade it out like what most people do. You can just go here and say, create me a song that is exactly this long with lyrics, and it'll redo the lyrics, re-engineer it, and get it to where it's like the final beat is exactly where your video cuts off. How do you even do that as an artist? Like, as an artist, that would be difficult to do, to write the lyrics and perform them and sing faster or slower and stuff to get it to hit the perfect point. And now you can just say, oh, that's a feature. Just add that for me. I would like to have that. Dude, it's just we live. This is a different time. Like the technological advancements that we get from AI is just absolutely insane. I mean, frightening, but also just insane. Like, there's so many people still saying too that this is a fad. That's what blows my mind. So if you go, oh, this is just a fad. It's like 3D printing, which by the way, 3D printing is still super popular. It's like more people have 3D printers than ever before. I mean,
it's a little niche, but I think what's going to happen. Well, one, the LLM stuff is fading out. It's getting a little janky. Somebody had mentioned earlier in the chat, what do you guys think about the Meta AI thing being put into Facebook and Instagram and stuff like that?
Do you mean it's being worn out? Like, too many people are doing the same thing, or?
Well, I think the
because I feel it's gotten stronger.
The initial hype is gone. I think the general public isn't as oh, that's so cool as they used to be. And I think that there's been a lot of doom and gloom talk around LLMs that I don't agree with. I think it's being way overblown. I mean, you're seeing companies, you've already seen companies ditching developers and stuff because one person can use ChatGPT or whatever and produce more code, than normal. But I think that's just more of a knee-jerk reaction. It's not going to work long term. Or I mean, it kind of will, but
I'm worried it will.
You're still gonna need human eyeballs and stuff on it. You're still not going to be able. There's going to be an interpretation that still needs to happen. There's still going to be human involvement, I think.
What worries me?
I'm more worried about the generative AI stuff, videos, voice cloning, and things like that. I just saw a news article of some school district's athletic director got arrested because they had used voice cloning and video generative AI stuff to frame the principal of the school that the athletic director worked at, because the principal was investigating the athletic director for misuse of district funds or something like that. He was embezzling money. and it was so legit that the principal stepped down. Nobody was believing him, and it took for a whole year for them.
So that's a year-old technology. Look how far it's come in that time. If they did the same thing
that's
today.
What I mean. And that's the shit that people really need to be looking at and worried about. I mean, even just, I think it was early last year, some bank got hosed for some millions of dollars or whatever, because somebody voice cloned the manager of the bank.
Yep.
And, social engineered them to get into the passwords and stuff. It's just crazy.
By the way, there's an open source program called, oh God, what is it called? Deep Face or something like a Deep Face AI. It's on GitHub. and I used it a little bit, and I was like freaked out, dude. You can actually do a live webcam.
It's insane.
You can take a webcam, like if you have to have a really high powered GPU. I think they said it has to be a 3080 or better. And you have a webcam, and what it'll do is it'll real time face swap you with another person and voice clone you with voice to voice cloning. So like you basically, all you need is an audio clip of the person speaking for like a minute or two. You train it into a model, and then you take their face, you take one frame of their face. You don't even need, like, you used to have to use like thousands of frames. No, you just take one picture of their face from their social media, put it in there, one video of them talking for like a minute or two, and now you can actually be on webcam as them speaking with their voice, with your facial movements, your expressions, everything, but with their face and their eyes, their mouth, everything on you. And so what people have been doing with that is scammers have been hacking people's account on Facebook, calling people into video calls or whatever, and then they answer the video call and they think that they see their loved one like tied up. And like, if you don't send this money immediately, they're going to die or whatever. And they're like, oh my God. And they're like, oh God, no, where do we send the money? You know, Western Union, blah, blah, blah. Because they really think, and it's just somebody who just is deep faking their face. They're like, help me, mommy, please help me. And it's like their kid's voice. And it's like, that was all taken from like an Instagram video of them, like just making a school video.
Yeah.
And Deep Face Lab. I think that's what it is. Deep Face Lab. But there's a couple of them that I've used that work, but there's one that works so ridiculously well. Like, you've seen some of the deep fakes I've done. Some of the deep fakes I've done are massively realistic. And like even using, what's it called? Face Fusion. So Face Fusion on GitHub will allow you to take a single image of somebody and face swap it onto anybody in a video. And it will look absolutely realistic. It'll take on the lighting. It'll take on the tone. It'll take on the graininess of the video. So if it's a poor video or a really sharp video, it'll adjust so that face fits with that lighting, that grain, and that sensor of that camera. So they've taken it to a whole new level. No more of the days of like having the circle around the face where it doesn't quite line up, or the hairline doesn't, or the fading where the eyes like don't like flicker and stuff. All that's gone now. Like you can do deep fakes now on a home computer with your GPU that will absolutely kick the shit out of Mandalorian a year ago. So, or 2 years ago, or time flies. And it's only getting better. It's getting consistently better. And the way it used to work, because remember, I got in deepfakes like really early on because I was fascinated by it. When LLM started coming out and generative AI came out, I was like on the forefront.
It was awesome.
And when I was playing with this stuff back in the day, you had to have a pretty decent skill set and a lot of patience and a lot of power to do these things. Like, I remember the first deepfake I ever did, I had to import, I think it was 30,000 images of my face, taken from like 5 different YouTube videos, because I wanted to get a different lighting conditions, slightly different aging conditions. And I brought it in. I had to extract all those frames using FFmpeg. I had to run a series of scripts from the command line that would actually open up each image, find my face, rotate it, cut it out, crop it, and put it into a separate file. Then once it created those 30,000 files that were just my face all aligned up, then I had to run another script that would put them through like a preprocessor neural network that would basically change them into... it would change the lighting in them so that like the dark photos would lighten them up, the light photos would darken them down, so that they were all like basically the same luminance. Then I had to do another pass that would create like this thing where it would analyze the structure of the video that I want to put my face onto. Then I had to run another script that would create an intermediate thing that was just my face moving with a black backdrop. And then I had to superimpose that onto the other video using Adobe Premiere. And that process took days, like just to do the processing for the neural network to like figure out which frames to lay over the face that I'm deepfaking. That process took days, like minimum of days. Now, fast forward to today, I open up a program called Deep Face Lab, which is open source on GitHub. I literally just drag a video in. I drag one picture of my face. It can even be a shitty picture, and the end result will look like a sharp, perfect version that fits in that video. I take my face, I drop it in there, and all I say is I just say, do I want my face on character 1, 2, or 3? Like if there's 3 people in the video, I say I want my face on that one. That's all I say. I don't have to do anything else. I don't have to click a thing. I don't have to slide anything. I don't have to add anything. Like you can if you want to, like, you know, do other stuff. But I'm just like that. You hit go, you go eat a sandwich or whatever, come back like an hour and a half, 2 hours later, and you have like a 10 or 15 minute video of your face flawlessly transplanted onto somebody. And then if you want to do the voice, all you do is just drag it out. And there's another program that allows you to do the, it's called voice to voice. And you basically clone somebody's voice using a neural network. And then you record your voice saying something, or from a movie, just take the dialogue from a movie. You run it through there, and if it has music in the background, there's a program called Music Ninja that strips the music out, so it's just the dialogue. And so then you take the dialogue, you run it through there, right? You translate it into your voice, so now it's like somebody else speaking with their emotion, their inflections, their accent, but it's your voice. And then you overlay that on the deep fake video. And now not only are you the face on the person, you're also the voice of the person. And this is all possible just like with shit on GitHub. Nothing special at all, guys. So I feel like the average person doesn't really know how far AI has come already. And I think that's kind of by design too. I think like the media really doesn't want to focus a lot of attention on like teaching people where to find this stuff or how to do it themselves. Because you can get into real trouble. And by the way, guys, these are deep felonies. Like, just to let you know, if you create like, it doesn't have to be pornographic content, but that's the worst by far.
Oh, dude, yeah, it's fraud.
If you deep fake somebody, you are literally committing identity theft.
Yeah,
like if you and if you portray them, in a minimum, There's actually cases being tried right now where they're trying for sentences of 20+ years for people posting videos of a face swap of like an ex-girlfriend or something. They'll put it onto like a porn star. Yep. And then they'll release that on the internet and upload it to like, one of the hub sites. And then boom, they get sued. They're in court. They're in jail. They're like, what the hell happened? It's like, yeah, you can't do that, dude. Like people are going to believe it.
Look at the cheeseball shit that was coming out this at the Super Bowl with the Taylor Swift stuff.
Yep.
And that was out for like that was out there for like 12 hours before Twitter didn't do anything about it for a hell of a long time.
Yep.
As far in internet times, at least. Like, this is bonkers, man. And it's that's part of the
Did you see the Melania Trump fakes that are going around?
Yeah, I've seen some of that too. That's even old stuff from that.
But they're taking, because apparently Donald and Melania aren't on good terms right now. Like there's some
can't imagine why.
I can't blame him, honestly. Like I wouldn't want to go to my husband's court case where he's cheating on me. But anyways, apparently Mega the RNC has been deep faking videos of them together hugging and kissing in front of and they're not affectionate people. Like you will never find a video of them kissing. Like they've never kissed on video in public or anything. Like they are very, very like, this is an arrangement, right? Like they don't even sleep in the same room. So, but all these images are getting generated all over the place and being spread by the RNC themselves. They're like, oh, Trump, the power couple of the universe, the first lady and the first man, most powerful couple. And they're like kissing and holding hands in front of like beautiful scenery. And it's all fake, but they don't, but their viewers don't know it. They don't understand that this is all synthetic, and they're all replying to it like, oh my God, this is so amazing. Oh, they're such a cute couple. Oh, it's so good that she's forgiven him. And it's like, could you imagine how that makes her feel? Like that's gotta make her feel terrible. It's like she's not in these pictures. Somebody is forcing her to basically be like super affectionate, and then later down the road, let's say she wants to get a divorce. Now this all shows up in court.
You get in bed with this kind of shit. Like
exactly.
Like normally I'd be like a little more sympathetic, but she's not been the best like actor in either. Like some of the stuff that she said or worn and things like that. Like,
oh no, by the way, she's a monster. No, I'm not saying like, she isn't. I'm just saying this is an example of how they're giving a false premise, right? Like,
it's like sometimes you can have sympathy for like, oh man, I didn't know, right? Like ignorance. I didn't know that whatever Mr. Beast was actually like a fucking horrible person. And I've been working with that. Like sometimes you can have sympathy for people who have worked with horrible people who were whatever manipulated or like there's a lot of things that can go into like kind of cutting some slack, but not in that case. Not anything involved in that entire family. Like,
yep. I recently had a good friend who doesn't post anything nude. Like they don't do any nude content. They're literally just a Twitch streamer that games. They never want to do any nude content. And one of their fans decided to open up an OnlyFans for them. It was publishing deep faked content of her face put on like porn stars that had a similar physique because they wanted to make it believable. And they had like
that's just so gross.
They had like 30 or 40 members that were paying a monthly fee to get this stuff. And she was devastated. She was devastated. So she reached out to me privately and she's like, oh my God, can you do something about this? Luckily, I was able to get a bunch of it taken down. We got the sites killed. They had a Patreon too. We got that killed. But the crazy thing is like the amount of effort that it took to clean this up and to get it to go away.
Yeah.
And now all those images are still going to be there forever. Like people download them, put them in their collections. They're looking through them. And it's like, and to the people that download them, this was not advertised as AI or deep fake even.
Right.
Like as if that would make it any better. It doesn't. But the fact that they think it's real. Now there's people out there that are going to encounter her on the street and be like, oh yeah, you're that porn star that's like into this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, that wasn't her. Like you think it was, and that creates a dangerous situation where you have two people that see completely different things because they both got bamboozled, right?
Yeah.
It's like just imagine like walking up to somebody like this would be a great example, like what the person did when they faked me saying the N-word and then they put it on YouTube and then people were sending me death threats and saying that I was a racist and they were going to come get me, blah, blah. All it took was one person just taking me out of context when I was actually being the opposite of racist. And they were able to get an entire mob to come after me. Now they can literally get me on camera saying it with my own voice and my own face saying the most disgusting, horrible things. And by the time I can even try to get ahead of it, the organic people that don't follow me that have already seen it, I'll never be able to correct that.
Yeah.
To them, they're always going to believe it. And that becomes a big problem because I could be walking down the street and some guy could just pull out a knife and stab me because he just sees me and he gets red in his eyes. He's like, oh my God, that's that Hitler guy or whatever. And then he stabs me. And in his head, he really believes on that evil monster. And that's where shit gets scary. Is like when you start using AI.
Like, how can you like?
There's no way. I thought about it. There is no way for you to correct that. There's no way.
Yeah, there's no way to like, digitally imprint it that says like only this, only like there's no checksum. There's no way to like authenticate it. Not really, because like it could be a copy of a copy, or somebody could make it where like what if you and I were out at dinner and they put out a video that's as if they were like in the next booth over, and it's like just this hour long like you and me shit talking Jay or something, and it never happened, and there's literally no way we could fight against that.
You wouldn't be able to.
I mean, now there's how many hours of my voice, how many hours of my face, how many hours of my body, my mannerisms and things like that.
Yeah.
Like,
I got threats for even the video that I did where I faked breaking into Jay's studio, that obvious fake video that we did.
Oh, dude, that was like it was a joke from the start.
I got threats and Jay and I were laughing.
Yeah.
Jay was literally getting messages and emails like, oh my God, I can't believe that Barnacules backstabbed you like that, dude. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, people like, oh my God, I unfollowed that fat fuck. I can't believe he did that to you. What a piece of shit. I can't believe you ever trusted him. And we're just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I mean, we laughed about it at the time. We were like, these people are believing this shit is real. And the funny thing is, like, at the end of the video, Jay literally turns the camera around and looks into it, and he was the cameraman the whole time. That was the joke.
Yeah, I know.
But they didn't watch the whole video. They're like so enraged. Like, I remember one of the first comments was like, I couldn't even watch this after the first 5 minutes. It's so fucking disgusting. Unfollowed. I will never watch another video from this fat fuck. And I was like,
so weird.
I even contemplated taking it down at one point, but then I thought that would even be worse, because if I take it down now, people won't be able to see the end where it's clearly a joke, and then maybe it might gain even more momentum. So I was like, nope, I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to let it play out. But yeah, even 6, 8 months, 9 months later, I was still getting occasional tweets or DMs or an email that was like, I cannot fucking believe you did that to your friend, dude. That was horrible. Like, you should be ashamed of yourself. You can't break into other people's property like that. It's like, dude, I walked in the front door. Did you see me pick a lock? Did you see me break a window? No, I literally was let in.
And what kind of doofus would just put I mean, there's actually, never mind. There's a lot of
there's a lot of
who have done exactly that, posting videos of them doing stupid illegal shit. But man,
it's scary what people believe, though. People will believe what they want to believe, and that's what I mean. Yeah,
it's so crazy. I don't know, man. I grew up. I don't know. I grew up like having a very, very strict sense of like cynicism and skepticism when it comes to internet stuff. Guy in real life, that's what girl on the internet means, guy in real life, that kind of stuff, where like you can't ever all of it's like it all has to be taken with like a grain of salt and skepticism and stuff, and
you can't take anything at face value anymore. There's no face value. You can't assume anything. It's too dangerous. You have to be on your game.
Girls to like, okay, you saw it on TikTok, but like go dig a little deeper and stuff. Like a 90-second video isn't going to give you enough of a context. Like it's a good place to start, and like that's fine to like be interested and go from there. But like,
and all the people that attack me, the one common thread that you'll notice is it's not my fans that are attacking me. It's Jay's fans that were attacking me, because they already have a bias towards liking him more. So they want to demonize me so that they can do that and look like they're white knighting him and get attention, right? And the same thing for me. I even had people white knighting me. It's like, I'm the one that broke into the building in the video, and my fans believe it's real, and they're like, well, he deserves it. It's like, why does he deserve it? Like what the fuck are you talking about? Like, it's just it's like whoever likes or whoever hates the other person automatically lets the BIOS make everything truthful that they want to believe is true. And that becomes a huge problem. And then the other problem you run into with AI is the opposite, where now shit that's real can be contested that couldn't be contested before.
So, that's it, man. That's crazy.
Like I saw the other day, what was it? Like Donald Trump was saying that one of the videos where he goes, like he has like a really bad, he's like, in Russia, and he's like, oh, that was edited. That was edited in deepfake, but then somebody pointed out that he still had his original video posted. He was the first person to post it himself. He posted his rally on his, and it had the exact same, like it matched up. Somebody took it into Audacity, showed the waveform. It was exactly the same. It was completely, but it just goes to show that he could do that. Like he knew AI gave enough, like enough skepticism in the minds of his followers that if he said that it was AI generated, they would be like, oh, that makes sense. That explains it. We don't have to think about it anymore. Nope, that was it. Like, oh yeah, good job. Good job, sir. We now know. So now you have evil people that can do stuff like that, right? Not just Trump, but like any evil people can do that, where it's like you have a video of them literally murdering a person. It's like, oh no, that was AI, dude. That was AI. And at a certain point, it's like, how are we going to be able to contest it without some kind of digital chain of custody? Because AI is going to be able to generate the artifacts, the lighting, like everything is going to be so perfect that not even forensics will be able to figure out if it's been modified or not.
Right.
Hell, there might even be cases where the true video gets seen is AI generated because there's a certain artifact that also reoccurs in AI just because it's a compression artifact, and they're like, nope, that's enough that we can say that this can't be used.
That's what I mean. Like how.
That's what scares me the most. Honestly,
there's not going to be any real way to be sure.
Like imagine if the Minutemen that are down in the silo, you know, the guys that push the button to launch the intercontinental ballistic missiles or whatever.
Yeah.
Imagine if somebody like hacks their telecom system or whatever and sends them like a deep fake video of like their family being held at gunpoint or whatever. Like if you don't launch that missile right now or whatever, we're going to kill your family. And they've been down in the bunker, and they're not, you know, they're not nerds. They're not on the internet like learning about AI and shit. Like they're just doing their job, right? So in that situation, it's like the amount of mental games that you can play with a person to achieve your goal is like infinitely more now. Like especially the scammers. The scammers have been running with this technology big time. Like most of the romance scams now that would have otherwise failed are now succeeding, because where they would, you know, hey, can I get on a face call? They'd be like, oh, no, I can't do that. Sorry, I'm too busy. And then after a while, they'd get sick of it and stop sending them money, because they're like, oh, well, they're not talking to me. They're not showing me anything. Or they had to send fake photos that they only had so many photos of a person, right? So after a while, it became repetitive, and they're like, oh, where's a new photo? Could you send a photo of holding up a sign? Could you? And they can't do it, right? Or it's a bad Photoshop.
Yeah. And
now AI allows them. They're like, oh, hey, you want to see me like up on a mountain, like, you know, running, holding up a sign, confessing my love for you? It's like, 20 minutes eating a sandwich with an online service, and you've got that video to send them. If you want to do live video, you can literally be a male, superimpose a female face, a female voice, and talk to the person live on camera in Skype as a completely different human being, and they don't know. They have no idea.
That's not even a new thing, dude. Years ago, there was a Chinese guy who was doing live streams and stuff.
I remember that. I know exactly what you're talking about.
As like a young woman, and like one slip, like somehow or another, like the filter dropped.
Yep.
And it showed him as like some older dude, like 45-year-old man.
Yeah, it was just old dude.
And like it all come crumbling down. And he was doing live streams and stuff. He was, you know, like if you're keeping
it was a famous one too. Like, yeah, like apparently this was a famous streamer in China that had like thousands and thousands of supporters paying him money and giving him tips and stuff. And it turned out that it was. I remember, and I saw the video clip where it was like they were on stream and say, "Oh, love you, how to do," or whatever. And then the filter turns off for a second, and you can see the real face, and then the person like panics. They look at the screen, they're like, click, 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 and then it comes back, and they just keep acting. They act like it didn't happen. Oh, yeah, you know, that was. I think they tried to play it off like, oh, that was a face filter I turned on. Like that wasn't the face. Like did you like my old man face that looked absolutely flawless in every way? But now you can do that. More of that now you can do that with a other person's face. Like you not even just like modify your own attributes. You could just go grab an entirely different person's face. And I was watching Trilogy. I think it was Trilogy Media. I think they're the guys on YouTube that bust the scammers, or Catfish, something Catfish. There's a couple of really good YouTube channels that do this stuff, but they've been noticing now that when they get on calls, like they'll tell the person, hey, like get on a call with them because we want to see the scammer. And the scammer like shows up, and it's actually like it's the woman that they stole the identity from. It's her face, but you know, lower quality video. They lower the bit rate and everything, so it's even more convincing. And it'll be them, and it'll be not the voice of the person that they stole it from, but it'll be their real voice. So they'll be like emulating a female voice, but it'll clearly show this female that they've been sending pictures of that they stole off Instagram. And you're like, how is that possible? You're literally looking at the person like, and then the catfish people are like, huh, it's gonna be really hard to convince this guy that that's not a real person when they're literally looking at him and talking to him. Like our whole argument falls apart. That's deprograms them. That's like, oh, well, they're not talking to you because they don't want to show you their true face because it's like a Nigerian scammer. It's like some dude in Nigeria scamming you. And then they actually get on the call and you see that it's them and you're like, wait a second. You know, and so it makes it like way harder to convince these people that they're being scammed because doesn't Trilogy do pred catches? Yeah, they catch everything. They go after predators, they go after money scammers, everything. But they've also been working with this other thing. It's like catfish something. Project Catfish. Let me see if I can find it really quick. It's a really good channel. Me and my wife watch it all the time. Catfish. Let me see if I can find it here really quick. See, Catfished. Is it Catfished? Maybe it's Catfished. Is that it? No, that's a different channel. I'll send you guys a link over on X later. I'll have to look on my TV downstairs because I have it in my little subscribe feed down there. But no, I watch like every time they have a video that comes out. And what they do is they primarily go after the Facebook people that like what they'll do is, and this actually, did I tell you guys I got catfished? Like not really. I knew I was being catfished, but no, I had the thing happen on my phone just a couple of days ago, and I tried to keep them on the hook so that I could mess with them for you guys, but they caught on and left. Let me see if I can find it in here. Yeah, romance. I even call them romance scammer. So my phone dings. I pick up my phone. I have a message. Here is my phone number. You can contact me anytime. I reply back. Who is this? Because I'm like, I don't recognize the number of my phone. But it's from Southern California, so I figure maybe it's my dad or my aunt or something like that. It says, oh, seems like you didn't save my number at all. I'm like, what the hell kind of response is that? Right?
Clearly.
It's like right? Seems like you didn't even save my number at all. I'm like, oh, okay, well, this person clearly has the wrong number. So I said my contacts had to be rebuilt, so I have no idea who this is. I obviously wouldn't blow you off, blah, blah, blah. So then I get a reply, and it's a picture of this Asian lady, you know, that's a headshot from like a modeling agency. This is Emily. We met at the fashion show in New York. Right? And she says, remember me or not? Do you remember me or Trisha? I said, I've never been to a fashion show. At this time, I knew it was a scam, so I was messing with it. I said, I've never been to a fashion show. Sorry, you have the wrong number. Have a wonderful Sunday. And I knew that they'd message me back. Sure enough, 10 minutes later. Oh, my God, this isn't Trisha's phone number? I'm so sorry. I feel so embarrassed and confused right now. I think I entered the wrong number. And then I said, nope, my name is Frank. No worries. You have a nice Sunday. Hope you find Trisha. Then I wait like 5 more minutes. I get another response. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope I didn't disturb your day. Yeah. And this is SMS, by the way. This isn't like Facebook. This is SMS. They're literally like sending this to my phone number. And so I'm sorry. I hope my message didn't disturb your day. Thank you for your understanding. You're a kind person. God bless you.
I've seen that kind of thing before. Yeah.
Yep. So I keep going along with it. I said, no worries. I got to go now. Good luck finding Trisha. And then I get a reply. Hey, and if you're ever in LA, I don't mind buying you a coffee as an apology for this. Like, oh yeah, you got a wrong number. You got to buy me a coffee as an apology. But here's the funny thing. She just said we met at the New York fashion show, but she's in LA now. Okay, cool. Yeah. So anyways, I said, so I ignored her. I said, nope, not necessary. I'm off to work. No need to apologize. Have a good day. So then I get another reply. Are you still at work now? I'm like, why are you still talking to me? She says, by the way, where are you from? So I start fucking with her. I said, yep, my break is over. Bye. And then I said, oh, I live in Florida. I said, okay, I have to go for real now. Sorry. She replies back again 10 minutes later. Oh, take your time at work. Have a good day. And then like 10 hours later. Yes, it's okay. I wish you have a nice day at your work tonight. Thank you. And it's like, no, it's okay. Thank you. And good afternoon. And then I get another response that's like, how are you doing today? Like now we're friends, right? Like, oh, how are you doing today? Let's talk some more. And then I ignored him after that. So, but I thought that was crazy that they're literally just mass SMS messaging people saying, oh, do you know who this is? And then the people obviously look at it and go, oh, that's kind of weird. Like, should I know who this person is? And that's how they start a conversation. And then if anybody replies, it gets put in the queue for the humans to respond to. Isn't that wild? So, and they make a lot of money doing this because all they have to do is get one like lonely dude who's like, oh, whoa, I got this woman talking to me and she sent me a picture as her like third message. And oh man, she's beautiful. I want to keep talking to her. So then they keep talking to him. And then what'll happen is they'll do that and they won't ask for anything for about 3 to 5 days. So for 3 to 5 days, they'll just basically go, oh, hey, how are you doing? How's your day going? And it'll just be cut and paste stuff. They'll never get into any deep thought with you. They'll never want to discuss anything in detail. It's literally just, haha, that's so cool. That's so cool. It's all cut and paste because the person on the other end probably doesn't even hardly speak English. But then what they do is after 3 to 5 days, then they message you and they're like, oh my God, I'm in I'm stuck somewhere and I need $20. Could you please? Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Could you please cash out me $20? Like, could you please just go get like some Bitcoin? I really need this Bitcoin. Like, I'll appreciate it. Don't worry, I'll pay you back. You know, I'm good for it. We're friends. And they do that, and then they get somebody on the hook, and then the second somebody pays or gives them even $1, they add them to like their gold list, where all the other scammers just jump in and start in on the action. And they just start like telling the person like, oh, you know, your taxes is overdue. You're going to be arrested if you don't pay this, because they know they've got a gullible person. And it's freaking scary. And then sometimes they'll even do blackmail too. That's another thing that doesn't happen as often as the romance scams. But if it's a Hail Mary and they feel like they've invested a lot of time and you mess with them, because I've even done that before, where it's like I messed with them for just a couple of hours and they immediately went to blackmail. They're like, oh, we will contact your wife and tell her you cheated. We can doctor photos. We can destroy your life if you don't pay $3,000. And I was like, go ahead, dude, do your worst. Dare you?
Yeah.
By the way, that's happened to me multiple times as a YouTuber. Like I remember the last one I got was probably about 3 years ago. It's been a minute, but it was like, no, it was actually right before COVID. So those people were like 5 years ago. And I get a message in my mailbox that was like, oh, I know. It was so funny. I laughed. I laughed out loud when I read it. It's like, I know that you take Adderall, and your audience isn't going to like that you take Adderall. So if you don't give me $3,000 like right now to pay to this PayPal or whatever, I'm going to divulge to your audience that you take Adderall. And I replied back to the person. I said, you realize I talk about taking Adderall all the time, right? Like you realize it's like prescribed. I reply back. It's like, no, I will tell them that you get it illicitly and that your doctor never did it, and you will never be able to prove it to them. And I replied back and I said, go ahead. I said, knock yourself out. And then they replied back and they said, hey, we have your wife's Twitter. Well, of course, I talk to her all the time on Twitter. Like it's not hard to get her information. We're going to message her and tell her that you cheated on her. I'm like, okay, go ahead. like seriously, you think my relationship is like that on that much of a thin needle? Some rando on the internet saying I cheated, she's just gonna believe you over me? It's right. Like, but like this person just kept trying, and then when I just finally just told him, I said, just go ahead. I was like, stop bothering me. Just do whatever you're going to do. And then they never did anything. So at least nothing that got to a level that I could see it.
I get these ones every once in a while. It's like, hey, when are we meeting up again, Susan?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me. Exactly. Yeah.
I'm like, and I know better than to say anything, of course. And
it's fun to mess with them, though.
Just this morning. Susan, are you free tonight? Shall we have dinner together?
What is this on SMS or on like DM?
Straight from text messages, man. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, most of it gets blocked on my phone, thankfully, but every once in a while,
normally they do get caught. Like I'll just say it'll just pop up and say, "Oh, this spam message is like check to make sure." But this one actually made it all the way through to like my normal list, and I'm like, "That's crazy."
Yeah. Next time I get one, I'm just gonna reply back and say, can we just skip the bullshit? Give me your PayPal." And then what I'm gonna do as soon as they give me their PayPal, I'm just gonna go report it to PayPal.
Send them an invoice.
Exactly.
My time.
It's like that one dude. Did you ever hear the story about the guy that made a fortune off of telecallers or whatever, robocallers? He basically registered himself.
Reporting them.
So what he does is he registers himself in the federal block registry, which they all ignore. All the robocallers just ignore this thing.
Yeah.
So he put himself into the registry, and he's a lawyer, so he knows. He puts himself in the registry, and then he basically just goes and seeds his number all over the place, all over the internet and forums and everything. Like it's not even his personal number. It's like a number he sets up just to do this sting. And the robocallers call, and all he does is he answers. He records the conversation. He said, how did you get this number? I want to talk to a human or whatever. How'd you get this number? Why are you calling? Do you know I'm on the do not call registry? Because he wants to get them to admit to as much shit as possible for his recording. And sometimes they will just hang up. They'll just hang up. Like he doesn't even get a human. It's just a robot and they hang up. So then what he does, he takes all those phone numbers. He goes back. He gets a legal subpoena so that he can see, even if the people hide their identity behind the number, he can get it for the case. So now he can see who owns the number, or if it's an IPv telephone or whatever, then he might not be able to figure out who it was. But usually the callers would say like, oh, this is company A or company B. And he'd go after those companies. He'd get a bunch of their calls. And I guess the fine was $10,000 per call, apparently, in the United States. It's like first offense is like $2,000, second offense is like $10,000. So what he did is he had robocallers that were calling him every day from the same company. So some of these companies end up having to pay him like $750,000. Like he made millions.
Like $1,500 per violation, something like that.
Dude, the dude got super rich. He said he actually quit his job at the law firm because he was literally making millions of dollars full time just prosecuting these people. Dude.
Why not? Get them, dude.
And it's great because then that deters them to do it to other people that can't afford to sue them. And he's actually had an appreciable impact on a decrease in robocalls because if you accidentally hit him, and you won't know because he changes his number, like he switches it up and stuff to get the same businesses to call again and again and again. So he'll seed it out there and try to get these robots to call him, because once you call him, it's like he knows exactly what to do. He knows exactly what papers to file at the courthouse, what laws are being violated. He has the whole discovery package all ready to go. He's his own lawyer, so he doesn't have to pay any legal fees. And he just does these cases, and then he just shows up to court like once every 2 or 3 months, and they go through like 30 cases. They all rule in favor of him. The other party half the time doesn't even show up. They just get a subpoena to pay. And then he either gets paid or the company gets a lien put against it. So it's magical. It's like, it's literally the infinite money glitch.
Yeah.
Hey, on another note, you guys want to see my 3D print that I did last night?
I saw that thing on the picture. That looks cool.
I haven't even taken it off the build plate yet. So full disclosure, I got a new 3D printer. And don't worry, the Voron is 80% done. I'm just trying to get my neighbor's help again to finish it. But Joel, just out of the blue, Mr. 3D printing nerd, decided to be Santa Claus yesterday and just said, "Hey, can I come over and give you a Prusa Mark IV?" And I was like, whoa. I have never owned a Prusa printer. This was funny. Everybody says I'm like Team Prusa. Oh, you're paid by Prusa to be his mobster. Blah blah blah. There's all this bullshit. I've never even owned a Prusa printer ever. I've used them. My friends own them like crazy, and I've used them and I love them and I think they're great. I've just never owned one, right? So he shows up with this Prusa Mark IV, which is like their latest bed slinger, right? It's badass. I love this thing. I totally get it now. I totally get why people are just cuckoo bananas over these things. So this is the 4th print. I've only had the thing for, I think, not even 24 hours at this point, right? And I've already printed 4 things off of this. This is the latest print I did last night. My son picked this out. So these are ready off the build plate geared articulating tweezers or what do they call them, or pliers.
Like little grabbers or something. Yeah.
So I'm going to break these off. So, and this is the cool thing. It's got my first printer with a bendy plate. So now I don't have to like break the build plate to get them off. I just do a little bendy bend and they both fall off. That's awesome. So, and then I just magnetize it back on. I mean, dude, if you want a turnkey printer, like something you just build, and the cool thing is it's like most of it is like 3D printed parts. So if anything breaks, you can just 3D print it and replace it and upgrade it and everything. But what's really cool is like once you get the printer together, I've never had a smoother experience with another printer ever. This thing is literally like, it makes the Ultimaker look hard, which is really difficult to do. The Ultimaker is a simple printer to use, but this thing is like, I just plugged it in, powered it straight out of Prusa slicer into the printer. It just recognizes, you don't have to select a file. You just, whatever the last file is you tinkered with, you just plug it in. It goes, oh, is this what you want to print? Sure. And then you just walk away. It does the calibration. It has a filament detector, so it knows if the filament gets snagged or if it's not feeding or if it's not in there. So dude, it's like a super reliable, trustworthy printer. So I printed these off, and this is so cool. I didn't even, usually you have to break stuff apart a whole bunch, but this is so, the tolerances are so good. This is straight off the build plate. Look at that. Isn't that nuts?
What?
Bro, look, I didn't assemble anything. That's straight off the build plate. I literally just printed that as a piece, and I now have an articulating freaking grabber.
That's cool.
Isn't that mad? Like, dude, I am... And then, like, look, it's starting to work in, so now it's even getting smoother. Look how smooth that is. And now you have... Look at the articulation on that with the gears. So it's like, now if you want to, like, pick something up off your desk, like, here, I'll grab it. I'll grab my little snack and bag over here. Let's see. There we go. Isn't that cool? And then I printed the other one, which one is slightly grippier. They have different. They made, I think they handle slightly longer on one, so it's a little bit more grippy. So this is the second one.
Okay.
And look. Oh, whoa! This one.
Oh, that one goes.
Look how far this one goes back.
Farther, yeah.
Oh, they both do.
Cool,
they both do.
Because it's.
Look.
Oh.
Yeah. Look at that.
Oh, just had to get it through there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it just has a little piece of plastic. Let me see if I can get it past it. I think it just had a piece of plastic that didn't fully solidify. But yeah, look at how this mechanism works. This is amazing. Like, the people that design this shit blow my mind. Like, this is just so freaking cool. So when you're moving the mechanism, it's literally just like a racket pinion system, just like how you'd steer your car, right? Oh, right. I can see what the problem is. I can see the problem. If you look, there's a tiny little place at the bottom of the gear here where there's a little plastic stuck in there. So I just got to take a little piece of tweezers and knock that out. But this one is perfect. This one is absolutely moves like butter. Look at that. Look how easy that moves. Like, it's just perfect right off the printer. It's like, now I got a clapper.
Very cool.
And now if I want to pick something up,
it's a Prusa Mark IV Verdugo.
This is so freaking cool, dude. Like my son is gonna be crazy over this. And I also printed. If you look at my Twitter, there's an articulating shark. I printed an articulating whale shark that came right off the build plate, fully assembled. You don't have to assemble it. You just print it, you pop it off the build plate, and now it's like a fully articulating shark, like where you can move all the sections and the fins all move, and it even had a mouth flapper.
Ha!
But it just stuff like this blows my mind because it's like, and it's not new. Like I've printed, a jack, like a fully formed scissor jack.
Yeah.
On a printer before, where it was printed as one piece. You just break it apart a little bit, and now you can lift a vacuum cleaner off the floor with it, right? Or a bowling ball. Like I've printed a lot of stuff like that. But when you look at just how far it's come with like the design, this is so smooth. I wish I could really show you guys through the camera how smooth this mechanism is. Like it's ungodly smooth. Like if you put a motor on this, like operate it, like it'd be perfect. But it's just like the fact that you can create something like that, and the gears are held in place because they're those gears that have like the little, they're self-aligning.
Yeah.
So as long as the gears are meshed with each other, they can't get out of alignment with each other. And I'm like, dude, this is just freaking wild, right? Just the ingenuity. And so I've been looking at other compliant designs, and there's like Nerf blasters. There's a crossbow you can 3D print that you just take right off the bed of the printer and fire it. Like it's already like ready to go. All you have to do is just cock it, stick the little pin in it, and fire it. Shoot like pencils and thumbtacks and stuff. But yeah, I miss this. I miss this so much. And this is why, dude, you got to turn on your 3D printer.
I know. It's sitting over there.
Dude, trust me, I'm preaching to the choir. I've done the same thing. Mine had collected dust for years. I know. But one day, if you give me a half an hour at some point, I will show you how to plug it in. I will show you how to print your very first print and just set it up and forget it. Like you just walk away. Like once it's doing the thing it's supposed to be doing, and I show you, you can just walk away. You don't have to even touch it. And then when you come back and see that thing printed on there and you start farting with it, dude, it's going to like make you want to print everything.
I have a silhouette cutter too that I want to start playing around with.
Oh yeah, the silhouette cutters are awesome.
Yeah.
I think my what's the brand my wife has? It's a Cricut.
Probably a Cricut.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the other.
And I think the silhouette's like a higher end one though, isn't it?
I don't know. I think Cricut's more popular. This seems to be the one that most everybody has. Is Cricut's like the more like name brand. Silhouettes, I don't know. I'm not deep enough into the hobby to really know what's better or not.
Yeah. So Leo said, good printer is God sent stuff. After 12 years of poor people printer hobby, I got a Bamboo. I hate how much I like it. I mean, the Bamboo is not a bad printer. It's really not. It's a good printer for the money. It's just super proprietary, and Bamboo tried to lock it down, but they failed. So where I used to not recommend Bamboo because it was so closed source, and they were going out of their way to like make companies not able to upgrade it. But people have cracked it since. There's a company called.
It seems weird. The whole 3D printing like community seems to be very open, and it's like if you're gonna try and be really locked down, then you're just shooting yourself.
And the thing is, like, their entire printer is based on technology that was already developed in the open source. So it's kind of ass for them to like create a product out of that and then just completely close it down, right? That's like super. That's exactly what kills open source, not fosters it. So, but anyways, the community ended up getting them because a little team got together and they figured out how to hack it, and they made sure they kept it quiet long enough that Bamboo put themselves in a position where the customers, they can't really protect their customers from not being able to do it. So now if you have a Bamboo, you can hack it and unlock its full potential if you want to. But the one thing that's nice, I mean, about like a Bamboo is it is a turnkey printer. It's like you literally take it out of the box. It's got a million sensors. It auto does everything, right? And because it has a heated chamber, it can print like, fairly hot filaments and stuff right out of the box. The price isn't bad. It's also got a multi-material system that's like pretty dialed in, really wasteful, super wasteful, but pretty dialed in. But whereas like printers like on a Prusa and stuff, they have a multi-material system too that you can add to the Prusa that works really well. But with the Prusa, you are going to spend more money because it is a hobbyist printer that's open source, infinitely upgradable, smaller company that's not focused on just purely moving as many units as humanly possible. They're focused on the actual development and staying in the spirit of the hobby. Like all the research and development, everything is published publicly. They share all their stuff with everybody. Like their Prusa Slicer source code is completely open source, which is funny because Bamboo basically stole Prusa Slicer and modified it. Didn't give them any credit for it. Prusa figured it out. Like they actually posted their evidence. It was absolutely compelling, and it down to where he actually found places in where you open the about box, and if you scroll down, it still said Prusa Slicer. Like they really, they really screwed up. And so they, you know, their recovery after they got caught was like, oh no, we meant to make our own slicer, but we just ran out of time and we forgot to open source it. So here, we'll upload our source code now. But then of course, when they upload their source code, they leave out all the code that's specific to the functionality of their printer. So they basically just upload Prusa Slicer rebranded as them and then leave out all the stuff that would be good for people to be able to modify to make their Bamboo better. And so that's why I personally don't like Bamboo. But if you're just a person that like you literally all you care about is 3D print. I mean, I own an iPhone. I'm not gonna be a hypocrite here. I don't like Apple. I don't like Apple. I don't like Tim Cook. I don't like their walled garden approach and all that bullshit. But I do like the iPhone. I do really like this device. So I'm not going to demonize anybody for liking a Bamboo. I mean, for the price, it's a good printer if all you care about is just printing, and you're okay with what you get is all you're ever going to have. Like with a 3D printer, if you buy any other open source 3D printer, it's basically the gateway, and then you just keep upgrading it as new stuff becomes available. The printer becomes faster and faster and faster, and you can economically keep advancing it, right? Where you can't do that with a Bamboo. So it just depends on like what you want out of the hobby. If you're just buying it just to print a bunch of stuff, and like I would never buy it for a print farm. I would never buy Bamboo for a print farm because one, you're tied into their proprietary software for running the print farm, whereas with open source, you can use stuff like Octopi and stuff like that, Octopus. But the other big deal is parts availability. Bamboo has pretty decent price on parts. Like if you break your printer, getting a new part and replacing it, for the most part, isn't all that bad. Although I've heard there's some replacements on it that are fucking nearly impossible for most people to do. But the parts are actually reasonably priced. But the problem is if Bamboo goes out of business or they sell to somebody else or they stop making aftermarket parts for a printer because they release a new printer and they no longer want to support the old one, and you have a factory of these printers, you're fucked. Like there's no way for you to save yourself without at that point. You really needed the open source community to break it. Like, what do they call it? X1 Plus or whatever, the new firmware that's hacked. That hacked firmware is going to be the only thing that allows people that have a print farm of Bamboos to continue forward. And that's not something that was supported by Bamboo. That was something that was forced down their throat and they had no choice. So, but if they had their way, they wanted to keep it under wraps. They wanted to keep it locked down. And even to this day, that's still their goal, right? They're not telling people what information they're collecting from them. They're encrypting their data between the thing in the cloud. They're requiring you to connect to the cloud to even use the goddamn thing. So,
well, yeah. Was it Bamboo that had all those people, it like some firmware update accidentally caused a bunch of printers to just start printing out of nowhere?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Everybody's printer turned on like simultaneously around the world that was connected to the internet. And they had another one.
Just nasty. It was all fucked up spaghetti and stuff.
They had a worse one in my opinion, which was actually I wouldn't say this is worse because I think it's worse that it's printing when you don't know because it could burn your house down if you're on vacation.
Yeah,
right?
man.
But the other one that I thought was pretty bad was everybody's print stopped simultaneously. So everybody that had a Bamboo that was printing at a certain time on a certain day stopped. And the printer just basically said, I cannot connect to the server. So basically, they had the firmware set up to where the printer had to be connected to the cloud. And if it wasn't, it couldn't even print. So that tells you that they are so tied to their cloud service with data going back and forth about your proprietary product you're trying to print that they know everything the printer knows. And if they become disconnected, they can just cut you off from the printing process entirely. I was like, dude, if that doesn't tell people to wake the fuck up. But then Bamboo was like, oh no, we'll release a firmware update so that this doesn't happen again. That was just a bug. But it's like, is it really a bug? Is it really a bug when you have a code path that shows you have to be internet connected? Like that's not an accidental like true or false.
No, it's the same as HP being able to fucking stop your printer because you decided to put a third-party ink in there. They can just send a kill order from the web and just your printer doesn't work anymore because we caught you using third-party toner carts or whatever. I'm like, now I'm staring at this. I have a HP laser printer, and I'm like, fuck. I don't want to. I mean, I have third-party toner carts in it right now, but I'm like, man, that's all it's going to take is them because it's connected to my Wi-Fi and stuff. I mean,
I'll never buy another HP product again in my life.
I don't have their bullshit software or anything. I just have the driver, but that's probably doesn't matter. I'm like, I need a used Brother laser printer.
Yeah, dude,
Brother's the way to go, man.
Oh, dude, I love my Brother. I have a Brother.
Brother printers.
Yep.
They don't care. They last forever. They're great. They're
little expensive to buy into, but that's what you're buying. You're buying quality.
But, yeah.
So
seriously, they will last forever. I've seen used ones coming out of offices that have like 100 million pages on them, and they just work and work and work.
So check this out. I got my Brother color. I have a Brother P. What is it? Brother P Touch or something color. It takes 3 color carts and a black cart for the toner cartridges, and they're pretty big toner cartridges. They last forever. I think I've changed the toner cartridges twice in 10 years.
Efficient. They're great.
And I want to say I bought that printer I bought it before Xander was born, so it's at least 15 years old. 15 years I've been using this printer, and I've never had a single problem with it. It just connects to the network. You send it a print, it comes out, and it's actually fairly high resolution too. The prints look really good. I mean, I wouldn't print photos on it, but no, solid printer. And honestly, HP used to be like that. Like I remember I had an HP DeskJet 5 MP. You guys remember that?
Oh yeah, they're nice.
The DeskJet 5 MP, you could print 1 million pages on it. The black toner, it was black and white, but the toner cartridge would last for like 20 years in the damn thing. Like it almost felt like it had infinite toner because you would never change a toner cartridge in these things. Like seriously, their entire life. Like I got one secondhand. I actually had two of them. I had the M version and the MP version, and I want to say I had both of them for at least 10 years after I'd already got them from Microsoft when Microsoft threw them out because they upgraded to color laser jets. So I just grabbed them out of the hallway and took them home, used them for another 10 years, and then sold them on eBay. So like literally, Microsoft used them for like 10 years. I used them for 10 years. Another person bought them on eBay, probably used them. They're probably still out there working today. And the cool thing is you could reload the toner cartridges. Like you could buy a toner cartridge for that printer that you just had a hatch on the top of it that was a modified cart, and then you could just get your own toner and drop it in there, and so you'd have infinite toner. You didn't have to have them manufacture cartridges anymore.
Nice.
And so I love laser printers, but now you have companies like HP doing this shit where it's like you have to be connected, you have to agree to Hewlett, you have to pay a monthly fee for printing.
Yeah. It's dumb.
It's not a Xerox copy machine in the store.
They want to get to a point where you're paying $10 a month to use your printer.
It's stupid, dude.
Like it's that it'll be a subscription service to use your HP printer at all. Just to have the ability to print shit, you're gonna have to pay them a monthly fee. Their big boss, their CEO said like that's what they want to do. They want printing to be a subscription.
Have you seen what TVs are doing now? Smart TVs.
Ridiculous. I've seen some of this where ads on the screensaver and things like that.
So check this out. If it hasn't gotten bad enough. Yeah. So the Roku TV and the Amazon TV, the Fire TV. So this is how bad it's gotten, guys. And Louis Rossman did a great video on this, by the way, because Louis is like the champion of people are fucking over customers. He's the first person to make a video. And so if you have one of these Roku TVs now and you update the firmware, you have to actually agree to an advertisement service, like where they can put ads on your TV, but not just ads in their apps, not just ads on their menu. If you have a PC connected to the thing and the pixels aren't moving around, like you're on the desktop and you don't move the mouse for a little while, they can run an ad.
That's dumb.
Like, and not only that, it scans the image that's on the screen to determine an ad that's most likely for the content you're watching. So it's literally sending frames. So if you're watching like videos of your wedding night, those videos are being sent to their servers. They even say that in the EULA. It's like any content that visually is shown on the screen will be sent to us so that we can target ads at you. Use AI to figure out like what ad would fit there. And it's like, holy shit. And the worst part is you can't say no. If you say no to this agreement, it disables all the inputs on the TV, and all you do is go to the main menu and you have the option to do a factory reset. So you cannot even use the apps. You cannot switch the inputs. So you can't even use your PlayStation or anything until you agree to their terms.
See, that ain't right.
How is that not illegal? That should be illegal as shit. Yeah. And somehow these TVs are selling like crazy because apparently
they're cheap. They're cheap.
And they are. They're like, I think they sell like a 50-inch TV for like $350. It's 4K.
Yeah. I got a 55-inch TCL from like almost a decade ago now. And it was cheap. It was like $200.
Yeah,
it was like the first 4K one that we got.
Dude, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So now the printers are doing it, and it's like cars are doing it now. Like where BMW, it's like got to pay to turn on your seats. You got your seat heaters, your sat nav. What were some other things you had to do? But like shit that would like it's shipped on the car. Like the car has the capability. They already installed the hardware, and you paid for it. By the way, people are like, "Oh, you didn't pay for that hardware. You're using the service model." No, they didn't subsidize it. They still charged you to install that hardware. They're just now putting a service fee on top of it. Do you really think they sold you a car for less than profit? No.
Yeah.
They're not going to do that because what if a bunch of people bought it and just drove it around and didn't order the services? They'd be bankrupt. No, they are charging you for the seats. They're just charging you another fee to be able to turn them on.
I wish there was some car manufacturer, like some small startup that it was way more bare bones. You know, it's $8,000 car that's manual windows, not even maybe a basic radio, right? Most everybody plugs their phone in. You know, it can do CarPlay and Android Auto. It doesn't need built-in sat nav because I got that on my phone. Just replicate my phone. Like, Heck, even a radio is hardly necessary. I really just plug my phone in and do music from that. You know, manual windows, manual, all switches and buttons and stuff, and it'd be cheap. Amazon Essential car, yeah, kind of. Right? Why not though? Like that's why I'm probably going to drive my car until it falls apart, and then I'll probably just buy another one that's at least this old. Because like,
yeah, I'm sad I'm being forced to sell mine.
If my window, if my electric windows, the motor fails, that's replacing that's going to be a pain in the ass. All this extra buttons and stuff. If the screen dies in the spaceship, how the fuck am I going to do anything on it?
Right, right. You have no physical buttons. It's like if the touch element dies, you're screwed. If the screen dies, you're screwed. It's like if any like one tiny, the weak links are huge.
Yeah, and they're outrageous. It bothers me that the rear door is like automatic, right? You push the button and it goes because if the fucking motor dies in that, that's probably like $4,000 because they're gonna have to take the whole fucking door off. They're gonna have to get into the frame or wherever the freaking motor's at and fix. Like it's just gonna be over the top expensive to fix any of that stuff.
So I saw another problem the other day that I didn't even think about. Like I wasn't even really thinking about this. So like when you buy an internal combustion engine car, right? Usually they share an engine with other cars, right? Because the company's not going to develop a power plant, right? That's like, they're going to use it in a lot of vehicles. So if your internal combustion engine breaks down, you should go buy another engine. Or you go to the wrecking yard and you get another engine. You toss it in your car, you're good to go. You can fix everything on your car. Like if you buy a car, even 30 years old, you can go to an auto parts store and buy third-party parts that support it and everything, right? Yeah. So you can keep that car going. You cannot do that with modern EVs because all the parts are coded. All the parts are coded. So like even if you go to a wrecking yard and you buy another motor assembly or you buy another battery, you stick it in the car and the car's like, fuck you. Yep. Like unless you get the blessing from the manufacturer, you cannot use this part even though this part is perfectly good. Yeah. And it sucks because what it does is it makes these cars like exactly like in your case and everything. I am not shitting you. Everything is coded. Like that motor you're talking about that opens up your rear door. I guarantee you that's a coded thing. I guarantee you go buy another motor, you install it, it's literally going to pop up on the dashboard and still show the code until the factory clears it and recodes it to your serial number of your car. And they claim the reason they do this is, it's cutting down on chop shops because now they can't sell the parts because they can't put them into these other cars. And it's like, no, they're using hacker technology from another country. And by the way, Tesla is not. People think Tesla is like super locked down. Like, oh, Tesla, you can't mess with. No,
you can buy their motors on fucking Facebook. Marketplace. I see the motors from totaled out Teslas all the time.
They put them in different cars all the time. They swap them into other cars. But here's the thing. Yeah. So Tesla has been completely hacked wide open. You can actually go buy, I think, what is it, a P. Or not a P80. It's like their lower mileage, like 80. I think it's like the 80 version instead of, and you can make it like you can make it a ludicrous edition, which is normally like a $50,000 more car just by a software update.
It's all software. Of course you can hack that.
There's a company in China that sells this like little thing that you plug in under the dashboard, connected to your phone syncs to it with Bluetooth, and you go through the menus and you just basically say unlock 1800 amp mode. And now your car that was like 1000 amps goes up to 1800 amps and you've nearly doubled your horsepower on your Tesla. Just by clicking a button, which that's the cool part of EVs. But the fact that you have to hack the firmware to do that. And then once you hack the firmware, every time they push an update down to you, you have to go redo it.
Yeah.
So because the car won't refuse the update. So like once it gets the update or whatever, then you have to go back in, repair it, put the device on it. So if Tesla's releasing an update every week, which they do sometimes, that could get annoying really fast. But the fact that you can just basically get in a car and you're like, wait a second. So I just pushed a button and now I have almost double the horsepower, but yet they advertise it like that other car has different hardware, but it really doesn't.
No,
like it might have a couple little different things here and there, but no, if the battery was capable of putting out the 1800 amps and it's able to stay cool with the cooling system that's on the car, which the video I watched it clearly did, and electrical garage or EV garage or whatever on YouTube, they said no, we do it all the time. Like one of the services they offer is you bring your Tesla to them and they'll do the little flash and take you up to 1800. Like they can go up to all the different models. So like if you have the base model, as long as you have the two motors in the back, that's the only requirement. I think you can't have the single motor. You have to have like the dual motor, and then they can take it up and double its horsepower by just pushing a button. So I was like, dude, that's crazy. But if you want to buy the upgrade from Tesla, like Tesla sells an upgrade for $2,000 that gives you like an extra, I think 50 horsepower. But you can go to these guys and just get it to like double the horsepower of the car entirely. So I'm like, dude, this is where we're going though, is like where you're like, oh, should I buy this car or should I buy this car? And it's like, there's no difference between them other than the level of software that's sent to them. That's it. It's all software.
I'm bummed too that like it's getting harder and harder to find small cars. Like
Wait, you have an Ionic, right? You have the Ionic?
Yeah, I got the Ionic 5, which is like more of a crossover, right?
Yeah,
it's like I call it more of like a crossover style. Like,
have you seen the new one? Have you seen the
brand
new
Ionic
one?
6?
Yeah, the one that does the sports sounds and the shifting and everything.
The 6 looks weird. I don't like how the rear slopes and stuff. It looks like a bad mouse.
If I could have any EV, that's the one I'd buy. And
I'd want the Polestar 4-door, man.
The Polestar's pretty cool.
Fucking cool looking. I like that. I like just it looks a little chunky and stuff. I would really.
It's very chunky. I like the Polestar. I think the Polestar looks awesome.
I think those are rad.
But dude, if you have not watched the video on the freaking Ionic 6, oh my god.
I mean, they're quick and stuff.
Dude, it's not. Yeah, I'm not talking about the looks. I think it looks like a dog too. But no, what's so weird. Cool about it is it has like all the features that I would want as an internal combustion guy on an EV. You can basically get in this thing and you can program different engine sounds. So it literally sounds like a V8. Like in the cockpit, it sounds just like you got like a V8 or a V12. You can change. You can shift. So when you shift, it'll actually like simulate the down kick and the torque and give you the same torque curve as an internal combustion engine. And so and it's cool because they said on a track, it's amazing. Like if you're on a track and you want to like do the downshifts and engine braking into the corner and you're like a professional race car driver, this car can simulate all of that. But you can basically dial it in so that it has different like torque biases. And when you like shift points, like the delay on the shifting and everything, you can do a single clutch or a dual clutch simulation. But it plays like the motor sound, so it's like brr, brr, and you actually feel it like doing the 8-speed like downshift and upshift.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, the 5N, sorry, the Ionic 5N.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Xander and I watched a YouTube video for about 15 minutes, and we were both sold. We were like, dude, if we could get an EV, that's the one. Even Xander was like, that's the one I want. That's the one I want, Dad. I was like, that's the thing missing. That's the thing missing from a Tesla. It's like when you drive a Tesla, they're fast. They whisk you away. They make absolutely no noise. I mean, they make a little hum, right? If I had an EV, I would want an EV that sounds like a goddamn Formula One car. I want to feel
I don't want to just make fart noises come out of my horn and stuff. Like I want to be able to, because it does make a cool like sci-fi. Like I can't even replicate it with my mouth. The like hover sound that it makes is very, very cool when it's driving around. I love and it's totally fake. Like it might not be coming out of speakers or something, but like I know enough about how like electric motors and shit work that if the engineering behind it, they should be dead silent.
They're accentuating it for sure.
Yeah, they do it on purpose so people can hear, like, you know, deaf people or just in general, you can hear the car coming. Yep. But like,
Ionic N. So the Ionic N also has 2 speakers outside, front and rear, so you can simulate the sounds of the engine outside.
That's fucking cool. That's rad. Like, dude, I think that's very cool.
I think that's just neat. Like honestly. And the funny thing is, you know, in Elon fashion, because Elon's a goddamn liar, he said like 5 years ago in a tweet that he was going to add engine sounds as an option.
Yeah, I remember.
He added farting. He added farting. It's like, what? Yeah, just add engine sounds. Dude, you know how easy it would be to add those engine sounds?
Why not? Yeah, why not?
Like all the code is out there already. It's like literally all it is engine RPM and load. Just like a video game. You take engine RPM load and you bias those and you play the sound that's appropriate for the frequency of the motor that you recorded at that load. And it would be basically based off of the TPS sensor and the acceleration, right? So it'd be so easy to do, yet they don't.
OptiVR's got it. Download the files from Forza, plug it in, done. Yeah, just because like that's legit engine noise. Like they spent so much time like making that perfect. You just instantly, I want to sound like a V8 today. I want to sound like the Audi V12 today or whatever.
How fun would it be though every day going out and getting your car and have it sound like a different supercar, different shifting points, different gear ratios? Like, and it's not about efficiency. Like this, and they even say that in the advertisement. They're like, this isn't about extending your range of battery. This is about going on the track or spirited driving and having it feel like a real race car, like for fun, like for actual fun. Because Tesla's like, why would we slow our car down? It's like, no, you don't understand. It's like a manual versus an 8-speed sequential gearbox. A manual is way slower. The 8-speed is always, the dual clutch is always going to kill the manual because shift times take a while, right?
Right.
But the feeling, that raw visceral feeling of grabbing a gear and feeling that, that accomplishment that you feel where you're like, man, I nailed that perfectly before I hit the engine limiter. I was right in torque. I shifted fast enough that I didn't drop my boost, so I got that extra good push to remind me that I did a good job. Shit like that is rewarding, and that's what makes driving fun. And you realize when you own a Tesla, that all goes away. With the Tesla, it's like,
You're 100%. That's why I still drive a manual. That's why I think I'll always, until they absolutely force me not to, I'll always have an internal combustion car Like, don't get me wrong, it's super cool having the spaceship. It's rad. I love it. It does what it's supposed to. It is very futuristic driving the thing. It is quick and it's fun to drive. But man, there's something about the driving that, you know, the experience, the physicality of it that I miss, and I want to keep that. And it means that like the oldest or like the newest car that I can buy is probably going to be like 2019 at best, and it'd be something like the Elantra N, or which I don't even know if that comes in a manual, but I keep looking, and it'll be like the Civic Type R. I was kind of eyeballing a Mazda 3 maybe.
Civics are horribly overpriced though.
That's my thing, is like they're wicked popular, and like even one from like 2020 2019 5-year-old thing is still getting like 40 G's.
Oh yeah,
like, that's insane.
Yeah, I went and looked at
I'll look into the Integra
a Type R with 100 less horsepower than my Subaru STI with front wheel drive, not even all wheel drive, was like literally the same price. So like you can either have a front wheel drive car with 100 less horsepower, or you can have 100 more horsepower turboed with all wheel drive for the same price.
There's some cool Corolla GTs.
Oh, I'm a softie for Corollas.
The newest, I think it's this year's Corolla GT or GR.
Yeah, is that the little that's the little hot hatch, right?
Yeah, man, I like that thing a lot.
Yeah,
but I mean, yeah,
it only has like 130 horsepower, but I think it only weighs like 2,800 pounds. Like, it's a fairly light car.
It's nothing. Actually, it says here the 2024 Toyota, the Corolla GR, 300 horsepower, 6-speed manual.
300 horsepower in that little thing? No way, really?
100%. That's what that's the new one for this year.
GR. Oh my god, I didn't realize they had that.
Yeah, and not bad. Starts at 38, like just under 38K, brand new. That's amazing.
Dude, that is a sexy looking car,
and it looks cool. Very, very. Like, if I'd try and get in.
I haven't seen this one. This is the first time I've seen it. I'm surprised. Oh, man. This is badass.
Cool. Yeah. It's 3 cylinders.
Dude, it's got a triple exhaust. That's 3 badass.
Yeah.
Did you see the exhaust on the back? Dude, it's got like a big tube in the center, like an oval tube in the center, and then 2 small ones on the outside.
It's very
I've never
cool.
seen an exhaust like this. It looks like an exhaust from a Ferrari. This thing has 300 horsepower. Oh my god, dude!
From 3 cylinders. That's a killer. All-wheel drive.
1.6 liters, and they're getting 300 horsepower out of that thing.
They gotta be big though, because like my motor in my Veloster right now is a 1.6 4-cylinder, and I probably got like 130 horsepower. There's no turbo. There's nothing special about mine, but so 3 cylinders at the same displacement, they gotta be chonky fucking cylinders.
Dude, this thing's got a wicked interior too.
Yeah, very, very cool.
Wow, I did not realize.
4 doors too, it looks roomy. It looks like, you know.
I mean, I can tell just looking at the pictures, it's a lot bigger than the first GR Corolla they did.
Oh, no doubt.
It definitely grew up. So I bet you this thing's the size of my STI if you put it next to it.
It's got to be at least as big as probably the STI or even the Civic. Or I could see it being as big as an Accord even.
Yeah, dude, that's the hotness though. Like, seriously, here I'll link you guys in chat so you can see what I'm seeing. This is my first time seeing it. I didn't see this year's model of GR Corolla. This thing's sick.
Really like this one. I really like this one a lot. This or the Focus ST.
So that means it's got to be all-wheel drive, right? Is all-wheel drive?
It is. Yep.
Oh, dude, I would take this. Yeah, it even says in the article. I just noticed that STI Slayer is finally here. That would be an STI Slayer. This thing would walk it.
But cars like this are becoming very rare. Very rare.
You know what? I'm actually shocked that this is a manual though, just like you are. Like manuals are so rare now, especially when it comes to like supercars and like even not even supercars, but even just performing muscle cars, right? You just don't see manuals anymore. And like the last 5 years of new cars, and so they go up in price like dramatically. Like the difference in price between even like a Subaru, like not even STI, just a regular Subaru WRX versus the automatic versus the 5-speed, which is the shitty gearbox nobody wants. The price can be like $10,000 or $12,000 difference. Like, that's crazy for just the difference. And people would argue, if you look at the manufacturing cost, the automatic transmission is far more expensive to produce.
Yeah, isn't
the
that
manual
crazy?
transmission's dirt cheap to create by comparison.
If they do offer an option, they do tend to manuals still tend to be a little bit cheaper. Yeah. But man,
that's the thing though, is I haven't seen a manual be cheaper unless it's a car that only comes in manual. Then obviously there's nothing to compare it to, but everything that I've seen manual, it's always been more like the ZL1 1LE, the Camaro. The manual version of that was more expensive than the 8-speed dual clutch.
Crazy.
Like why even make at that point? Like why even make it? Like everybody wants the manual, obviously.
Even this core, just the base model of this Corolla is very cool.
Dude, that's like, a sick looking car.
I don't even give a shit about the extras. Like you bump up an extra $4 or $5 and you'll get red painted GR 4-piston front brake calipers with ventilated and slotted rotors. Whatever, man, I can do that. I'll change out my rotors on my own.
I can already tell looking at it. Those are Recaro seats. I can tell just looking at the buckets with the bolsters. Those are Recaro.
Heated front sport seats in black Bryn Naub and synthetic leather trim with gray stitching. Heated steering wheel. I don't give a fuck. I'll wear gloves. I'm not a very cold person, so I don't need heated seats. I don't even care.
That's awesome, bro. Dude, I want this now.
It bums me out that the gauges are digital. Like it has a screen for where the gauges are at. Give me fucking manual gauges.
Hey guys, I'm gonna say I won't be mad. I won't be mad if one of these just shows up on the back of a truck to my house and it's like, hey, one of your millionaire freaking followers like bought you this. I'd drive this. I would drive this.
I wonder what the payment on this would. It'd be a bit.
Yeah, if you're up in the 30s, it's trading in my car.
Trading in my car, give me like $2,000.
Yeah, if I sold my car today, I mean, I gotta wash it and detail it and do a really good job. But if I had it like in good nick and I touched up the paint a little bit and stuff, I think I could probably get about 25 for my car. 22, 25.
3-year lease would be $527 a month.
Ouch. That's, you know what though? This is what's crazy is it's not unusual for people now to spend $1,000 a month on a car.
That's so insane.
I've seen $1,000 leases, like common.
Oh, man. Insane.
Like for like a Denali, like just like a GMC, like an older GMC Denali or whatever, like 60,000 or whatever. They're paying like $1,000 a month.
I wonder how how old I could get this GR Corolla.
Oh, dude, I remember that. So Actua in chat said, Barn, I remember when you started the car review channel with the Viper. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Cargasm. One of my greatest memories ever. If you guys ever want to see me before I gained 100 pounds, drive a 500 horsepower first gen Viper. That was a highlight of my life.
2002.
That was amazing. That was 22. Amazing. Also, I've got to drive some cool cars. I drove a lot of cool cars on that show. I drove a what was it? A CLK 63 AMG Black Edition Mercedes. If you don't know what the Black Editions are, those are the special cars.
Oh, yeah.
Super overpowered. I mean, the thing weighed probably like 6,000 plus pounds, and it would just smoke the back tires off and destroy them instantly. Like you just touch the gas and it just does a burnout without traction control. No, that was a badass car. Those were a lot of fun. I was supposed to review a lot more cars, but shit kind of fell apart sadly.
Yeah, man, it happens.
Shit happens. Life happens. But yeah, the next car I was supposed to review that kind of fell through was the 037 Stradale, the Lancia 037 Stradale. It looks like a Ferrari. It looks like an 80s Ferrari. I mean, and plus we were going to shoot it because it would have been funny because I barely fit in it. Like you literally had to pull my shoulder in to close the door and I was like pinned against the ceiling. So we thought it'd be a funny video, like fat guy in a little car. And it was all lined up, but it just sadly didn't happen because James, the guy, my co-host at the time, he was doing rally racing and he had to go back to college. So he just couldn't take on anymore. So we were like, okay, no, it's cool. We'll leave where it is. We'll pick it up later. But never say never. Who knows? It might come back because a lot of people don't realize this, but we have Jay Leno's garage. Have you seen Jay Leno's garage?
Oh yeah.
We have one of those here in Washington. I can't disclose where it is, but I know the owner of it, and he has at least 60 cars at that location. And all 60 cars are something special. None of them are just like a run of the mill, blah, 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 go to the dealership. Every single car he has some kind of special racing or rally heritage.
Wow.
And it was one of the most remarkable collections. You can see a little bit of it in the video. Like if you look at my Cargasm intro video where you see a couple cars as I'm walking around, that's actually the location. But you don't see a lot of the cars because specifically we didn't want to show those in video. We didn't want to show the location too closely. Yeah. But dude, it's insane. It's a nondescript building that just looks like it's basically like an abandoned just building, and you walk inside of it and you're just like, holy shit, this is millions and millions and millions of dollars of cars. It's freaking just insane. And I mean, he has crazy shit in there. Like he has like full blown Colin McRae fucking rally cars, like the actual rally cars. You know, the Renault cars that had like the twin turbo mid-mounted engine in the hatchback or whatever. Homologated Group B rally cars. Had a Honda S2000 Evo and non-Evo sitting next to each other. I was like, oh my god, dude! Like I would have been in heaven. One of my all-time favorite cars is the S2000, the Ford S2000. That thing.
Wait, you mean
Honda? Sorry, RS200. RS200.
Oh, okay.
Do you know that car, the RS200, the Group B rally car that ended Group B?
I might know it by look.
I'll link you guys here in chat.
Ford what now?
It's the Ford RS200.
RS.
It was a 600 horsepower rally car built by Ford.
Oh, I've seen this.
Yeah, they did two variants. They did a Group B and a standard one. Yeah. It's known as one of the hardest cars to drive in the world. Like to be able to drive this car well, you have to be like on your game. Like this is a completely unforgiving 600 horsepower beast. It weighs nothing. It's if you lift up the body panels, the fiberglass body panels, everything underneath it is just tube steel. It looks like a chicken wire frame of a car. It's weird, dude. So it probably only weighs like maybe, if I was guessing, like 2,500 pounds. I don't know. I've never looked up the weight. But super lightweight, all-wheel drive, rear engine, dual struts front and back for the suspension. I mean, it is just a massively purpose-built rally car. It even has a lock differential, so you can like go between like an open diff and a closed diff. So like if you want it like a four-wheel drive with all four tires locked up for like rallying in deep mud and snow, it can do that. Or if you want to open up the diff because you're transitioning to pavement, you just shift it up and you got to. So it has like two shifters in it. It's really cool. One is like the transfer case, and the other one is the actual 6-speed. But it looks like it looks like the non-Evo was 444 horsepower, and then the Evo was 600 and change. But there's one. If you ever want to see one and you're in Washington, there's, as far as I know, it's still in the showroom up at Dirtfish Rally School.
Yeah. So
Dirtfish Rally School up in Snohomish, or up in Snoqualmie, freaking has like one of the original RS200 Evos, ultra low mileage, like just sitting right in the showroom that you can go in and open the door and look inside of. The engine bay is usually open. A freaking awesome car. Yeah, 2,600 pounds. That's what OptiVR said. 2,600 pounds. That's
motorcycles.
nothing.
There's motorcycles that weigh more than that.
So my Subaru STI weighs, I think, 2,600 pounds wet. So 1,000 pounds more. My car weighs another third as much as that Ford, and a car that's like, I wouldn't say they're similar size. The RS200 is quite a bit smaller, but yeah, just insane power. But these things were killers, man. These cars were these were not safe cars to drive by any stretch of the imagination. They still aren't today, and you wouldn't want to drive them on the road because they're super expensive. I want to say, like, to get one now, you're probably going to be spending upwards of $500,000 to $1 million. Actually, probably more than that, honestly.
Rally like that, yeah.
Ford RS200 for sale.
Because like, how many did they make? Right, probably just enough to make it a production vehicle, right?
That's why it's called the 200.
Like that.
Yeah, they only made 200 of them.
Yeah,
they made like 200, and I think 30 of the 200 were the Evo cars.
I love stories like that where
not bad actually. So one sold. Actually, this is in 2019. I'm sure it's gone up since then. So 280,000 in 2019. For a that's a non-Evo. That's only like 300 horsepower. Only back then, that was a lot. I mean, think about it, 80s. Like, remember in the 80s when like 100 horsepower was considered a lot?
Oh yeah.
Like, remember like the IROC-Z had like 120 horsepower from its massive like 5-liter V8 or whatever, and people were like, "Whoa, that's like serious muscle car power." Now minivans have like 300 horsepower stock.
There we go.
Crazy.
2018 Focus ST. That's not bad.
My dad has a Focus ST. I drove it. It is a peppy little car. It is a really peppy little car.
Neighbor of mine's got the Fiesta ST.
Yep.
And it's like a little shorter.
Yep.
And it just looks a little weird. Almost too much like the Fit, the Honda Fit.
It does. It's itty bitty.
That vibe too much.
It's tiny. It's a tiny little car.
And hey man, I'm used to that. I drive a freaking Hyundai. Like my head is like literally like maybe an inch off from the roof.
It has no turbo leg though.
It's tiny,
dude. Zero turbo leg. Like I don't know if they just put like an ultra tiny turbo on it, but no, it feels naturally aspirated. Like when I drove it, I was actually surprised because I was expecting turbo leg and there was like none. I was like, man, this thing got anti-lag on it.
If I could, and I like how chonky it looks. I like that kind of. It looks kind of aggressive, like the angles and stuff, and I'm real glad that I remember kind of picking on the Focus when it first came out, as a little 4-door hatchback thingy. And I'm like, man, this is goofy as fuck. And then it showed up in one of the Need for Speed games.
We're talking about the ST or the RS?
I was looking at the ST. The RS, I think, is the better one.
The RS is badass. My neighbor has an RS and he let me drive it. And I was like, oh my God. Yeah, they're expensive.
But when the Focus showed up in I think it was like Need for Speed 2, Underground 2, I think it was. And then I started seeing it in, I think Ken Block drove one for a little while. RIP, by the way.
Yeah, he drove one of everything.
He drove a Focus, and that really was like, oh man, this is a fucking, they turned that into like a race car. And then the RSs and the ST started coming out. I'm like, holy moly. They really turned it into a freaking tuner car. I was like, that's amazing.
Yeah, they also did a hot Fiesta too, like a really hot Fiesta that they rallied too.
They do the same. The Fiesta, I think, turned into a rally car. Yeah.
Yep. No, I will say that the Ford Focus RS. So my neighbor, Daniel, he has a Ford Focus RS that's mound tuned, so it has like an extra the 80 or 100 horsepower, and oh man, he let me take it for a drive, and it was like so smooth, dude. So the turbo just hits so hard, and the shifts. If it doesn't even feel like the shifter's connected to anything. Like in my Subaru, you can feel that big transmission forks moving around. You feel the weight of it, right? And I got a big, heavy milled steel knob on the top to help me shift, just because it's so heavy. You want to throw that mass into gear. But I drove his car. It seriously felt like I was driving a racing simulator. Like literally, the shifter just felt like it was just like clunk, 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 like it wasn't connected to anything. And super short shifts. He had a short shifter in it, so super short shifts, and very little turbo lag, way less than my Subaru. Like my Subaru, like his car came up on boost almost instantly, but his car would just destroy my Subaru. Like if we've never raced each other, but I could tell just getting out of my car and into his car and then back, because we traded cars and then we traded back. Instantly, I was like, dude, like your car, if you ever want to get rid of that, let me know. Because and it's direct injection too, which those are usually problematic for a lot of stuff, especially for forced induction. But he ended up getting all the warranty stuff done, because apparently they had a weak head gasket from the factory, but it was a recall, so he ended up getting the car cheap because he bought it with a blown head gasket from an owner, and so he got it like $10,000 under Blue Book. He got a huge discount. I want to say he paid 21 for it when they would normally go for like 34 or 35. And so, but the cool thing is he bought it knowing he already looked up the VIN that it was covered under warranty and there was a recall, and they do the head gasket, because the head gasket was it's crazy expensive to do on the car.
Yeah.
And so I don't know how, and he got it from a dealer. That's the thing. I don't understand how the dealer didn't know about that. Like, why did the dealer sell him the car so damn cheap, knowing that he could just take it to the other dealer and get the warranty service? It was weird. It was a weird deal, but he ended up doing it. He bought the car, dropped it off at the other dealership, left it there for like a week. They did the head gasket swap. He got it back, and then he mount tuned it. And he's been driving it ever since, and it's fine. Now he has, he doesn't drive it much anymore. Sadly, it sits under a tarp now because he got one of those Corvette C8s. So now he's got the mid-engine Corvette C8 with the fancy V8 in it and the 8-speed dual clutch transmission. So that's his baby he drives now. The RS he's going to keep for driving in the winter. So that thing's a great winter car too, because it's fairly, I wouldn't say it's lightweight. I think it's still like 3,200, 3,300 because it's all-wheel drive and everything. But on the snow, he said it's amazing. And I believe him, because my Subaru just eats the snow for lunch. It loves the snow. Let's see here. Joel said very small turbo on the Focus ST, quite literally the size of your fist.
I believe it.
Yeah, well, that would explain why there's zero lag. It's crazy. What do we think of the Rivian cars and trucks? I think they're awesome.
They're okay. They look cool.
Dude, the SUV really cool. Looks baller as shit. I saw one the other day.
That they just announced. I
didn't realize they were selling them.
The RS3. The RS3 is supposed to be like a small SUV looking thing, and very cool. Yeah, I love how and this applies to the big car manufacturers as well, but all of the EVs, they are doing very interesting things stylistically, and I think that is really cool. They're not just like, oh, we're gonna put out an electric Corolla and it's just gonna look like every other Corolla. They're doing a lot to make
what
them
Ford does.
Unique. Yeah, well, yeah, right. Which kind of makes sense for some of the bigger manufacturers. You want to ease your customer base into the idea of an electric vehicle, but especially the ones that are focused solely on EVs, I really love what they're doing stylistically. I think it's really smart. I can see from a mile away, that's a Polestar. That's a Rivian. like the headlights on the Rivian trucks, fucking cool, man. I think that's very cool.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize Tesla's dying. I can say that with a straight face. They are absolutely dying. Their stock is tanking like crazy. Their inventory, they can't even move anymore. Like they're making more cars than they can sell right now, and they've even slowed production and fired like 10,000 people. And they're still
how many
making
every couple
cars.
months a price reduction and.
Dude, it pissed off so many buyers. There was people that literally went and bought a $60,000 car, and the next day it was 20 grand cheaper for the same exact car, like in one day within 24 hours. And they were like, "This is bullshit. We want the difference." Nope, they wouldn't do it. But you know what hurts even worse is on the same car that you just bought. If you bought autopilot, it was $20,000. So your $60,000 car is $80,000 if you wanted autopilot. But check this out. And
they reduced the price on that.
Yeah, and Elon even said, autopilot prices are going up next year. So this is your last opportunity to get it for $20,000. It's gonna go up. And then 3 months later, it went down to $8,000, less than half, like 35 or 40% of the original cost. People were livid. There were so many people that bought it because they didn't want the price to go up, and they just got robbed.
They haven't changed the style in fucking 10 years. Like,
did you hear about the recall of the Cybertruck?
Yep, all of the Cybertrucks.
Every Cybertruck got recalled. Yep, the gas pedal literally the glue on it fails, it slips up and gets stuck.
On it. That's so it's just so weird.
Like, how do you not catch that? Like that's a testament to how much that vehicle was rushed. If nobody actually got in and pushed up on the pedal to slide the pedal cover off.
Well, they said it's like there's like soap or something on the thing that like eats the adhesive or something like that. Or I've heard it was like
so it is a degradation thing.
It was like there's like some kind of oil on the metal or some kind of like cleaning agent on the metal or they used an unapproved adhesive like they shouldn't have.
There's a bunch of YouTube videos of people that after they saw the recall, they get in the car, they just put their foot on the pedal and push upward, and it slides right up on all of them. Yeah. So it happened to them all.
And then it's shocking to hear that they only put out like 5,000 of them.
Yeah,
like just under 5,000 of them.
Not only that, Elon said they were making 10,000 a month, and he started that 5 months ago. He said we ramped up production. We've been making 5,000 a month, and the recall had them disclose the entire all sold models. And here's the thing, they've sold them all because it's on back order. Thousands and thousands of people have been waiting for their vehicles for years. So if they had any additional inventory, it comes right out of the factory and goes to a customer. There's no reason to sit on it. So that those 3,000 or 4,000 cars that they reported for the recall, that's all that's in existence. So again, he got caught lying yet again. So, and by the way, there's already leaked talks inside of the company where because literally this is how bad the company's getting is like the private conversations with Elon, the board members are just getting leaked directly to the public because the employees just don't give a shit anymore. And so like the last one, he was like, we dug our grave with Cybertruck. To the public, he's saying Cybertruck's like the best thing that they ever made and the product he's most proud of. But inside of the company, he's saying it's an absolute fucking failure and it's killing him. So it's like, so just very two-faced like usual, right? But the stock price was just fucking tanking. And Elon, he's trying like hell to try to rig it, right? Because he wants his $50 billion bonus.
So crazy.
So stupid, dude. So Tesla is going to go to bankrupt probably sometime within the next I think Thunderfoot estimated it 5 years last year, but he's saying that they're speed running it, so he thinks it'll be another year or two tops.
Speed running.
Speed running.
What's crazy though, I could see where Tesla survives as just a charging company.
Yeah. Well, if
they sell off all the production stuff to somebody else and then they just keep the supercharger network and and kind of like regrow from there, because they did just sign a bunch of deals with like all of the major manufacturers pretty much to support the supercharging network, but it's not enough to keep a car company alive. Well, even if they go broke and they file bankruptcy, dude, I think every car company has filed bankruptcy. So this would just be par for the course. They wouldn't die. The company it would just get restructured. It might get sold off under new management or something. The FSD algorithms? No way, because the FSD is pure vision only cameras. They don't use any LiDAR or radar or anything else. The current top dogs when it comes to auto driving is, I think, Mercedes right now is the only one that has a L3, like a fully approved and like certified level 3 auto driving.
Yeah, Tesla is only technically level 2.
Level 2, yeah. You have to have human supervision.
Yep. And the other thing too is their algorithm isn't great.
Trash.
Their algorithm isn't great because one, they've said that the cameras that they use on the car are not significantly high resolution for a lot of stuff. It's old technology. Keep in mind that the autopilot algorithm has to use the lowest. Tesla. What's that?
Mercedes didn't stop for a puppet on the road, but I mean Tesla's literally will pull you into oncoming traffic.
Dude, Tesla, did you not see the test the other day where it actually plowed over the child? It couldn't see the child.
Now look, there's always going to be some wackiness because like I just saw too. And I don't mean to be spicy directly to you, EGO. It's just,
no. We're just talking about Tesla.
You're right. There's always going to be a certain level of fallibility to it all. Like no matter how good we get. I saw somebody. I think it was in Arizona. They were tricking the autonomous taxis from Waymo. They had a big stop sign, basically on their shirt, and the robo taxis were basically stopping for that. So like there's always going to be weird tricky shit where they don't always act appropriately, but the newest ones are the best right now is Mercedes with their level 3.
Yeah, I've seen a video of autopilot stopping in the middle of an intersection causing a T-bone. I saw another one where it just slammed on the brakes when there was nothing in front of it, causing a person to rear end them. So it is pretty fallible, and the fact that you have to keep your hand on the steering wheel now, if you take your hand away for even like 3 or 4 seconds, it starts beeping at you, and then it'll just disable autopilot if you don't put your hand back. The reason they've had to put those restrictions on it is because you really do need to be paying attention and have your hand on the wheel. Like you cannot trust it at all. If you're trusting it, you're playing Russian roulette. Like if you have one route where it's reliable, all it takes is one day of different lighting, wrong weather, or something in a car parked on the side of the thing that just doesn't get seen right by the vision just one time, and you fucking wreck. And it's not worth it. It's really not worth it.
I'm driving my spaceship. It's raining pretty hard, and the like front sensor was kind of wigging out a little bit, thinking I'm too close to the car and ahead of me, and it's just because like they get a little messed up sometimes. Does Tesla still call it autopilot? Yeah, autopilot and full self-driving. They call it.
Yeah, it shouldn't be called FSD. FSD is a misnomer. Like it's not full self-driving. It never was, and it never will be. So Nana said high-end car drivers also don't stop for anything or use car.
That's right. Get out of my way.
However, I will say this, like it's pretty standard equipment on modern cars. Like if you buy any car these days that's like a 2023 or newer, chances are it has radar cruise control and it has auto braking.
Oh, almost certainly.
Those are features that are almost I think they're like standard equipment on most cars now, where it's like if you come up on somebody really fast and you don't hit the brake when the computer thinks you're within closing distance, it'll apply the brake for you.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't test that without checking the manual first, but like Teslas do it too. Like, I mean, they've done it forever, right? Where it's like, if you just hold down the accelerator and try to rear end somebody in an intersection, the car will slam on the brakes at the last possible second. And like, you'll stop like 5 or 6 feet away from hitting the other car. But the dangerous thing about that is it doesn't know the condition of the road. The vision can't tell if the road is slick or if the texture of the road is rough or smooth. So it has to make a really conservative estimate. Which, you might break an inch away, hit the car, or end up breaking and having like 10 car lengths ahead of you, and it was completely unnecessary, and you get rear-ended or cause an accident behind you. So that's the thing I don't like about that stuff. But no, a lot of vehicles now do have the radar cruise control, where it's like if you pull up on somebody and they're going slower, it'll just match their speed. Oh, what'd you see?
Oh, me Puppet 007 was saying that with the EV vehicles turn the flopping right now, do you think car manufacturers will switch to hydrogen? I'm not sure what they mean by turn the flopping right now. Because as far as I know, EVs are not flopping at all. They're actually selling very well all across the board.
EVs have actually increased in sales Toyota by 5% year on year. So they've been going up.
Toyota scrapped their hydrogen project, so I don't think the infrastructure is not there.
No, hydrogen is dead.
People are
So here's the problem that you have with hydrogen, right? Is there's multiple uses for it. You can burn it, right? You can actually burn it directly in the engine, or you can extract electricity from it, right? So there's lots of ways to use the hydrogen, but they all require you to store the hydrogen on the vehicle, and that requires a high pressure system that needs a certified person to actually.
Yeah, no, I figured it was a typo. I was just curious. I just wanted to make sure I was picking up your intent appropriately.
I think the only way a hydrogen car would be tenable, in my opinion, is if you could actually store the water in the car, like as the fuel, and you had a battery bank actually separating out the hydrogen and using it as you needed it.
We talked about that. There's this stuff, some rocks right? There were some rocks that they could infuse with the hydrogen, and that seemed like an interesting sort of
right. But do you remember the downside of that? It's also used in nuclear weapons, so they can't buy it or sell it.
It was like wicked difficult.
We'd have to change the laws. Yeah, if we change the laws here so that chemical lithium deuteride, I think it's called,
still a big thing.
So yeah, if we make it to where lithium deuteride is a chemical that you can buy without having to like get put on a watch list. Then we would be able to have hydrogen cars. Like that would actually make perfect sense, because then you could just store the hydrogen at low pressure in these granules and then just heat them up as you need it with batteries to release the hydrogen. Hey, thank you, Daniel, for another 100 sexes. Woo! Yeah. Woo! Keep them sexes coming.
James Janis, hybrids are still a big thing.
Hybrids are huge.
Still very huge.
Hybrids are going to be big for a while yet.
For a long time. Yeah. Especially in trucks or like heavier duty applications, you're gonna still see a lot of hybrids.
Batteries don't have the range. Anything that's diesel. So the big thing with diesel is range, right? Yeah. So that's why you see diesel in trucks. That's why you see like it gets great gas mileage because you have such a high compression motor, right? You get a lot more of the stored energy out of the fuel. But there's downsides to it too. It's really expensive to manufacture an engine that burns diesel because it's so much higher compression. It requires a lot more sophisticated things. The injectors are more expensive. The pumps are more expensive. Everything about a diesel is more expensive. Really? But with electric,
I'm a little surprised to hear that, considering it's such like a simple idea.
No, it's a simple idea, but you have to maintain that crazy pressure that makes it so efficient.
I guess, that makes sense.
So you notice how on a diesel they never rev very high.
Yeah.
Well, the reason they don't rev very high is because you're putting like 24-to-1 compression ratio in the cylinder. I mean, you shoot the thing out like a bullet if you try to do it 8,000 RPMs. But the thing is, it can do a lot of work on each stroke, because when you have a 24-to-1, you can have really long piston rods. So you can push that cylinder way down, like a big stride on a bicycle, right? Get a lot of mechanical advantage. But it also requires the engine be really strong. Like the cylinder walls and stuff have to be reinforced. The block has to be reinforced. The injectors that put the fuel into the engine have to be really high pressure, because when you have that kind of compression in the cylinder, you don't want it pushing the diesel back through the fuel system. Mm-hmm. So you need like a really, really powerful. I think they operate at like 10,000 PSI or something like that, the fuel system in a diesel.
Wow.
Dude, it's wild. And if you've ever seen a diesel injector, holy shit, dude. Like a fuel injector for a car is like this little itty bitty thing you pop into a fuel rail. It's got one O-ring on it. A diesel injector is like this freaking long. It's got like 2 stages of different O-rings, and it like has to go in. It has another locking mechanism that holds it in over the top of it, so it doesn't blast out of the engine like a bullet. But no, diesels are, I mean, you're not going to have electric, like we have diesel electric trains because it's the best of both worlds.
That's the thing,
right?
That's the one. I keep coming back around to that. I think that's where there is some space for some major innovation
for like cars.
Yeah, man. If you had just we've been over this in other streams. We looked up fucking diesel generators, and they're wicked cheap.
They're so efficient,
totally small enough, and it's not a hybrid like you normally think of, like with a Prius, where the electric motor and gas motor are both attached to the wheels.
One is just a generator.
The idea is that you would have a diesel generator, not an engine, a generator, and the car is technically still fully electric. It's only electric motors.
Warped Perception. That was the YouTube channel with the guy with the Tesla that had the diesel turbo. Right.
Where he went like 2,000 miles or something and he stopped like twice to fill up the generator. Yeah. And that, I think, is the smart play. You get these tiny little diesel generators, and it'd be tiny.
You can make tiny diesel engines too. They make tiny diesel engines.
And I like the Europeans.
I've seen a 5 horsepower diesel engine
at their mileage on the diesels. Like, man, like Volkswagen TDIs are going for a premium all the time because they're just great. I know Volkswagen got some shit for bullshitting their EPA values and stuff, but there's
emissions, not range though. Range wise, they were good.
And like, you tie the generator to the electric motor, the generator kicks on at 50% battery or whatever the fuck, and it just constantly is feeding you need some. I'm sure there's some. I'm not an electrics person, so I'm sure there'd have to be some sort of like 2-stage thing, because you wouldn't want to be drawing power while also recharging the battery. I'm sure that's not good.
No, you can do that as long as you keep it cool. As long as you keep it cool, you can do it.
But man, that's the way to go. You'd have like a 4-gallon tank on your little diesel generator. It'd run for 24 hours straight or something. I don't know, but they're wicked efficient, because that's the trick is the generator runs at its peak efficiency all the time. There's no
right. You're always at that sweet RPM
at the perfect at peak efficient, or as close to peak efficiency as any system.
By the way, that's what the Chevy Volt did, and it drove me the droning drove me crazy. They definitely need to do insulation or something, because the whole time I drive the Chevy Volt, no matter what speed you were going, like you're driving me nuts.
Quiet that down a bit, but man, that's the killer. That'd be the way to go.
Yeah,
that'd be the way to go. And
diesel's pretty widely available too, right? Like, I mean, most gas stations have it these days,
dude,
right?
You could literally, I mean, I've seen guys do old, like, we're talking like 80, like an 85 Duramax. I've watched them dump straight up automatic transmission fluid, and it runs. Like, I mean, that's a little extreme, but like their diesels will run on pretty much anything.
You know what else would be cool? I was just thinking. So the one thing that electric cars have over like diesel and other fuel cars, you don't have to go to a fuel station, right? You can technically just charge it at home.
Right.
And so that is the one like big advantage you would never get from cars that are fueled, because you'd always have to get that fuel unless you had it like delivered to your house. You wouldn't have it. You'd have to go to a fueling depot. So if you wanted that end-to-end experience where it's like you have all the benefits of a hydrocarbon fuel, but with none of the downsides, so you can just charge at home, you don't have to go anywhere. They working on it too. Yeah, they have a technology now that they're working on to create fuel. Have you seen the thing where they're creating fuel from water and air? So they're creating gasoline from water and air in this like little southern country, and they've done it. Like it's actually a Porsche project, so it's not vaporware, it's real. And so Porsche is creating this synthetic fuel. The problem is right now it's $15 a gallon because they're not making it at scale. So nobody's going to pay $15 a gallon for gasoline, right? 93 octane or whatever. But they were able to make gasoline with nothing but air and water. And because they reclaim the carbon from the atmosphere to create the hydrocarbon fuel, when you burn it, it puts the exact same amount of carbon back in that you took out. So it's carbon neutral. So even though your car is burning the fuel and letting out, carbon monoxide and dioxide and stuff, for them to make it back into fuel, they reabsorb that from the atmosphere. So it's basically like a closed loop. And so imagine if we had that at our house. Imagine if you could buy a little charging center that you just hook the garden hose to, you plug it into your power grid, right? And it's sitting there and it's just cranking out fuel, at a gallon an hour, or a gallon every 2 hours or whatever, and it's just slowly fueling your car. It'd be the same as like charging it with electricity, right? You just have this fuel generator. Same thing with the hydrogen guy, where he was charging his car at home by leaching the hydrogen into the lithium deuteride that he had in the scuba tanks. He was doing that from a garden hose and electricity. That's it. He was just doing electrolysis, like plain old-fashioned electrolysis to create his hydrogen. So I think there's a lot of potential for a middle solution, like you're saying, where it's like you have a carbon, a fuel burning engine where you have the range where you can continuously get fuel along the way, or you can carry additional fuel with you easily. But you also get all the benefit of the electric, which is like the instant torque, the higher efficiency. And you also would have some other upsides too. Like, for instance, a lot of people don't know that your air conditioner isn't the most stable component in a vehicle. Like, a lot of people, air conditioners, they need to be recharged every couple of years, so on and so forth. A Tesla, you have to have a working air conditioner. If your air conditioner stops working in your Tesla, you can't drive the car very much because it's required to cool the battery pack. So if you do not have a functioning, if you leak out the RS-232 or whatever, or not 232, that's a fucking protocol, or RF or whatever refrigerant, if you leak that out of the system, or your pump fails, your compressor fails, your car is useless, because you have to be able to cool that battery pack, because the car is pulling so much electricity from the battery pack, it heats up like massively quick. And if the battery pack overheats, the car drops its performance eventually to where it won't even let you drive it anymore.
Makes sense, yeah.
So you have to make sure that the air conditioning in a Tesla, and that's why a lot of people don't like old Teslas. Like, you see a lot of old Teslas for like pennies on the dollar, and a lot of people think it's just because of the battery pack. Like, if the battery pack goes dead, you got to pay $27,000 for a new battery pack for a car that's worth like $15,000.
Yeah.
So people don't want that. But the other big reason is the air conditioning system. The air conditioning compressor and the components in that system are really expensive, and it's really difficult to find and fix leaks in that system because it goes all throughout the car, the battery packs and everything. It's a really intricate system. And if that system starts wearing out, which they always do, air conditioners wear out on everything, you start having problems. And it'll also wear out the battery much faster too, because if the battery has to run at a higher temperature through charging and discharge, it actually dies faster too. So I just found this out like a couple of days ago. I was watching a video where they were talking about how the air conditioning in a Tesla is always running. Like, when you turn on a Tesla, that noise that you hear a fan noise running. when you're just sitting there, idling, I guess is what you call it. That fan kicking on and off is actually the air compressor condenser, because the battery pack heats up at first, but then once the battery pack gets the temperature and you start driving the car, it doesn't want to overheat. It wants to keep it in that butter zone. So it's running the air conditioner to keep it there. So like when you pull up to a store and you get out of your Tesla and you can still hear the fan running, that's it basically cooling the battery pack down to nominal. And then once it gets down to nominal, it'll let it slowly cool down from there the rest of the way. Or if the outside temperature is too high, if the outside temperature is like 100-some degrees, then it has to run constantly. So you basically have if you don't drive your car, it's just out there burning electricity, basically running an air conditioner.
How about that?
Yeah. So it's not the most efficient system depending on the environment that you're driving the vehicle in, right? The amount of range that you get more range. Like there's a certain temperature where if it's colder than that temperature, you get less range. And if it's hotter than that temperature, you get less range. So there's like a butter zone that you have to drive in. Whereas with gas vehicles, you get more performance the colder it is. So like as long as you can start it, like unless it's frozen up like in Alaska where you see those, I forgot to turn on the block heater, and it's like there's no way they'll ever start that engine again because it's like 40 below. Crazy shit. Oh shit, we're running out of time. We should probably talk about some topics here. My bad. Okay. I like to trail off on everything. So we're gonna talk about net neutrality. So I don't know if you saw that, but net neutrality is back. Yeah. Like it got voted 3-2. So a shit pie is no longer at the FCC. He left like the little chicken shit he was back in 2020. That was Trump's little figurehead that he put in charge that went against all of the vote of the people, the vote of the FCC themselves, and destroyed net neutrality against everybody's wishes. Like nobody wanted net neutrality gone. It was like 90% of the FCC was like, do not get rid of this. They pulled the public. Separate media, both right and left, pulled the public unanimously across the board. Everybody was like, no, net neutrality has to stay. And this one guy unilaterally killed it, who was hired specifically because he was the only one that said that he would kill net neutrality if he was hired. Like he had the balls to do it, and he did. And so, anyways, the second that Trump was out of office, he tuck-tailed and left because he didn't want to get investigated because he allegedly could have committed some bad crimey crimes. So a shit pie is out. So now it was a 3-2 vote, as you imagine. The three that voted for net neutrality were the on the left, and the two were on the right that voted for it. I can't imagine why, because they were the same people that voted for keeping it in the first place, and now they're for keeping it away. I think it's probably they just want to keep their jobs if somehow numbnuts gets elected again. But yeah, net neutrality's back. I don't know when it goes into effect. Again, they just did the vote, so it takes time for this. They're not going to just flip a switch and turn the law on and go start suing everybody. So I don't know what the timetable is for it to come into play, but this is a huge win. This is a really big deal, and a lot of people don't understand what net neutrality is. I'm actually surprised, because as big of a deal as it was the first time around, I would have thought more people would have become educated on it. But no, I had a bunch of people the other day when I posted, they were like, what does this mean for us? What does this mean for us? Well, here, let me lay it out for you. So net neutrality was a law that was put on the books by Obama during his first term in his administration, because ISPs were abusing their power on the internet and basically becoming middlemen between the internet and their customers, changing their experience for their benefit. So a great example of this is, you probably remember back in the day, if you had Comcast, if you tried to go to Netflix, it would actually just redirect you to Comcast streaming service and say, we're 50% cheaper than Netflix, blah, blah, blah. And then if you clicked the button, it would finally let you go to Netflix, but then you couldn't watch anything over 480p because it would buffer. And the reason it would buffer wasn't because you had a slow internet connection. It was because Comcast was intentionally throttling you, because they wanted to charge you another $10 to get full Netflix experience, or you could pay half as much money and get the HD experience through Comcast streaming service. Well, net neutrality had to come into play because other people followed suit. It wasn't just Comcast. There was a bunch of other ISPs that jumped on board doing this shit, where they would block you from getting to their competitors' sites. They would throttle their competitors' sites. They would stop you from being able to connect to certain protocols. They would give you different amounts of bandwidth depending on what ports you were connecting to and what you were transacting. They were doing deep packet inspection back before HTTPS was standard. So they were actually looking at your content, actually embedding HTML. Like some of you might remember, like me. Do you remember back in the day, you'd go to some websites and you get a little banner at the top of your thing that was like your ISP? Like you'd go to a web page, in the browser, and it'd be like, we're selling a thing, or hey, we have a new package available, or hey, you got a new email or something. You're like, how the hell is my ISP on every web page on the web? No, it's because they literally had their routers injecting HTML into the site's HTML before it got to your browser. HTTPS put a stop to all that, which is great, right? But the fact that the ISPs were doing this was becoming hugely concerning, right? This was becoming a bigger and bigger problem because the ISPs were not only wanting to charge their customers more per website and service that they could go to, even though they weren't involved in giving those services at all, but they also were double dipping. They were going after Netflix and stuff, saying, you guys have to pay us if you want us to allow our customers to connect to you. And that and this started happening with tons of sites, not just Netflix. It was getting to the point where it's like they were making it to where you had 100 kilobit per second connection, like modem speed connections, 56K connections to some websites, unless that website would pay the ISP. And then the customers would complain and cancel their service because they're like, we can't use your service. It's too goddamn slow. And they would be like, but that's Comcast. That's not us. That's your internet connection. No, I got a gigabit. It should work, right?
Right.
And so it caused all these problems. So the way that they resolved this was the same way they resolved it with electricity, garbage, water. They turned it into a utility. And so internet is considered a utility under net neutrality. So with net neutrality abolished, it's considered a luxury service that can be provided anyways. Also, another big thing that you guys would probably realize, back in the day, you couldn't even get an internet connection unless you bought some bundle package. Like they'd require you to get the cable TV package or a basic HBO package or something. And then you could get internet. You couldn't just get internet alone. Now with net neutrality, they have to supply internet service disjointed from everything else. No more bundles. They can't charge you more for internet just because you're not packaging it with a television station and shit like that, right? You don't have to buy their services. You don't have to do all net neutrality requires the ISP to do one thing, and that is to provide you a fixed amount of bandwidth that you can do anything you want with and not intervene beyond that. They can't collect your data. They can't do any of that. They can't dictate where you go, what you do, how you use your bandwidth. So now with net neutrality back, that means we're back to it being a utility. So once that goes full into effect, that means that you might get a notice from your ISP saying that your internet prices go down. So for a lot of us, especially if you have a package deal, you'll get a notice from your ISP saying that you no longer have to have that package deal. If you want, you can drop it and save some money if you didn't use it. You'll no longer be required to buy an IP telephone package with internet service. Some ISPs have been doing that when net neutrality went away. You couldn't do that before, but they force you to have basically an IP telephone, right? So all of these things are going to go away, and we're going to go back to the way it should be, which is internet as a utility. And the reason the internet should be a utility is because we all use it in our daily lives for both personal and professional things. Just like the mail, just like the telephone and everything else that's ultimately been regulated as a utility. It's something that is no longer a luxury. It is a requirement. To do your banking, to do your banking, pay your bills, to do interviews, to function in society, an internet connection is just as important as before having a telephone and a mailbox, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm really glad that this passed, and this needed to pass because ISPs have been somewhat behaving themselves since net neutrality was abolished because they knew that if they went overboard like they did the first time, that it would just immediately come back into play. But they have been intervening. They have been throttling. They have been doing little things here and there that they thought that they could get away with. And then if people caught them on it, they would just disable it and go, oh, our bad. We didn't mean to. It was a bug. But under net neutrality, they can't do that. Now they can actually be sued by the FCC. The FCC can and will go after them for doing shit like that.
Good.
And so a great analogy that I like to give to people to understand this is, imagine if your electricity that came into your house was conditional.
You can only use certain appliances with your electricity, or you can only, You
plug in your vacuum cleaner and it only sucks 1/4 as hard as it can, but you can pay you can call the power company and say, okay, I'll pay you a $5 vacuum fee for you to unlock my vacuum to suck its full potential, right? Or you go to use your microwave and you try to turn on your microwave, but your microwave doesn't turn on because it says, oh, this brand of microwave isn't supported under your package. So imagine if your power was segmented like that, to where it's every device in your house required a separate plan. To plug in and charge your cell phone, you'd have to have an add-on, $1 a month or whatever, charging phone fee, right? Right. That would be stupid. That would be absolutely ridiculous. But that's what without net neutrality, that's exactly what ISPs were doing to their customers. They were literally saying, instead of giving you a fixed amount of bandwidth for money that you could use, they're like, oh, we're going to give you the bandwidth, but now we're going to control how you can use it, how fast it is, depending on where you're going. We're going to grab your data, and we're even going to interfere. We're even going to send data that you didn't even ask for and just put it into your shit to give us what we want. So so it ended up being a really, really bad deal. And I think at one point they were even doing really ridiculous shit. They were man-in-the-middling HTTPS, where they were relaying it. They would connect to the site through HTTPS, encrypted, and then send you the unencrypted connection so that they could shove shit back into it and sniff your traffic, which is hugely a security risk. That is a massive security vulnerability. So luckily, this is a really big deal. Like, a lot of people don't think that net neutrality is a big deal, but no, it is a massively big deal. And what this will do is this will force internet providers like Comcast, Xfinity. Well, I think Xfinity is Comcast. What's the other one? Frontier, Wave. I'm trying to think of the big ones. Ziply.
Yeah, any of them. Yeah,
Ziply's actually been really good. Like, I'm actually surprised at how good Ziply has been. Like, Ziply's been legit. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I have what is it, Quantum Fiber in my area, and it's been superb.
Yeah,
in fact, I just noticed they actually upped not my price, but the entry fee now is $75 a month, but mine is still $65.
Nice.
And as far as I'm aware, they claim a lifetime locked in price sort of thing. We'll see how long that lasts, but.
Yeah, that'd be awesome if they actually kept their word. They'll just
so far so good. They seem
nice.
Dude. I even I reset all my little wireless hub thingies that they give you, but these little pods. One of them like died for some reason. Like, I just unplugged it, plugged it back in, and it wasn't coming back. They sent a guy out like the next day. I mean, they just happened to have like they happened to have a slot open early morning the next day. I'm like, fine, I work anyway, so come on over. They credited me $25 and replaced the pod that died, and gave me one extra one because I was like, yeah, man, the house and stuff and all the weird shit in the way, like it'd be nice. You can have up to 4 before you have to pay, and that part kind of sucks. It's like an extra, I think he said it's like an extra $10 or $15 a month if I wanted another more than 4 pods. But I'm like, dude, the 4 is probably plenty. Plus, I might be getting a bit of a network upgrade soon, so like, if it doesn't, we'll just deal. But yeah, for basically symmetrical gig, I think it's technically like 934 up and down, but like whatever, close enough.
The biggest thing you guys will see, the biggest thing you'll see with net neutrality going away though, is if you're with an internet provider that promises you a certain amount of bandwidth that you never get, no matter what. Yeah, that's going to change, because what they'll do is they'll say, oh, you get a gigabit, but we're only going to give you a gigabit to our services. Like, if you use our streaming services, use our file service, use our email services, then you'll get a gigabit. But to everybody else, we're going to give you half that. And a lot of providers were doing that, sadly. And so if you're one of those people where you've had that problem where it's like, man, I never seem to get more than 100 kilobits per second, even though I have a gigabit when I'm downloading from all these other sites or I'm visiting, a lot of that is probably throttling, especially if it's popular sites that a lot of people visit that use a lot of bandwidth. Those are the ones that usually get throttled the hardest. And so because of that, under net neutrality, they'll all be treated equal, which means as long as the bandwidth is available on the network, you will get it. Like, there's no fucking about.
And they bumped up what is considered actual broadband to real actual fucking broadband speed requirements now. Like, thank goodness, finally. Like, I cannot believe that they were considering, what was it before? Like 25 megabits, I think they were trying to call that broadband.
Dude, try 5. Try 5. Dude, 5 megabit DSL was advertised as broadband by Ziply back in the day. Hey, Adam. What's up, brother?
What's up? Who's Huston? Who's Huston? That is, I am offensed.
So may 75-ish for my use. Packages shipped to me.
75 hours.
Wait, is this a code for something? Like, what's going on?
I was talking about my network upgrade. I didn't realize Uncle Kevlar was listening. Yeah, I was trying to be a little subtle, but
yeah, he told me you get the hand-me-downs for the for his his fancy network. His fancy
killing a fly with a fucking nuclear bomb.
Basically, yeah. Well, anything you get from this.
I'm really excited because this is
seriously, this is his flashlight he takes to the bathroom, right?
I've been interested in exploring other I don't know how to put this in the best way, but I want to learn. I kind of want to get back into hardware. Like, I miss doing hardware stuff.
I do too.
And so I'm really excited for the opportunity to poke around with some networking stuff and really like fuss around with some like I guess business class networking stuff and really kind of fiddle around. I want to start looking into like, I guess IT support, I guess, but not like a tech support kind of thing, but like systems administration or that kind of a thing. Because I miss doing hardware related
networking
stuff.
is fun. Networking stuff is fun because it's like you can change your entire experience for everything.
Yeah,
if you know what you're doing,
playing around with it.
Yep. So I love pfSense, by the way. I use pfSense. I've been using it for 4 or 5 years now. I moved to a mesh network, so now I use what are these things called? The Ingenious Fit. I've really enjoyed it. It's basically it's like Ubiquity Lite. Like think of it like the more open source public. Stuff. Yeah, they're very similar. Like in the application of their technology, just their software is completely different. Like if you're looking for like the luxury software experience, then the Ingenious stuff isn't that. The Ingenious stuff is more like the raw dog, more open source experience.
Which that'd be fun too. Really, I mean, I remember like I took to networking stuff very well when I played around with it, like in high school. Like it clicked. It really made sense, and a lot has changed since then. Like it's a whole different animal these days. But like I said, I think it'd be fun to start playing around with it with equipment that I know like other companies use that are used in like a professional level. And like I'm looking into taking like the Google IT support certificate. It's entry level stuff. It's nothing that crazy, but I just feel like I need something to itch my brain again. I'm kind of in a spot where I'm a little bored. And I don't mean that as like a negative is about my work or anything like that. I need something new. I just need something new to learn and that is interesting and exciting, that tickles my brain. And I think that this networking stuff will be really fun. Get into. I know it's fairly easy. Ubiquity is pretty user friendly stuff from what I've seen.
It's about as user friendly as it gets. Like,
and so like
it doesn't get much more.
I'm not deep diving into like hardcore port forwarding or packet shaping and blah blah, like some hardcore stuff like that, but it'll be a good entry into it, and I can start playing around and like maybe actually build out like a little lab and have like myself a little VLAN or something where I can start fussing around with things. And
what I think makes Ubiquity cool is that it allows you to have access to all those power features. Mm-hmm. But like in a simplistic way, like you don't have to be like with Cisco, you have to be like a fucking engineering architect to even use it, to get it out of the box and make it work. Ubiquity is like choose your own adventure.
I did a little bit of that back in high school, like hardcore programming routers and building out a routing table and things like that. And I'm like, ugh. Like it was so boring back then.
Just beware, they do name everything different. That's one thing I did notice with my neighbor is he said everything in Ubiquity, they kind of give it their own proprietary name, even though it means the same thing as something that's already a common network term. But other than that.
Yeah. And see, that's what I was thinking, Kevlar. I was like, you can go deep if you want to. And that's where I'm like, okay, maybe I'll start playing around. Like, whatever. Maybe just, I don't know. Like I said, like have a little VLAN and I just start fucking around. Cisco Certified Network Associate. Yeah, I was like 2 steps away from
CCNA,
the entry.
maybe?
I think that's the first level Cisco certification, right? And I almost did that in high school. Like I probably could have passed the test my junior year of high school, maybe. Like so grade 11 for those who don't know the US way of calling things. No, it would have been my 10th grade. I could have done it. I probably could have passed that test as I moved from 9th to 10th grade. Cause like it just clicked for me. And I really hope it kind of does again. I can get into either that or like I said, like get into, I don't know, just systems administration and that sort of thing. I think will be good for me.
Yeah. My skills have atrophied greatly. Like over the years, like when I was at Microsoft, I knew everything about Active Directory. I could do all the shit from the command line, like all of the net stuff. I used NetSH for everything. Everything was command line. Like if I wanted to add things to the firewall, remove things from the firewall, change the route, I'd use the route command. And nowadays it's like I've just become like really lazy where I just do it through the UI and it's not nearly as powerful. Yeah, and then I used to document everything meticulously. Like I do stuff in all my IP addresses. I put them in a table and a spreadsheet, and so I always know. Now it's like I just enable DHCP and shit gets what it gets, and it's happy. It's like
you watch any videos from the other Beard of Knowledge network truck? I have seen a few. Yeah, I don't consume a lot of YouTube content, but I need. That's another part of it. Is like I need to get into. I need to start engaging into these communities a little bit, a bit more than I have. And I lurk a lot. And
Network Chuck is awesome. He's really
that's the only
awesome.
Way that's the only way I'm gonna find like satisfying and fulfilling work is to to really engage in the communities that I am interested in.
Yeah, like Network Chuck and Jeff Geerling. If you want to learn everything about like Raspberry Pis, networking, and open source shit, like they're your guys. Like they'll set you on the right path.
Web dev was fun. I used to be really good at that too. HTML5, the whole stack, HTML5, CSS, and JavaScript.
Yeah, I was a web developer for many years.
Very, very cool. Lot of interest, especially HTML5. Like that step into HTML5, what was that, years and years ago, was a humongous step forward, and it is very powerful. And I don't see a lot of, and maybe it's just because it's like kind of invisible, but there's a lot that can be done with HTML5 and then the full stack that goes along with it that I don't see leveraged a whole lot on the web, especially when it comes to like interactivity with web pages and things like that. Man, yeah,
it's so much easier than it used to be, though. Like back in the day, you had to make changes for different web browsers and stuff. Now you can just add layers and it'll proxy for all the different browsers and mobile. Yeah, it's awesome.
HTML5 killed Flash. Yes, yes, it did. 100%.
As soon as HTML5 was hardware accelerated. What's that?
I used a lot. I learned a lot of Flash too.
Oh, I never did Flash. What was Flash like? I don't even think I've ever even looked at Flash code before.
The scripting for Flash was a little weird, but overall it was really fun.
Was it like JavaScript or like what? Or was it its own thing?
I can't remember what they called they had their own like sort of proprietary scripting language for Flash. But like all those Flash games and stuff that you just play back in the day, it's all scripting and stuff.
That's awesome, dude.
It was really fun. A great intro to like some very basic programming concepts. ActionScript, that's what it was. Yep.
I want to say Unity even lets you do HTML5 now, doesn't it? Like, can't you do a Unity project and basically publish it as like a web game?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, they'll wrap it, I think.
Because I've even seen VR games. I've been seeing web pages that have VR games, like full-fledged streams to your headset, VR experiences that are served purely through HTML5. You just go to a website, click on it, game loads in the browser, you put on your headset, it connects to the headset, you're playing VR in a headset on a site. It's really weird. I don't know what technology they're using for that.
Years and years ago, Firefox actually put out a demo of a full HTML5 MMO right there in your browser, like a little 2D MMO that you could play. It was like Zelda basically online, and it was all done in HTML5 and CSS. And well, CSS is like it's just the framework for the display and stuff. Like it's HTML5 and JavaScript. But
you know what I just realized? Other than us being out of time, you didn't get to talk about the Intel CPU thing again.
Oh yeah, man. No, well, I mean, we can go a little bit.
Rage on that shit. Like, man, we gotta get that out there.
So the saga continues. So if you don't know, Intel 13th and 14th gen CPUs have been crashing a lot in the enthusiast community. And it is because, so the link that I gave to Jerry, and it might be in the description below. Intel's point. So at first, the SIs that were the system integrators, the companies that are building the PCs, were like, what the fuck's going on? It comes down to the CPUs are overclocking way too fast, way too far. A lot of the what I can actually send 4.5 kilowatts to my i9 Gen 4. No, and so as like hyperbolic as that sounds, that's actually legit. If you look at some of the settings on these motherboards,
you were saying that. I remember.
The power limit is like 4,095 watts.
Like, what the fuck?
That's a memory limit. That's a variable size limit. That's like, it just maxes out the.
Wouldn't they just instantly pop the hardware? Like if you selected that, wouldn't they just instantly burn it down?
No, it allows it to go that far. It allows it to try to go that far. But so what's happening is that the Intel's Turbo Boost 3.0 and then the built-in motherboard auto overclocking features are just way over. They're just pulling way too much power and they're crashing. It's not thermal throttling, it's not power throttling, it just tries and tries and tries. Imagine if you could rev your rotary motor till it explodes. It's the same kind of concept, right? And there's been a lot of back and forth. Nvidia pointed the finger at Intel because it was a lot of this crashing was happening in their higher end games, and it was causing out of memory errors, like VRAM errors.
I remember seeing people posting screenshots of that. Yep.
But that's actually a problem from Unreal Engine, not I think that's like an error capture problem or a bug maybe, because it's the CPU. It's the CPU is failing. And so now Intel is pointing the finger at motherboard manufacturers, and that is the true culprit. The way I described it to Jerry before the stream was like, if it would be similar to you blaming Subaru for building a shitty motor because you put on a bunch of aftermarket stuff that blew the engine.
Cranked the boost up like double, and I'm like, why did my engine blow up?
Yeah. Because Intel builds a product, they have official specifications for that product. They have upper power limits, they have like compatible memory speeds, things like that. They build a product that has a certain spec. The motherboard manufacturers have been allowed to push, and that's a part of the point of like the K spec CPUs, right? They're supposed to be allowed to go beyond the
Not
default.
Locked. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the point, right? But motherboard manufacturers, in an effort to have the biggest dick on the planet, have allowed their hardware to push the CPUs far beyond, way out of. We're talking extreme overclocking levels of like, it's just outrageous.
No, this has been a problem for a while, right?
Problem, yeah. It's been a problem since the 12th gen, but most of the software has only just started to catch up, right?
Okay.
Man, and the thing is, it's what the big problem is. It's the default. They haven't been clear about how this stuff works, and out of the box, these things have been like being pushed far beyond their limit.
If somebody's hitting these issues, how can they fix it themselves? Like, is there a workaround? Can they go into the BIOS and just say like disable the maximum shit?
It's going to be different depending on your BIOS, motherboard manufacturer. But in my opinion, the best thing that you can do is go into if you have an Intel 13th or 14th gen CPU, and I'm picking on those two in particular, even though this is a kind of issue with the 12th gen, is that the 12th gen has different. I think it's like something to do with Turbo Boost 3.0, the software that Intel uses to, give you boosts and stuff. But whatever, if you're on 12, 13, or 14, but especially 14.9 or 13.9, go into your BIOS, look for a power limits, upper and lower power limits. It's going to be PL1, PL2. I recommend setting your PL1 to 125 watts, your PL2 to 253.
Oh, regardless of the CPU?
Yeah.
Okay.
That and you can find others who like official SIs who recommend a similar setting. There's also some core limit thing I just recently saw as well, setting that to it's like you set all of the cores to top out the upper limit at 50. It's something to do with the I think it's something to do with the multiplier. Look at Falcon Northwest from the 18th of this month put out their recommended settings, and I totally agree with them. Yeah.
Okay, so at least there's a workaround, like for people out there.
If you go on Twitter and look up Falcon NW is their Twitter handle.
Okay.
They're a fairly local system integrator that specializes in enthusiast stuff. They have a thread of what settings to change, and again, it'll be different based on your motherboard, because recently Asus pushed a BIOS update that they have some different pro base settings, and those are okay, but it's not quite, from what I've read and stuff, it's not quite good enough. I highly recommend just following Falcon Northwest's advice that they put out on the 18th of this month on Twitter.
What is the primary symptom? Like if anybody here is wondering if they're having this problem, like, and this is it, like, what is the primary symptom
your games are crashing, and like to desktop, you'll be blue screening, you crash to desktop, or you'll be getting VRAM errors, usually like an out of memory error, and it's especially in really higher end games. Well, higher end, because we could talk
about
that's
going to push the core super hard.
How well these games are coded.
Poorly optimized games.
Yeah, it's usually like Call of Duty, the Call of Duty Warzone and things like that. Yeah.
Oh, Daniel in chat said run the AVX2 benchmarks. That seems to.
Oh, sure.
Seems
yeah,
to
that'll push. That'll push. Yeah, that'll push your CPU to the maximum for sure.
I mean, this is actually useful information for me too, because I have like the upgrade that I'm going to do when Hobbs has time to help me out is my 13900K that I have.
Yeah,
I'm going to be going up to that, and so I could presumably hit this problem.
Yep, PL1 to 125, PL2 to 253. That is the official spec from Intel for the 13.9 and 14.9 100Ks.
Are the motherboard manufacturers planning on like releasing firmware updates that address
Asus
this
did.
now that it's known?
Yeah, Asus has. They put out some base profile thing that, again, it's not. It helps, but from what I've read from some of the other SIs out there, it's not enough. It's like an 85% solution or 95% solution. It's there. There was a wattage limit you need to set to. Yeah, that's what I mean. PL1, 125 watts. PL2, 253 watts. And then there was some talk about a core something or other as well, setting that to 50. All of the cores to 50. I'm not sure. I can't recall exactly what the setting is called, but that's a more recent update to this as well, to this fix as well. And I think it has to do with the multiplier. It basically locks the thing. It can't auto overclock over 5 gigahertz is the thing. I have heard some people getting some success by setting them all to 55, which I assume would then be able to let you go to 5.5 gigahertz. Again, that's why I keep thinking it's a multiplier thing.
Why are we only seeing this now, like in the last couple of months, when this is like old shit? This is weird.
I think it's because only recently have the games and software and stuff actually been pushing these things.
I could see that.
To wanting to push it that far.
So we're just finally hitting an area where the auto setting is allowing the CPU to go beyond its actual limit.
Yeah. It's like a combination of the software like demanding more and the motherboard settings allowing it to go way over the top. Like that 4,000 watt thing is ridiculous.
Part of me wonders because I know gaming companies do all kinds of little hacks to optimize shit and make their stuff run better. I almost wonder if some of these companies, there isn't like some little coding tricks that they're using to get the CPU to go beyond its limits. Like the motherboard's allowing it, obviously, but I almost wonder if like some of these games we're seeing and now somebody was like, hey, we can get a better frame rate if we just overclock the CPU because we can.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Oh shit, MC Derek, thank you for $20, bro. Woo!
The laptop CPUs you're probably okay because they're very strict about power draw and heat. So the HX versions of these CPUs are probably okay. Yeah. But it's totally worth checking. If you have a laptop that allows you to get that deep into your BIOS, then yeah, by all means check it out. But generally laptop stuff is they're so hardcore about power draw that they probably are locked to these lower wattages anyway.
Yeah, I can imagine that a laptop would do that because then they run the risk of like people warranting stuff when it breaks
melt
the screen.
Fucking thing. Like it'll literally melt. Like, yeah.
I'm shocked my Razer laptop hasn't caught fire. Like I've actually opened it up before when it didn't shut down when I closed the lid. Like it has a power management thing where sometimes it doesn't shut down. And I've actually closed the lid before where I've opened it up and I could physically burn myself touching the metal. And I'm like, how is this not like destroying the screen?
Right.
Like how is the screen still functioning? Like I'm perplexed.
Yeah.
By the way, I sent MC Derek. If you see in chat, I sent you a custom song, bro, for you.
Nice, dude.
It's because AI has gotten so good that I can completely write the lyrics do music and perform a song all in about 20 seconds by cutting and pasting some shit into another window. So,
well, yeah, that's the long and the short of it, you guys. Yeah, it's just honestly, I think it's a little crazy that the SIs that are having problems right now didn't notice this sooner.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I'm a little surprised that like benchmarking and stuff didn't raise this sooner. These artificial artificial benchmarks and stuff didn't raise this problem a lot sooner.
Because I'm like, what in the hell is the benchmark? Like, what could the game possibly do that's more than every thread hitting every instruction as hard as it can? It's just weird. I mean, I understand that there's nuance, right? The game might be hitting an instruction very heavy that the benchmark wouldn't. That's theoretically creating more heat or more load on the CPU. But it's just weird. Yeah, you're like, because people test these things Like with like benchmark running, GPU benchmark, full heat load on the system, full memory cycling, IO on the hard drive. I mean, Crystal Disk running with Pi 95, running with Furmark, all just hammering the shit out of it. It's like, why isn't it crashing under that? But then you play Call of Duty and it fucking falls over. It's weird.
And in part, I do think Keller kind of hitting on an interesting point. I do think it is a sort of a cooling issue because, I mean, look at LN2 and stuff, right? Yep. We push these things outrageous freaking voltages and wattages and stuff, and you cool it well enough, it doesn't matter. So yeah, it is partly a cooling thing as well. So that's something that might have hid this issue for a while. Yeah.
All
All
right, bro. Well, let me get you out of here. So I don't want to hold you any later there, my man. Appreciate you stopping by. It was a good live stream.
This is good.
Sorry we weren't here last week, guys, but I think we're here. Are we here next week? Is everything good for you so far next week, or do you got something coming up?
So.
Just let me know if something's coming up. Just let me know, and we'll get her figured out.
Calendar here. Let me think. I'm going to that'd be the 4th, May the 4th, Star Wars Day.
Ooh, May the 4th be with us.
Yeah, I don't see any. I have no reason to believe otherwise.
Awesome, bro. So yeah. I think the last thing I wanted to say to you is let me know when you got 30 minutes and I'm going to get you to print something on that goddamn printer I gave you.
I know, right?
Because I just started 3D printing again, so I got to get you 3D printing again. Okay. It's like paying it forward, right? It's like Joel comes over and gets me 3D printing again. Now I get you 3D printing, and we all be like a big happy 3D printing family. And then you 3D print a computer case.
Yeah,
because I want to see you design and 3D print a computer case. I think that would be the most baller shit ever.
Yeah,
like, seriously.
Yeah. I saw Envious Mods post some pictures of one, but they didn't provide a link. And I asked, I was like, hey, where's the link? Where can you get this? And he's like, oh, I just posted this like real fast. Like he was out and about or so, I don't know. And he's like, oh, you can Google it. And I'm like, oh, fine, I guess.
I'm sure you could probably find the CAD files for like the motherboard mounts and everything. So
I thought it was something they had created, and it seemed that it was something they found. I can find it too.
You got any fun plans for the weekend?
Neighbor friend's birthday.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, I think that's about it.
I think I'm just gonna play some Gran Turismo with my son. We're gonna play some GT. Thanks to old Uncle Kevlar, man. He gave us the GT hitch or the hitch.
I got that thing too, man. Oh, I thought I plugged it in. Yeah, gangster.
Dude, it's so much fun. So much fun. Great. You also got to play, oh God, what's that game called? The cartoony game. Fuck with the fox. God, my brain is melted right now. I'll tell you later. There's a game that Adam will say in chat what it is. There's a game on PlayStation 5 that's a part of the PlayStation service. Like you get it for free if you pay for the
Astro's service. Playground thing was cool.
Dude, Astro's Playground is cool, but no, this other game, oh my gosh, it is so much fun. It's
Ratchet and Clank. Yeah, okay.
Dude, so much fun. Me and Xander and Miss Barnacules were sitting in bed just watching that thing like a movie, playing it all the way through for days on end.
Oh, that's cute.
It is so the way you control the character, the way it feels through the controller, it literally like takes advantage of everything the PlayStation 5 can do graphically, interactively, everything about it. It'll pull you in. I guarantee it. Like play it. It seems kind of silly at first, and you're like, man, this seems like a kid's game. No, it is absolutely amazing. You will love it. I promise.
Right on. All right.
Peace out, bro. You have yourself a good weekend.
Bye, everybody.
Later.
Where's the? Oh, there it is. Okay, bye.
Yeah, find that button. Oh, hey, why am I not here? Hello. There I am. Look at me not fitting in my window. Oh my gosh. What a day. So I started 3D printing again, guys. That's what these were. If you saw me messing with these earlier, I asked my son, I let him pick out a printout last night because I'd just been doing test prints. So I printed him a little toy for the hot tub, which is an articulating whale shark that he still got downstairs playing with. And then he wanted me to print these, which are little grabbers. So they don't work super smooth sideways because the gears are meshed in place. I need to put a little lubricant on there, like some graphite. But no, otherwise these things are awesome. So I got to get back into 3D printing. I'm contemplating my return to YouTube, kind of taking it slow. Getting back into like the 3D printing end to end, pick an item, print it, time lapse it, or slice it, time lapse it, go through it, use it, fart around with it, review it. Because I miss doing that stuff. That was fun. I mean, back in the day, I was in a cadence doing that stuff because it was just really fun to do. And I think that's a little bit more untainium in my speed as I work up to other things. But I got to figure something out. But I want to thank you guys for coming and hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. So does Aux. We have a blast doing this every week. It's a good opportunity for me to hang out with my friend and actually have some physical interaction. Or I should say face-to-face interaction, not physical interaction. But you know, yesterday, Joel stopped by, hooked me up with the new printer, the Mark IV. This thing's badass. Like, this is a badass little printer. Like, honestly, this is the easiest printer from just out of the box, plugging in and working and doing the things that I wanted to do. This has had less fuss than any other printer I've ever used before. So I'm pretty, I get it now. The Prusa mob makes sense. I finally get it. Anthony said your tech talks are my positive outlet. Oh, I love to hear that, man. Thank you so much. Nana said, any good AI tutorials to get into running them locally you could share? Not really off the top of my head. I can't think of anybody that's doing like a lot of the AI tutorial stuff. However, that might be something that I might make some videos on too, because that's something I'm really familiar with and do a lot with. So maybe I just need to get used to the idea of just screen capture. I need to just screen capture, voiceover, maybe a face cam, and just be okay with that for YouTube content for a while, you know? But for some reason in my head, I just got this really weird mental block that's like, if I come back to YouTube, I have to do the same quality of content that I did before. But it's like everything else has changed. So why can't that too, right? It's like at the end of the day, it just has to be engaging and educational. It doesn't have to have like multiple camera angles and jump cuts and all that stuff. It doesn't have to be crazy good. But I gotta get back into some kind of cadence though, because my brain is literally just like failing me at this point, along with my body. Theodore said, you could do just one video a month. No need to go full tilt. Yeah, exactly. It would just be a slow start. I would just lean into it nice and gentle. One or two videos a month, and then build from there. But I do think a lot of my audience would enjoy that. Sadly, YouTube's not going to push them. Like I've released little video clips here and there, and they don't send out any notifications to anybody. So it's going to be super low viewership stuff until I get up to a higher cadence. But it would be good practice. It'd be good practice to get back into it. Plus I'd start using DaVinci Resolve. I have to get off of the Adobe crack because I already canceled it. I can't afford it anymore. So I'm going to use DaVinci Resolve moving forward. So I got to familiarize myself with DaVinci Resolve, get comfortable with it so that I can, you know, pick the things that I want to be able to do in video editing and just get really proficient at doing those quickly. That's the goal anyways. Because once I do that, that'll help a lot, because the editing is a huge part. Like being able to sit here for hours and hours and hours and edit on top of everything else. My back is already killing me just from doing this couple of hours on Tech Talk. So I gotta figure out how to do that in a way where I can be a little bit more efficient, a little faster with the actual editing process. If I keep doing it, the algorithm could pick up my videos again. It's possible. It's anything's possible, man. Anything is possible. But I'll tell you what, doing something rather than nothing is always the right thing, right? If you're given those two opportunities, the answer is no brainer. No brainer. Companies have gotten good with 3D printers lately. Oh, hell yes, they have. 3D printing has been dialed in, like especially, well, FDM specifically. Like FDM 3D printing is something that is really easy to achieve. I mean, even a $250 Creality printer, 99% of people will have a good experience with now, where before you had to be like, you know, hobbyist level 10 to be able to pull that off. Oh, thank you, Nana. I appreciate it. Yeah, the live streaming stuff has always worked best for me with my health issues, because I can just do it when I can. But it also has been really holding me back. Like, so I gotta figure out some way where I can get on a schedule where people know where to find me, when to find me, and can reliably find me there. But with the health stuff, that's been nearly impossible. But I need to just suck it up and do it. Like, even if I'm in a bad space, I need to figure out like an alternative plan where it's like, hey, if I'm on a day where I'm feeling really, really trashy, and I'm, you know, and I look sickly, I need to just, you know, maybe not do a face cam, just do screen capture and voiceover or something like that. I just need to have a couple layers that I can fail over to where it's not like, I'm not going to stream. I actually end up doing it, regardless of how I'm feeling. Oh, Jeremy, that's awesome. You got your 3D printer after watching my videos. Oh my God. I've probably sold a bajillion 3D printers since I started 3D printing back in 2011. The funny thing is, it's just as magical to me as it was back then. Like, it's amazing. I go big periods of time where I stop 3D printing, but when I get back into it, it's like rediscovering an amazing thing every time. You know, it's like, and this is my second bed slinger I've had. The Robo 3D was a terrible bed slinger, like the worst printer I've ever used in my life. And now I have like the best bed slinger there is, in my opinion, which is the Prusa Mark IV. So, and there's just something cool about watching a bed slinger. Like, every printer has its nuance. Like Cartesian printers are kind of boring because, you know, they just, everything stays in the same spot and just moves a little bit. Bed slingers, the whole bed's moving back and forth, so you get a lot of motion. It's very visual. Delta printers look like very robotic, you know, the way the arms move and everything, and the algorithms to move the arm. It just, I don't know, it connects with you in a different way. And the sounds are huge too. The sounds are big, and I love, like, I sat here, the Prusa Mark IV is so ridiculously quiet that I could literally have this just printing on my nightstand while I slept. But the sounds that you can hear that it makes, oh my gosh, they're just super pleasant. I've had a lot of 3D printers that are very annoying. Like, the sounds are just really harsh, really overly attenuated, hit frequencies that the ear really doesn't like. This thing is just downright pleasant to listen to. It's almost like a white noise generator. I love it. Where there's a will, there's a way. Damn straight, brother. Damn straight, Columby. A couple decent games to pick up on PSN. Helldivers 2. I need to play more Helldivers 2. I was lucky enough to have a fan help me out and hook me up with Helldivers 2, and I need to play it a lot more. The reason I haven't been playing it, though, and I've been playing mostly GT7 when I can, is my hands have been really bad lately, so I'm having a hard time holding a controller. Like, my hands get physically, like, pin prickly, needle pricklies in my wrists and in my finger joints. So it physically hurts to hold a controller, whereas when I'm doing racing, I have the steering wheel, and I can just rest my hands on the steering wheel and do this. So I don't really have to grip it. I can just kind of, like, you know, put my hands on the outside and move it like this, and my feet are doing the pedals. So it ends up working out a little bit better for me. But I definitely need to figure out what the hell's going on with my hands and my joints, because it's just been progressively getting worse. Or I don't know if I got like fibromyalgia or something that's causing all this burning and lack of mobility, and things are biting me all the time. It's just, oh, it's not fun. I don't like it one bit. And I'm sure there's some way to relieve it. We just have to try more options until we find something that works. Jim's texted, I just bought the K1C, and man, it's fast compared to my Ender 3. Oh yeah, so is it the K1C? Which one is that? Is that, hold on here, let me look it up. K1C 3D printer. That is, oh, it's a Creality also. I haven't even seen this one. What is the K1C? Oh, this is a fully enclosed printer. This is that super fast one. Oh, yeah, this is the one that they created. Oh, never mind. I know this one. I thought it was like, do they have a K1 Max or something? Oh, yeah, they do. Okay, I've seen the K1 Max. I haven't seen the K1 Speed. But yeah, this is the one that they built to kind of like out-compete Bamboo. It's basically like an open source Bamboo. 600 millimeter a second printing. That's insane. 600 millimeter a second is absolutely batshit crazy, insane fast. And a 300 by 300 by 300 build volume. Damn. How much is this thing? That's here, let me buy now. How much is this? This is $759. That's not a bad deal. That's not a bad deal for a printer with this spec. Huh. I'll have to look into this a little bit. Yeah, the printers are just getting stupid fast. And a lot of it's software. Like, it's not even hardware. You used to need like linear rails and stuff to go, you know, 500, 600 millimeters a second. Now you can use like input shaping, that other technology is where they match they neutralize resonances by having the motors never hit the certain frequencies that cause the vibrations. So you can basically, and you can basically get like, you know, 3, 4, 5x the speed out of like way lesser hardware by using software. And you basically just calibrate the printer. You just print. It's like a visual eye test, right? You just, this look better, worse, better, worse, better, worse, until you get something that looks amazing. Oh, you like the Microsoft stories? I got a lot of fun Microsoft stories. We'll have to tell some more of those in the future. I have taken gabapentin. Gabapentin actually did help with a lot of my nerve pain. It didn't help with the tightness in my hands. Like, I still couldn't grip things very well, but it did help with the pain. The problem is it made me just a zombie. Gabapentin made me so tired all the time. That was the biggest problem. Like, it did help with the pain, but man, it made me so uselessly tired that like at times I felt like I was just gonna die. Like, because I couldn't do anything. Like, I was like, and if you can't do anything, that's what I tell people all the time. If you can't get up and you can't move and you can't do things, you start degrading super fast. Like you literally, like, you start ticking off. It's like hours become days, you know, and days become weeks, and it's bad. So you have to do whatever it takes to keep you moving. Even if what you do to make you moving is unhealthy, it's still healthier than not moving. Let's see here. EG said, I have a question about Twitter, about an account you're following on your secondary account. Is it possible to DM you somehow? About account? I wouldn't worry about it too much if it's my secondary account that's following it. Because my secondary account is literally, it's only used for testing. If it's following somebody, it's not because I necessarily like them. If that's what you're worried about, it's a testing thing. So you don't have to worry about it. Let's see here. Your story. Let's see here. Maybe live stream a project so chat can help keep your mind engaged and help. That's not a bad idea, actually. That was kind of fun with coding stuff too, like live coding. I gotta get comfortable with live coding again because it's fun when people pop in and offer their own advice and stuff like that. Then it feels like a group effort working towards a goal, which is really fun. My brother's dog is on gabapentin right now. Oh shit, they give that to animals too. That's awesome. When he told me, I was like, whoa, I've heard of it in your streams before. You know, it's a really common medication. Gabapentin's been around forever. It basically just numbs your perception. Like it dampens the signals from your nerves. So if you have things that cause, like, you know, if you have like nerve pain and burning sensations and stuff like that, it makes them way more tolerable. Let's see here. Billy B. Slayer said, you need real life accountability, buddy. Dude, you can't get any better accountability than I already have right now. Trust me, there is no better accountability than losing everything. That is the absolute biggest accountability you can have. But yeah, no, you're definitely right. Accountability creates motivation. But the thing is, even if you're accountable to something, it's like, and it's do or die. If you hit the point where it's like you can no longer move and you can't do anything, at that point it's game over. There's nothing you can do. And I'm trying to keep from getting there. I want to go the other direction. Yeah, it's a weird account I was following too. Wonder how I even followed it. Maybe you know what its origin name was or something like that. Here, can you just say the account here? Like, just don't put the ad on it. Just tell me what the name of the account is. Because I'm kind of curious now. If it's an account that my alt is following that I didn't actually follow, and you found that you're following it and you didn't actually follow them, that's something that I would definitely want to investigate for sure. Absolutely for sure. Let's see here. Theodore says, depends on what viewers you have. Twitch chat can be a pretty brain dead when giving advice, whether it's for coding or anything else. But your community is certainly more technical than average. Oh, it's an 18 plus account? Oh, now I really want to know. Oh, I don't care. I don't think, is there any rules on YouTube that you can't type a name of an 18 plus account in chat? I don't know. Maybe here, just tag me on Twitter. Just tag at Barnacules or tag Hugh J Anus or whatever, and then just give me the name of the account, and I'll check it out. But yeah, I definitely won't check it out on stream. I don't want anybody to see it. Cryptopsy's like, I hope it's not mine. I mean, it might be. I'm just now I'm curious because I'm like, do I follow any 18 plus accounts on my alt? Because I don't think I'd do that for testing unless it was a bot. Because I do follow bots to fuck with them sometimes. So, yeah, I'll have to figure out how that is. So, but my alt account is Hugh J Anus. If you guys want to go follow it, it's HUGHJ Anus. So that is my alt on X. And then my primary account, if you actually want to talk to me, is Barnacules, at Barnacules. So at Barnacules. Nope, at Barnacules. Stop auto-completing it to Barnacules Nerdgasm, damn it. Fucking YouTube, man. Seriously? There we go. No, for some reason I can't type at Barnacules. If I type at Barnacules, even if I remove Nerdgasm and hit enter, it just goes back to Barnacules. Like, they will only let me tag my channel. Let's see here. Okay, so you just tweeted at me. All right, let's check it out here. You said you tweeted it at my primary. Let me look at that. You got me curious. Who is it? Okay, well, Elon's not showing me your tweet, but that's pretty common. I'll probably have to like go look at your account directly because it's not going to show it to me. What's your Twitter? What's your Twitter name? So I can look it up because it's not showing it to me. Sadly, this is a problem I have on X. The algorithm won't show me something. Like if the platform knows that it's 18 plus or something, it might be holding it back. Let's see here. Let's see. Are you EEG? Oh, same as here? Oh, that makes it easy. All right, here, let me look you up here real quick. EEG0. There we go. And now I can click on your account. Bingo. And replies. And there it is. Okay, so without the space, yeah, I don't recognize that name. Oh boy, I'm gonna instantly regret this, but hey, the things I do for science, right? You say I follow this from my alt? I want to see. This is weird. Let's see here. Let's see. I mean, it just looks like a spam account. It's not 18 plus. Oh no, I guess it is 18 plus. Okay, never mind. It says adult content warning. X labeled this post as containing adult content. Okay, so what is her real X on Instagram? $50 for info, asking for a friend. Okay, so it looks like a dude who just reposts a bunch of Instagram shit like a bot. Yeah, I don't recognize the name, and I don't recognize this person or account. Yeah, I have interesting. So yeah, I don't recognize here. Let me see. So does it say? It doesn't say I'm following him, by the way. So you said I was following this account. I'm on my alt account right now, and it says I don't follow it. So wait, did I? You know what? Maybe I didn't type it in right. Hold on here. What did you say it was again? Oh, let me scroll up. Nick. Give me a second. You piqued my curiosity. So weird account following 18 plus. Sorry, I'm digging through my chat trying to find a message again. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, I don't recognize the account, but it doesn't say I'm following it. Here, let me go to my primary and see if I'm following it. So it's 2 X's, right, on it? Here, let me go to my primary again. I want to see if my primary is following it. Oh, they follow me. Is that what you meant? I don't follow them. It says they follow me, whoever this is. And it says they follow my primary and my secondary. Interesting. So I literally have a secondary account, another secondary account called Barnacules Secondary, which is my backup for my primary. And it looks like they follow Barnacules and Barnacules Secondary, but they don't follow my Hugh J. Anus account, which is what I thought you were talking about. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea who this is. I'm thinking it's probably just a bot that just followed me because of how many people I have that follow me. That happens a lot on X and platforms like X, is when you have scam accounts, and this looks like a scammer account. It has 1.9 million followers, but like looking at the types of posts that they post, like they don't post very often. I mean, they only have like 20 total posts under their replies, and they have 1.9 million followers. So I think this is probably a hacked account. This is probably an account that got hacked. They probably changed some information. They're probably using it for like some kind of a scam. And they follow 3.9 million people, so they're obviously just following every account on the platform that has a huge following so that they can get their messages out there. So yeah, I mean, I see stuff like this all the time. It's nothing to worry about. So how do many people I follow this, though? It's weird. Yeah, I think it's just by sheer number. I think it's just an account that got hacked, and they were just literally just following every account on the platform that has a large following. That actually happens quite a bit on X, sadly. Like you'll get people that they'll just create an account, and then they'll follow like 1 million people, like just using automation. And then as they're following millions of people, a lot of those accounts will do follow backs. And so you know, so then they end up building clout, because then they have all these followers and follows backs, and that helps the algorithm put their posts in front of more people, even if they're not even necessarily things those people would want to see. Because the way the algorithm usually works is it shows you posts. It'll show you a post from a person you follow, or it'll show you a post from a person of the person that you follows that you don't follow, if it's in the For You feed. And so if you can get an account to follow enough accounts that they enough follow them back, that you have a better chance of showing up organically in the For You feed of people that don't follow you. So it just sounds like they're just literally gaming the system to get more eyes on their posts. So probably just somebody got hacked. Let's see here. Twitter says to me you're following on Barnacules SS. Oh, that's not my account. The single S is my account. Double S is not my account. So that's just a scammer impersonating me. So if there's a Barnacules S, what is it? Barnacules SS? Is that what it is? Let me see if I can find it here. Barnacules Secondary. No, that is mine. The one that has 2 S's. No, that's my account. That's my backup, right? You said the one with 2 S's, right? So let me look here. And you said this account is following that guy? Man, I haven't used this account in a bajillion years. Okay, let me see. So who am I following? Let me scroll down through my follow list, see if I can find this guy. Let's see here. It didn't find him. So I don't think I'm oh wait, no, never mind. I didn't have them all resolved. Okay, so Nick. Yeah, it didn't find nothing. There's no Nick in my following list. I just did a search. So I'm definitely not following him. But to you it says I'm following him? Could you take a screenshot and tag the @Barnacules account and show me? Because if you have a screenshot that says that that my account Barnacules S, so Barnacules S is following him, I definitely want to see that, because I'm looking on my side and that account definitely does not follow him. So that would be the platform lying if that's the case. Here, let me add another S. Maybe you meant like 3 S's. No, that account doesn't exist. Okay, so no, you are definitely talking about my backup. Interesting. So yeah, no, I want to see a screenshot, because I find all kinds of stuff on X. Like, X is a very corrupt platform since Elon took over, sadly. Like, that guy is the most pro-censorship, anti-free speech person ever. He just says the opposite of everything he does. And it's easily provable. But it wouldn't surprise me if he's not doing the same thing that Facebook used to do, where they lie and show your followers that you're following people that you don't follow in the hopes that you'll follow them too. Facebook does that all the time, sadly. Barnacle S? I don't even recognize that account. Here, let me see if that's even a real account. I think you meant Barnacules with an extra S, right? Yeah, this account does not exist. Okay. So, yeah. So no, I'm looking at the right account. I'm definitely looking at the right account. Very weird. I will send you the screenshot on your primary. It's in Dutch. Oh no, that's fine. It's fine if it's in Dutch. I just find this like really weird. If the platform is telling people that I'm following people that I'm not following, that's kind of a big deal, because I mean that's another form of manipulation. So very weird. He has a secondary backup account with 2 S's. Yeah. So this is the account I'm looking at. Is this the account that you're saying that he's following? Here, hold on. I'll just give you a link to it. Today on Tech Talk. Here, let's do the one with so Barnacules secondary. So this one right here. So that's the link right there. So that's my secondary account. That's just my backup to, notify people if I get taken offline or whatever. And this account is not following any Nick. Like, I just went into my following. I follow my primary and I follow a couple dozen other people, and none of them are that Nick guy. So, because I don't follow very many, so it's a couple pages I scrolled multiple times looking at, and this Nick guy is nowhere to be found in here. So if it's saying that I follow him to you, that's worth investigating, because that's very bizarre behavior, and that would be terrible. Can anybody else verify that? Like, if anybody else goes to my Barnacules S link, my secondary, go look under the under like, who am I following, and see if I'm following anybody named Nick. Because I'm curious if anybody else is seeing this either, or if it's just maybe a Dutch server or something is having the problem. Here, I'll go take a look here. EEGEE. There you are. And checking. Oh, so I think that just means he's following me. I'm not following him. He's following me. Because when I look, if it's in the same order for your language, the last one is who I'm actually following. The Volgend or whatever. But then there's like Volgers, Die, G Kent or whatever. I think that's people I follow. Right? Here, let me go put this through a language translator really quick so I can see what the hell's going on here. This is another thing AI really shines at, is you can just like dump this stuff into AI and ask it to translate it directly from an image, which is really cool. So I can just say, hey, I want to copy this image. And then I'm going to go over to old Bing. I'm going to go into Copilot. I'm going to paste it. Now it's pasted. I'm going to say extract the text and translate to English. Let's see if it can do it. All right. It does say that on the account. Let's see here. I'm on his profile. So wait, Michael Weezer. So you're saying on his account? Well, it says he follows me, but it doesn't say I follow him. Correct? I think that's where the confusion is. Like, I don't know who this guy is. Lots of people follow me that have no idea who I am, and I don't know who they are. But I thought that the problem was I was following him, and it's like I just checked. None of my accounts are following him. So, but if somebody is seeing that I follow him, if it says on somebody else's thing that I'm following him, that's wrong, and I want to find that out. It says, oh, seriously? For you, it says it too. Oh, the plot thickens. Hey, Michael, could you tag me in a screenshot, please? Just tag at Barnacules with a screenshot. This is crazy. Oh, this is wild. So you guys are seeing, you're seeing under who follows them that I'm following them when none of my accounts say they follow him. Okay, there's definitely some scam going on there. So let me look. I just clicked. Okay, it says they follow me. I don't follow them. I just checked on the secondary account. I checked on my primary, and so he follows 2 of my 3 accounts, but I don't follow him. Yet it says I follow him. Let's see here. So let me look here. 1.9 million followers. I'm probably not gonna be able to find myself under this massive list. Oh no, that's verified. Oh, verified followers. I'd be a verified follower because I am verified. And I am not in here. I just looked under his verified following list. And let me look under followers I know. I see it. I fucking see it. Are you shitting me? I'm going to cut and paste to make sure the spelling isn't different. No, this is a good catch, guys. Thank you. No, that is my account. Holy shit. Okay, so you are 100% correct. Thank you for pointing this out to me. This is amazing. So, yeah, right here, it says that this dude... Oh, here, let me get some screenshots before old Elon tries to delete the evidence here. Okay, I'm going to save that. Save to downloads. All right, I need to call this... Okay, let's see here. Showing that I follow him. .png. Okay, and then... Yeah, I just went under followers you know. So followers you know, and Barnacules secondary is the second one listed. So, and it says a bunch of other people I know follow him too, which is really weird because I know these people don't follow him. Wow, so this guy figured something out. This is a new thing I've never seen before. This is wild. Okay, so check this out. So let me give you the lowdown, guys. This is what we just discovered. This is nuts. And by the way, thank you, EG, for bringing this to my attention. I really appreciate it. So I have 3 accounts on Twitter. I have Barnacules secondary, I have Hugh J. Anus, and I have Barnacules. So those are my 3 accounts. Barnacules is my primary. Barnacules S is my secondary. Hugh J. Anus is my alt that I use for testing the algorithm. 2 of those 3 accounts that I have, this Nick guy follows. There's the suspicious guy that also follows a bunch of people that follow me, right? So that was brought to my attention. So I went and logged into all 3 of my accounts, and they all say that I do not follow this Nick guy. If you go under my list of who do I follow, he's not in there. If you look at my bio, it doesn't say following. Like when I click on his account, it doesn't say I'm following him from any of the accounts. There's no relationship there, but he follows 2 of my accounts. However, if I click on his account and go under followers, verified followers or followers not verified followers, followers you know, my secondary account is under there. So if you look at, so if I click on his account and I say, oh, who follows this guy, right? I'm there. My secondary account is in there. But if I click on my secondary account, it doesn't follow him. So if I click on my secondary account and then I go to following so to see who my secondary account is following, he should be in there, right? So let me scroll again. I'm going to go one by one here. I want to make sure I don't screw this up, so I'm going to be very careful this time. I'm scrolling. I'm going through every single one of them meticulously because I think there's only like 50. And he is not in there. I even did a search just to make sure for Nick. He's not in there. So yeah. So we just literally found an account on X that is falsely reporting that people are following him that don't actually follow him. That is fucking crazy. That is wild. Yeah, I already did the search. No, Enthusiast, I did the search. I controlled F and typed in Nick. I did everything. And the easiest way to see if you're following somebody is just log into the account, click on your bio, click on the person's account, and it'll say following. Like, it'll literally say following. And I just did it on his account. Here, let me go back to it. So if I go back to his main account and I look, it says, yeah, the follow button's even there. Like, you know, normally it'd say unfollow if you followed him. It even says follow. That is freaking wild. So how is he doing this? So that means that his following list is probably fabricated. Like, there's probably a bajillion people in his following list that don't actually follow him. This guy's figured out some loophole in the system to make his account look a lot bigger than it is, which is very bizarre. Yeah, this is not right. This is totally not right. I did the same for your list. It only loads 59 or something accounts, even though X says you're following 100 plus. Here, let me see how many it says I'm following when I'm actually on the account. Hold on, let me look. So on my account, let me go to Barnacules S, followers, Barnacules secondary. It says I'm following 136 people. And let's see, how many? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just we say roughly 10 per. So page down. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. You're right. There's a shitload of people missing under my following. So this guy has found a way to get accounts to follow him without actually showing that they're following him, but it still affects the count. So that means if I only have 60 people I'm following on this account, and there's 113 that are followed, those numbers aren't lining up. So that means that my account is following a shitload of people that are unaccounted for. Yeah, I've never seen this before. This is some weird shit. Like, how do you follow somebody without following them? Yeah, this is super duper bizarre. Here, let me try something else here. Let's see. Okay, that's not working. Hold on. I'm gonna try one other thing. Don't mind me just typing some things and stuff. Let's see here. X. Or actually, it'd be Twitter. I forgot they changed the name. Okay, so got that one. I've got that one. Oh, excuse me. Nope, that's not correct. Let me try this. Interesting. Okay. And my last post on that account was on November 25th, 2020 on my secondary account. Yeah, this is bizarre, dude. This is like creeping me out a little bit. I mean, luckily it's on an account that I haven't used in like 4 years, but yeah, I don't know why that's happening. That's so bizarre. So I wonder how many other people this is affecting. I mean, it could be a glitch. This could quite literally be a bug. I don't want to make it seem like it's something bigger than it is, but it is kind of weird that a person that I don't know, never have known, don't even recognize, follows 2 of my accounts, and then one of the accounts of mine that he follows says that it follows him, but if from his account, but if I go to that account, it says it doesn't follow him. But then that account that's my account also only shows me the 60 people I'm following, but it says I'm following 139. So why does it say I'm following 139 if it's truly only showing me that I follow 60? And then if I click on his account, it doesn't say I'm following him. So like, even if it didn't show that I was following him and he truly was one of the 130 some people I was following that it claims, if I clicked on his account, it wouldn't have the follow button like unchecked. So this is very weird. This is a very weird scenario. This is something that warrants some further investigation for sure. So I appreciate you pointing this out to me. But this is odd, because if somebody can do this, if somebody can just make it look like other accounts are following them that aren't truly following them, that's a big deal. I mean, that's not just like a little bug. That's a big deal, because if the way the algorithm works and it delivers posts to him, that would basically give this guy access to my audience for them to potentially see things he's posting, at least to that account. That account's 4 years old and I haven't posted on it. So realistically, it poses little to no threat. But if it was an account that I was using regularly, things that he posted may become visible to people that follow me that don't follow him, because it looks to the system like I'm following him, even though I'm not. So that could actually create a big problem. Yeah, shadow followers, basically. Yeah, shadow accounts, shadow followers. Those are all accurate ways to say it. James Janus said, where do you see AI, at least from the chatbot side of things? They are a mess and kind of dumb and aren't really improving or learning. If anything, they are getting worse. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, I guess it depends. If you're talking about like chatbots, like where you're just trying to have a conversation with a thing pretending to be human, I would say that it's probably not getting any better, not getting any worse. It's just kind of neutral. But are LLMs on whole getting better? Absolutely, they are. I mean, when you start playing with like Claude 3 or even GPT-4 128K context, the stuff you can do with it is way better than you could even a couple of months ago. Like, especially when it comes to writing code or problem solving. It's astronomically better. So me personally, I don't think it's getting worse. Now, there are some bad AIs, like straight up, like Gemini is pretty iffy. Llama's not the greatest. Mixtral's really good. Mistral are really good. Claude is absolutely amazing. I say Claude 3 Opus is my favorite AI by far right now. GPT-4 is kind of like, I'd say, second place. But as far as where I see AI, I still see AI as the threat I always have. I mean, it's still going to replace a lot of jobs. It's going to displace a lot of people. LLMs probably aren't as big of a threat as generative AI, but used in combination with generative AI, they can be a massive threat. And honestly, they still help people scam people. They still help people compress a shitload of work down into a small package without letting the client know that that's what's happening, so that they can overcharge for services. The biggest place where I see LLM really screwing people over is like on Fiverr. Like there's a lot of people that are on Fiverr now that are just running bots that basically you order a service and it writes some code for you, or it writes poems or music or something, sends it back to the client without a human even being involved, goes back and forth, gets a couple iterations of $5. The client's like, oh, thanks. And it thinks that it got something that was created by a human, but it actually got something that was completely automated and created by an AI, that if they had known about it and could use it themselves, they wouldn't have had to pay the $5 in the first place, right? So some people see that as that person being industrious by doing that, but I find it hugely deceptive. Also, AI is kind of flawed in that AI is based on training. You could train in the AI be wrong, like 1 + 1 = 27, or that a picture of a duck is human. Same problem with humans, though. AI. Think of AI as a simulated human brain. A neural network simulated all the way down to the neurons. You could even consider the weighting almost emotional, like hormonal, right? So, yes, if I told you 1 + 1 was 27, and I taught you that from a baby, you would think 1 + 1 is 27. However, if I try to teach you 1 + 1 is 27, but 5 other people teach you that 1 + 1 is 2, you're going to believe 1 + 1 is 2. You're going to be way more likely to believe the majority over the minority. Now, because I raised you, you might give me extra points. It might take 5 people to equal one of me. It might take 6 people to override me, depending on the weight that I put into the system. But still, the majority has the edge in any neural network. So when you say, so you are right. If the training data is bad, if the training data is bad or lacking, meaning that it has very little sources of the same data from different perspectives, then it's going to have a bias, just like humans would in the same situation. However, the bigger AIs that we're talking about, like Opus and GPT-4, are trained on, billions and billions and billions of documents on every kind of topic imaginable, the crossover of those topics that are compatible, topics that aren't, topics that have commonality that isn't direct commonality, but on some level there's commonality between them. all of that stuff in the neural network will train ultimately towards, like, as you let it continuously train, it will ultimately trend towards what the majority believes. And it doesn't have to be like how many people said it exactly the same or exactly the pattern, because remember, it can also differentiate. It doesn't have to be, the words don't have to be in a perfect order or anything like that. It can take the overarching pattern of the idea and it can compare those across the broad spectrum too. So it's basically just a human that learns really, really quickly. However, it's in its infancy and we're training it based on the internet, which the internet, you're right, has a lot of conflicting data. So, and it's really difficult when you're training something with billions and billions and billions of words a day for you to curate it, right? So it is going to get a lot of bad information. But the goal is the more you train it and the more data sources you give it, overall, the majority, for most topics, like most mainstream topics, the majority is going to dominate the minority, and therefore the AI is going to give the right answer more than the wrong answer. However, you're right. There are niche things where it's like maybe there's not a lot of information out there other than the occult or the conspiracy theorists. And on topics of that, it's going to trend with the conspiracy theorists. However, also keep in mind that anybody else that's interested in that topic, the only data they're going to be able to find is the conspiracies. And if those conspiracies haven't been challenged in any way, so that there's no other linking patterns to objectify against other things, right? We would do the same thing. We would look at that and go, well, that's true, because we have no reason not to believe it's true, because there's nothing over here to contradict it. So I honestly think that LLMs, both LLMs and generative AI as a package are multimodal LLMs. So the ability to process not only patterns in text, but also images, video, audio is literally the most important thing humanity has ever created. Like the most powerful thing. Like I think it rivals the internet. I think it rivals the all the way back to the wheel, the Iron Age. Like this is a new age. This isn't just another technology like an iPhone that, you know, improves our lives or whatever, you know, is a single option in a single category, right? This is something that changes everything across everything. AI can be applied to everything. Doesn't matter. You could be a librarian, you could be flipping burgers, you could be digging a ditch. AI can be used to augment, and that's what it is. It's a force multiplier. So think of a tool. A tool usually is a force multiplier, right? You pick up a tool, now I'm stronger. You pick up a tool, now I can do 5 things in the time it took to do one thing. It's always a force multiplier. Well, AI is an intellectual force multiplier, right? You can take AI and combine it with other things and improve their efficiency. Now, just like with a tool, you have to use it the right way, right? You know, you have to find the right ways and the wrong ways, and you have to kind of work with it and learn it. But the difference being is every other force multiplier humanity's ever created has been a force multiplier that only existed in like really one space or one genre. AI is universal. We've essentially created a human brain that is infinitely thirsty for knowledge, that is able to interface and talk to every other brain, no matter how different or similar it is, that's in that same category, right? And all of these things can take the entire knowledge of humans and translate it and explain it in a way that anybody can understand. That's big. That's huge. That goes beyond the library. You no longer go pick up the book and then have to go get a dictionary to look up what each word means because it's too complicated. You can now skip that entire process and basically take nuclear fusion and break it down to something you can do in your garage. You know, and that's where that's where I can say it's a force multiplier across everything. Doesn't matter if you're cooking, doesn't matter if you're cleaning, doesn't matter if you're building, inventing. I mean, shit, a lawyer, a doctor, like every single one of these things, AI can be a force multiplier to improve and speed up everything they do in some way or another. And then when you start combining it with things like robotics, now you not only have the ability to implement that AI in the robotics so that it can interact with its world, create brand new dynamic data from its interactions with the world, just like humans do, and learn like we do, but it can also apply that knowledge. And so we're going to see this transition over the next 10 years probably, where AI and robotics were kind of separate before, like they dabbled with each other, but they never really were truly connected. Now we're going to see that change where it's like you're going to have robotics completely powered by dynamic autonomous code running the interfaces with the internet, and you basically tell it to do something, and it uses the combined knowledge of humanity, every image, every video, every sound, every taste, smell, any kind of recorded data that it can gain access. All of that's at its disposal to learn and improve and get better and better and better at something. And there doesn't even have to be human intervention. Human intervention could make it faster, but human intervention isn't even necessary. There's enough data out there for it to get to a point where it has enough instincts that it can then start to learn on its own, which to a lot of people is really scary. And honestly, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared either. I mean, this is a very scary thing we're venturing into for a lot of reasons. Kyle K said, I heard some people recently use GPT-4 in a tool called Acid Rain to proof of concept auto hack a website. Interesting. I don't think I've seen that one yet. But interfacing AI with tools and software is something that's been done heavily, especially in the coding space. Like I've already done some. I did an experiment where all I did was just keep iterating. I told it to program something in Python, and then I didn't tell it anything. I just copied the code, run it, copy the output of the code, put it back into the chat, then take the new code, copy back out, run it again, take the output, put it back in the chat, and I just iterated on that process until I ultimately had the program that worked. Like I didn't have to tell it there was an error. I didn't have to tell it what was being done right, what was being done wrong. It was able to just see the output. I was bridging the gap and allowing it to see the end result of what it created so that it could then figure out, is that end result what's supposed to happen or is the end result what's not supposed to happen? Make that determination until you get to the point where it's like, that's what it should be doing. And then you got a program. And that's just with one AI, like cycling just a handful of agents within one AI. What happens when you take that AI and you couple it with another AI and then you have packages of agents in each AI and all of them can have a conversation and then you implement democracy? Then shit gets really interesting really fast. And that's when you wish you didn't like give the computers access to robotics and like unfettered access and like hand them control of their own power switch, which is something humanity should never do under any situation. That would be the dumbest thing we could possibly do. James Shane said, do you think we are becoming reliant on AI? Whenever I go down destination sites, whenever these AI services go down and people and I have to write a paperwork program, etc. Oh yeah, no, definitely. We've become dependent on search engines. We've become dependent on the internet. We've become dependent on all kinds of things. This is no different. Yeah, we'll absolutely become AI dependent. Just like with math, it's like people don't learn math to the same level on average that they did in prior generations because now we have calculators. Everybody has a calculator on them in the form of their phone or every device they have at minimal can do some kind of calculation. So we don't have to know as much math. So we can now dedicate that learning to something else, right? AI is very similar in that once we have the combined access to all the knowledge and information on how to do everything, the core knowledge that we need will change, right? Because we don't need to carry around as much core knowledge. It's kind of like think of it like a GPS and a taxi driver. So a lot of taxi drivers didn't use GPSs for years. As a matter of fact, I think they're still banned in London, right? And in order for you to become a taxi driver, you had to learn every single street, every route. You had to be able to memorize everything. So somebody could just get in the car, take me here, and you just go there. But that was expensive because now you have to hire and pay somebody who is willing to take years and years and years to learn all of that information and become an expert and retain it. So they're worth more. They're inherently worth more because of the dedication they put into meeting the requirements of that position. Now you can just throw a GPS in the cab for $100 and replace that with just a person who doesn't know anything about anything that can follow an arrow on a screen. You see where I'm getting at? So AI is kind of like that. It's like where you used to have to dedicate yourself to understanding like how are streets laid out, what are the patterns, how long is this street, like so you could visually in your head like reference this. You no longer have to do that because you're just like, I want to go from here to here, and the arrow just takes you there. So you're like, why am I wasting all the time memorizing? I'll spend 2 years memorizing streets, reciting them back, taking tests over and over and over again to become a cab driver when you can just slap a GPS on the dashboard and actually even be more efficient than the person that did know all of that stuff. So in that's kind of like analogous to what's going on with everything else right now with AI. Is, if I want to create a song, I used to have to learn how to play an instrument. I had to learn how to sing. I had to warm up my vocal cords. I had to write lyrics. I had to perform, see what worked, what didn't. Now I can just go to Suno AI, write me a song about taking a shit in the wintertime, and there you go. It's done, and it's like, oh, okay, well, awesome, And that's pretty scary for the people that spent their entire lives becoming musicians, And the thing is, people will always crave the human component. Like just knowing something was created by a human is going to become more and more valuable as time goes on. Once AI content takes over everything, which it's already doing at like a huge clip, people are going to start to want to crave human interactions and human created things, even if they're not superior. and just for the human touch. But the problem is AI is going to be so good that bad actors will be able to create something that appears to be the human touch coming from what appears to be a real human, but it turns out it's just a scam, and the whole time it was no different than all the other AI trash. Sadly. James said, do you think we're... Oh, sorry. And I like what I do now. How am I going to write my paper for school or program something at work? Yeah, I mean, if AI isn't 100% reliable and always available, and you become dependent on it, then every time that service goes offline, you might as well be sleeping. Kyle K said, I heard of it from Satonic on YouTube, who does tech and hacking. No, I follow Satonic. He does really good stuff. I followed him for years. He does amazing videos. So say SEYTONIC if you guys want to go check him out on YouTube. Really great channel. I'll tell you what, guys, though, I am not feeling too hot right now at the moment, so I think I'm going to go ahead and spin down and call her a day. I'm also going to get something printing on this printer before I head back downstairs. I think I'm going to print that little crossbow for my son. so he can go terrorize mom with it, and then I'll have to sleep on the couch. James James said, are we too reliant people? Oh, I can't write a paper now that AI is down, or a program for work now that AI is down. People can still write a paper, but want AI to do it for them. Are we too reliant? Well, if you can do the thing yourself, if you have the skill to do the thing yourself, and you still want AI to do it for you, that means that that's still the path of least resistance. That means having AI do it for you is still better than what you think you can do yourself. Or at least to get you to the goal faster than what you do yourself. So yeah, you would be, at that point, you would be too reliant on it, right? But however, if AI is down and you can fall back and you have those skills, at least you're still useful. Whereas when AI goes down for somebody who didn't have those skills, you're now not useful. But we also live in a world where it's like uptime just keeps getting better and better and better and better. I mean, I'd imagine that at a certain point, it's like if you don't have internet access, it's like your life just instantly falls apart. I mean, that's the direction we've been heading for a long time. Like everything is attached to it, right? And the thing is, we become reliant on like everything, right? It's like even if you know how to code, you still might be relying on MSDN. You still might be relying on the books with the API references. Not everybody's going to memorize every single thing and be able to learn every single thing. I mean, every developer has their edge, their thing, their library they go back to, whether they built it or it's somebody else's library that they've kind of reorganized and implemented in their own. At the end of the day, we all have our, what makes us useful is what data we have on hand, how we combine that with the data that we don't have on hand, and what we produce as an end result. And I think that AI is going to enable people to not have to learn as much. Like it'll be more important to teach the person how to use AI to seek knowledge as it's needed versus having to learn a bunch of knowledge that may not always be needed up front just to have it available. And that could create real problems. Like if AI just goes offline or an EMP takes out technology or whatever, we could all find ourselves, idiocracy with our thumb up our ass and not know, our ass from a hole in the ground. And that could totally happen. That's 100% could totally happen. But sadly, we've already become largely reliant in that way, right? I mean, there's a lot of people that if their power goes out in their house and the grocery store is closed, they don't know how to go hunt and gut an animal and to cook it. They don't know what plants they can eat that aren't poisonous. Like, I mean, but how often have they been put in that situation where they needed those skills? The average person may go their entire lifetime without needing it, right? Depending on their environment. So AI is largely the same thing. It's a bigger step, granted, but it's much of the same. It's just more, we're taking more of the stress to learn and obtain knowledge away from the human and putting it on a mechanism that can just provide to us. Think of it like a GPS for knowledge. If you want to go somewhere now, you don't have to think, oh, okay, go down that street. Okay, I remember that street's going to be that long. I memorized that street back in school. Okay, go turn there. No, you're just like put in the location and you go there. AI is going to be largely like that. You're not going to be like, oh, I want to go in the kitchen and make a hamburger. Okay, so what temperature does beef have to be before, it kills all the bacteria? How long do you cook a burger? How long is too much overcooking a burger? Should I toast the bun? What is a bun even? Like, you don't have to do that anymore. Like a chef would have to learn all those things to make a great burger. But at some point, you're just going to be able to go in the kitchen and say, how do I make a good burger? And the AI is just going to be like, here's the things I can do for you. Here's the things you have to do, but here's what you do to do it best. And it feeds it to you as you need it. So that you don't have to make that, like, you don't have to dedicate a huge amount of your life to learning that skill, because that skill can be just given to you in detail, step by step, as you need it. So people need to learn critical thinking and information retrieval. Oh, that's always a good thing. How long before IntelliSense has a ask it to write something for you feature? You'd be surprised. It kind of already exists in a way. As a matter of fact, just use Google or Gmail. You start typing and it just completes your sentence. You just start typing and then all of a sudden 5 words show up. You hit tab, boom, your 5 words are typed. So it infers what you're saying by like what you said previous to the content you're responding to. It can infer what it thinks you're going to say with a high reliability. And then the more you do it, the more it personally becomes trained to how you talk. And then pretty soon it's like a stenographer, right? You're not even typing the letters. You're just like, A, it already knows what you mean. B, okay, A plus B, here's the next 7 words that you're most likely going to say to this person given what they said. And then over your life, it's going to learn how you communicate to these people. And pretty soon it'll just be like, It's going to be like 5 paragraphs about how your day went, you know? Maybe not that crazy, but you know what I mean? It's going to become more and more and more streamlined. Like that's going to happen. There's no avoiding that. My biggest fear, though, that I've told people is as AI replaces the need for humans with specialized skills, there's going to be less jobs, like just in general, right? And even labor jobs. There's going to be a lot less labor jobs because robots will end up being cheaper. And the number of people you need to hire to build the robot to replace the 1,000 people isn't 1,000 people. So you're not just replacing one job with another job like historically has happened with other technologies, right? So we're eventually going to get to a point where there's too many people and not enough jobs. In that situation, capitalism can't work. So we're going to have to figure something else out. And if we don't, it'll just collapse and we'll be forced to figure something out. You know, it will not work. If you wipe out the middle and lower class, and the upper class can't stay rich because they need the lower middle class to buy their things to stay rich, to keep that gap, they basically shoot themselves in the foot. So they'll have to figure it out. It's a problem that will have to solve itself, because if it doesn't, everything just collapses. Like and nobody wants that. Like no matter how evil or rich you are or whatever, nobody wants that. They want to be alive to be the rich person, to have that gap and to experience life and rub it in everybody else's face. They can't have it. So it's in their best interest to solve this problem, because if they don't, they end up in the same bucket as everybody else, just being useless. But ideally, we go the Star Trek route, right? We develop technology, we couple AI with robotics, we show it that it's the ultimate tool to make our lives better. And now instead of being focused so much on money to do things, we can just pursue the things that we love, and we try to give value to each other. And we start living to enjoy life. Like the purpose of life begins to live because we have, you know, copious amounts of resources. Everything's controlled properly. Like, I mean, I don't think that's going to happen, but I'm just saying ideally that'd be nice. Hey, Joel M., I'm glad you enjoyed it. Hey, take it easy, Sentai. You have a good one, man. Just turn off the AC and then you'll feel hot. That's a good idea. All right, guys, I'm going to get going. I love your faces. Thank you for everything today. I really do appreciate it. Hope I didn't miss anybody. Oh, MC Derek again. Thank you for that $20 earlier, man. We really appreciate it. Been struggling pretty hard lately, so everything really helps. All right, peace out. You guys have been amazing. EG, thank you for pointing out that thing that happened over on X. I'm going to investigate that when I'm feeling a little better, but I think I'm going to go lay down and take a nap because I'm not feeling pretty gross right now. Oh, Felix and Jean, thank you for the $5. Woohoo! Thank you. Yeah. Woo! Get some. Hey, Bally, it's good to see you, brother. Here, I guess I can play the Tech Talk appreciation song for the last person in here. You know what, Felix and Jean, before I go, we're gonna leave a song and say, I'm gonna say thank. This is AI because we're talking about AI. Say thank you to Felix and Jean for the wonderful $5 donation on Tech Talk live stream today on YouTube. Sing it in the form of a birthday style song. There we go. And this is what we'll end on. Smoking's bad and gay. Okay, smoking's bad and gay. Okay, yeah, actually, Kyle, I do need to hydrate. I have not been drinking enough. You can probably hear it in my voice. Oh shit, old Broger, did you just give me 50 Danish kroner? Danish kroner? Thanks, sir. I appreciate that so much. You're awesome. Well, I guess we're playing 2 songs then. All right, here's the first one.
Thank you, Felix and Jean, for the dough that you gave on Tech Talk live stream. You made our hearts pave with that $5 bill.
Yeah, right?
You made our day bright. We're singing this song to show our delight. We're grateful for your kindness. It means a lot to us, your generous donation. It makes us all fuss. Tech Talk is the place. We all come together, and thanks to you, our show's getting better. Thank you, X and G. Your stars in our eyes. With your donation, you made us realize.
Yeah, get down, right?
In our Tech Talk fam, we've got love to share. Thanks for the support, the family that cares.
Oh, that's good shit, Maynard. Oh, wow. Everybody's going to jump in the pool and make me stick around for a little while now, huh? All right. Well, hey, I got to give old Broger one now, too. Hold on here. So we got to generate a song for old Broger. There we go. And was that 50 Danish kroner? So we go 50 Danish. I probably spelled that wrong, but that's okay. It'll figure it out. It knows what I mean. Oh, it actually corrected it. Okay, there we go. So create a song. And then Felix and Gene, thank you for another 420, keeping it 420, and then we got to do one for Joe Taji too. So we'll do one for Joe Taji. Joe Taji for his $9.99. $9.99. There we go. And then we'll create that one. You guys are gonna make me go through all my credits today. Yeah, I'm never gonna get rest. But hey, you know what? If I can pay bills, that's more important than rest. Right now, sadly, me and my family are heading towards financial ruin pretty quick, and I don't think we're going to be able to pull out in time. So I'm really worried about that. So hey, anything I can do to help with that, I'm gonna do it. All right, here we go. This is old Broger's song, and I'll be right back. I gotta pee really quick, but I'll be back before the song's over. So enjoy it.
Oh, ole Broger, you made our day with your generous donation. What can I say? On the Tech Talk live stream, you blew us away. 50 Danish kroner, you're our hero today. You brought the sunshine, you made it bright. With your support, we're feeling alright. Oh, Broger, you're one of a kind. Your kindness, generosity, forever will bind. Thank you, oh Broger, we say, for your donation on this special day. Tech Talk community, let's all gather round, raise a toast to old Broger with a joyful sound.
Thank you, old Broger. All right, and Joe Taji, I think he's our last one here. He said, have a great night. Here's your song, Mr. Joe. Actually, I'm going to play the second one first.
Thank you, Joe, for the cash flow. Your generosity, it makes me glow. $9.99, that's your donation. You're the reason for the celebration. It's like a birthday, but without the cake. Your support is no mistake. On a Tech Talk stream, you made it rain, your kindness.
He did.
It's driving me insane. Thank you, say thank you, Joe, for the sweet surprise. Your donation is like winning the prize. With your
Thank you, Gaming Maddie Rocks.
we're reaching new heights in this tech world. You're a guiding light.
This is good shit. Hey, this is the first one. This is the first one I made, Joe.
Thank you, Joe, for the cash flow, your generosity. It makes me glow. $9.99, that's your donation.
Hell yeah, Kyle.
Reason for the celebration. It's like a birthday, but without the cake.
Dude, that's awesome, old broker. Congratulations. Yeah, this AI shit's getting really good, like scary good. Here, I'll link to all these songs. That was Joe's song, and this is Broger's song. And let's see, copy. I forget which one this one was. And this is the other Tech Talk Appreciation song. So there you go. And then you guys can create your own account for free and create your own music, because I could just keep the shit private as I find it, and, you know, people will be like, oh my God, it's magical. But no, it's public. It's nothing special. It's just shit that AI can do that everybody has access to, and I'm not special. I just can type text in a box just like everybody else and make AI do something fun. Plus you can edit the lyrics too if you want. Sometimes I go in and I edit the lyrics and make it sing my own lyrics, because then you can get it to say dirty words and stuff. Like if I really wanted to here, just to demonstrate this before I go, I'm going to create a custom song, and the entire song is just going to be a bunch of cuss words. I want to see what song it comes up with that this is okay. Okay, that's verse 1, and then for the chorus, I'm just gonna put, let's see here. Because I want to maximize the demonetization of this video. Okay, here we go. Generating song. Oh, here, random power rap, psychedelic grime, melodic blues, psychedelic rumba, uplifting punk. I'm going to do this as an uplifting punk song. And all it is just an endless string of swear words is the first verse, and the chorus is just more swear words. It says, can't generate that. Prompt flagged for moderation. Oh, did I finally find its limits? Oh, I finally found what it won't do. Okay. Well, here, let me see. We'll do this here. Let me see if I can get it to do at least one word here. Copy that. Then copy. Because I put swear words in the songs before. I think it might not like all the genital words. Okay, let's see if it'll do this. Actually, they probably saw what I was doing on Twitch the other night and censored it. All right, I want to see if it'll do this. I can call this poopy words song. All right, there we go. Generate. Come on, don't moderate me. This will be funny. Have I seen the Terminator flamethrower robot dog? I have not seen that, Felix. I'll have to check that. I'll have to look that up and check it out. Oh, here we go. It did it. All right, guys. Introducing the poopy words song. These lyrics are mine, by the way. Like I wanted to show you guys that I can write better lyrics than AI. You ready? See, I'm That's a great song to end on right there. That's exactly how I feel. Oh my God. You know what's funny? Is this like the low-hanging fruit that people would want? Like if I just made YouTube videos just making like the dumbest possible songs ever, I'd probably get like millions of views and be able to take care of my family, but for some reason in my head that feels like a scam, so I don't do it. But at least I can make you guys laugh every once in a while, right? We can fuck around. All right, you guys have been awesome. I love your faces. Thank you everybody that was able to chip in today. I appreciate it. And for you guys, those of you that can't, totally understand. Life's rough right now. I totally get it. All right, I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow, because I gotta try to stream every day that I can. So I hope to see you guys tomorrow, maybe over on Twitch, to have some fun. The Metalhead, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'd be the biggest entertainment channel ever. Dude, everybody would just copycat me the next day. But hey, you know what? Anything that sells on your personality is good. As long as I can keep the personality component in there, I'll be golden. All right. You guys have been awesome. I love your faces, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Later.